next, Gene Harvey had asked, he's wondering if it's generally assumed that the Vimana carried atomic weapons, and if so, would that explain the high levels of radiation found in certain areas?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, again, he was asking about, did the Vimana carry nuclear weapons?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, Vimanas, when we see Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are not carrying, Vimanas are not carrying these nuclear weapons and all. So they are used in a different way, like these mantras, and you better know these arrows were used. So I have not come across with this kind of thing. So it needs a lot of study. This Vimana Shastra, this text is there, where Rupa Vimana is mentioned. So all these are, I think, it's a technical subject. So I'm not the right person to say that Vimanas are carrying the nuclear weapons or not.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah. Okay, let me go to Will next. Will, go for it, sir.
So it's been said that in some books that the territory of India reached as far as Afghanistan. As you're a historical person, is that true? And just how vast was the empire of India at that time?
Okay, yeah, definitely I can explain this. There is a line in one Agama text, Brahaspati Agama, that Himalaya Samarabhya Yavat Hindu Sarovaram Deva Nirmitam Tam Desham Hindusthanam Prachakshate. So that is the line. So Himalaya Samarabhya, so right from Himalaya, okay, so to the southern part of Himalaya till the Pacific Ocean, the entire land which is there, that is called as Hindusthanam. Okay, so, and which was again divided into two because of these Vindhya mountains. So one is Aryavarta and another is Dakshinabharta. So till Upaganasthana, okay, we get the references till Upaganasthana towards the northern side, and till this Pacific Ocean. Upaganasthana is today is called as Afghanistan. Okay, so in those days were called as Upagana because 16 Ganasthanas were there, and these were very close to. So they used to travel and trade a lot. So that particular land is basically specifically is called as Hindustan, right from Himalaya to ocean, and this side Upaganasthana to Lanka. Yeah. Tim, you need to unmute.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, so thank you very much. And let me see if anybody else has questions. It looks like they've slowed down a little bit in chat. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows.
One more point I would like to mention. It's really interesting for all of you, even for our people, that when we talk Amazon, okay, just by one arrow it is shown A to Z, everything is available. Similarly, this kind of grammar where we get the first word and we get the last letter, and then we form a short form of that particular entire region. So the same we find over here. So when we take the first letter of Himalaya is He, okay, and the Pacific Ocean in those is called as Hindu Sarovaram. So Hindu, so last letter is Ndu. So right from He to Ndu, that sthana is called as Hindu sthana. Okay, so Hindu is basically is a region. Okay, afterwards it converted to religion, that is a different aspect. But this references text says that this is a region from Himalaya to Hindu Ocean. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, let me go to Mikhail next, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Sherry. I had one question for you. In terms of the the Vimanas, have you heard about the case of the mystery airships of the Sonora Club back in the 1897? It was obviously much ahead of Vimanas, which were back in 10,000 years. But there's a lot of similarities between the Sonora Aero Club because they kind of look like Vimanas. And they used something called as the NV gas. Now, this info, I just got it from Michael Schratt. And are you aware of this? So,
no, I don't have at the moment. Yeah.
No problem. And also my second question, sir, for you is in terms of the manuscripts that were written in the book, in the ancient Indian text, was it only few technical pages, or there were more detailed diagrams of the craft itself in terms of its mechanism, the materials that were used, and other aspects?
Okay, so Mikhail, first I would like to request you don't call me sir. I'm just Sri Hari. Okay, and as far as these manuscripts are concerned, there are pages and pages. And let me tell you, just now it is declared that, I mean, I have attended one 20 days workshop in the manuscript. There, all these people who are working, they are saying that around 2% manuscripts are only, published in the field of science, scientific manuscripts are concerned. Only 2%. And remaining all are in the manuscript form, and they are in different script. They are not in, just now I have presented the Sanskrit text in Devanagari. Okay. But in southern part, mostly all the Sanskrit text is in Grantha script. And there are very few people who are available today who can read Grantha and who can transcribe Grantha to Devanagari and publish. So a lot of work is pending in this scientific literature. And there, what I have gone through, at few areas, some diagrams are there. Okay, some diagrams are mentioned, some charts are there. Okay, but written in Grantha script. So for me also, frankly speaking, I have not learned Grantha. I'm learning it now. So it's very difficult to understand. So in those days, Sanskrit was in various scripts, not only Grantha, but Sharada script, different scripts. So in the northern part, Sharada is very similar to Devanagari. So people have worked on that a lot. But here, lot of work is pending. So yes, manuscripts are there. Ample of manuscripts are available even today in this regard, and we can do research in that.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you. Let me go to Gene Harvey next. Oh, Gene, you still with us? Here, let me ask you to unmute, sir. Okay, so it looks like he might be having issues. Let me go back to Michael Boyd next.
So I just wanted to say thank you for your work, because I think that I study archaeology and I live in California, and in California, historic archaeology starts in 1769 when the first mission was found in Alta, California. So our written history doesn't go very far back. You're really blessed to have such a long written history to study. And I think it's really important to humanity to get access to that information, because if we don't know our past, we're condemned to repeat it. And so I really just wanted to say thank you for your work. It's sincerely appreciated, and it's important. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's a responsibility. I think it's of everybody. I mean, we together can do miracles because the literature is available, and in this only the dedication is required, and people from various backgrounds, they are required to come together.
So let me go. Let me see. Gene just posted his question in chat. Actually, he posted it a moment ago too. He'd asked, "Are there similar technologies to this in any other ancient cultures besides India?" And I think Karelia had asked that as well. She was wondering about if so, was it because of special minerals that existed in India that allowed these to be built?
As far as our time, I mean, which I have referred to, that is 7,000 years before, there are some references like Siddhapura and Romaka Nagaram. So in Brihad Samhita, written by Varahamihir, some names are mentioned, okay, but with today's context, today we call it in a different name. So, I mean, luckily, Rome country is called the same name, Romaka only, but Siddhapura is different. So, Australia was called in those days in a different name. So, yes, definitely, we can find some references, but the main thing is we need to know the today's names to that particular country, so that we can focus it upon.
Awesome, thank you. So let me go back to Will next. And again, but before we go to Will, I just want to make sure you're doing okay because we have a really long Q&A session here. So yeah, do you need some water, or do you want to wrap things up now? It's up to you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It's almost 2:40 in India.
Oh, it is. I had forgotten about the time difference. Okay, well, let's do that then. Let us wrap that part of it up. Again, we're way ahead of schedule. We're actually almost an hour ahead of schedule, but that is totally fine. I loved your presentation. It was wonderful. What I want to do is let's do this. Let's put this back on gallery view. I'm going to lower Will's hand. Will, let me apologize for that. Everyone, please give Dr. Srihari Karnikar giant applause for a wonderful presentation. Sir, thank you for staying up so late. It's almost 3 a.m. your time, so my apologies for that.
Nice, thank you. It's my really, I would like to say thanks so that I could speak with such great people. All scholars are here, and really good questions they're asking. Thank you so much. So definitely I will join as a spectator, as a listener in the next sessions.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is go to Jeremy and Mark if they're available. Let me see if they are. We have Jeremy and Mark, Jeremiah Pop, Jeremy Reese. Jeremy Reese, sir, are you with us?
I would also love to see what's going on in that New Jersey lab right now. Looks like they're pretty busy on the.
Yeah, that was my hope actually. That was my hope because we're way ahead of schedule. So I would love to kind of see what they're doing. Maybe they can give us a rundown on it. When Nick Cook arrives, I would be happy to put him on early. But until then, we got to fill a little bit of time. So.
I'm gonna call his cell phone. Unless he's using it to broadcast, I hope he's not.
Hey, if you could just go to Brenda, that would be Brenda's mic is she's got the camera on too. So.
Oh, okay. You want to go to okay, Brenda? Are you there? Let me ask you to unmute.
Yeah, we got it.
There we go.
There we go. So we're right here at the lab, guys. Brenda's here and we're on her laptop. I can't get the audio working on my computer for some reason. There's some issue with Zoom and the camera. But Anyone have a question? Because there's a delay. We have it broadcasting on the road behind us.
No, there's an echo.
You guys are repairing this transformer?
Oh, we're attempting to. Okay, well, yeah, could you kind of give us a rundown of what you're doing and maybe tell us a little bit about what you're planning to showcase later?
A little tour. We're here at the live meetup for the Alternative Energy Propulsion Apec conference for the 1-year anniversary. We have a camera crew here. We have a whole bunch of new tables and equipment that we got set up with lab stuff. I'm broadcasting right there. So, did you shut that audio off?
Now, Jeremy, do you think you could tell us? So this is actually a 3-day event. You guys have been doing this since yesterday,
audio
right?
once again. Hold on. I might have audio. You guys must have done something on. Did you guys test something on my computer? No, that's fine. Yeah, can't do that.
Just so you know, when you get close
they turned off the audio for them too. I can't. I'm having technical difficulties here, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute the mic. I can't.
Okay, and that's fine. So are you able to hear us at all, or? Okay, it looks like he's muted out. Jeremiah, you had kind of a question. You guys want to do kind of an open? Oh, he can hear. Okay, good. We'll give him just a sec, and then we can go to open discussion after that. And again,
so can I just say something? Jeremy,
go for it.
hi Jeremy. Yeah, thanks Tim. If you try audio settings, I think it's got suppressed background noise. So if you go to, in the bottom where it says, they've got the microphone symbol in the bottom left, if you click on that, you'll bring up audio settings at the bottom of the pop-up. And you should see where you've got audio, you should see suppressed background noise. Okay?
Thanks, Remy.
Give it a go. Yeah, that's right. Give it a go. Yep. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it looks like his mic is still off. I probably deserve this for going to them before they were ready, but Jeremiah, you had some stuff that you were going to mention also, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to go on video because I don't have the test setup really set up. I've kind of got a crudely set up. I wish I could just send a bunch of pictures here, but I don't have them on my computer yet, and I'm streaming through my computer. So that'll have to wait until I actually have a presentation put together. But right now we are testing the Morton effect thruster and the Morton effect pulse beam that's supposed to come from the thruster when you stationarily mount it. And we're building a new AC pulse power supply that's going to ride on a 100 kV DC source. So that'll give us about 15 kV of AC modulation at nice impulse. Very fast ride, this time over about 100 nanoseconds, which is not ideal. It's not quite as quick as I'd like, but it's fast enough. And then, of course, the warp drive stuff and PNN's replication are just about ready, but they're not ready today. So I'm hoping next APEC to have some tests that I can demonstrate here. I was thinking about doing it today, but the prior DNO measurements did not end up producing positive results. It turns out to be scale drift, so no reason to show no result again.
Okay. So actually, what I'm going to do is, while we are trying to figure this out, I'm going to do a screen share. One of the things that we've been working on, and let me share my window here. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see, that's our website, right? altpropulsion.com. So I would say a couple of weeks ago, we started testing different chat forums, right? We added 3 channels for WhatsApp, and we added a Discord channel, and we added a discussion forum as well. So I moved those over early last week to the contact page. Again, we have APEC 24/7, theory, and builders, right? So the 24/7 is just general discussion chat. And then the theory and the builders are kind of focused areas because we have a lot of people in those groups. We've got like 80 something people in those groups. So, you know, it just helps keep things on the rails. The long form discussion forum is through a place called Tapatalk. And I want to thank Phil Bouchard for helping us get set up with that. So this is one where it is slowly starting to grow. We've got, you know, several posts there. Again, Phil's been posting pretty diligently on it, and he's getting a lot of views as well, which is wonderful. And then let me see, the live Zoom seminars, which you know about. The Discord channel, I actually just brought that up here. So Discord, one of the challenges that we had was trying to find basically an open public chat forum that let us kind of group things by topic, right? And so in something like Telegram or even the WhatsApp channels, you really can't use hashtags easily for that. So we ended up with Discord, and I don't know, it rubs some people the wrong way. Discord was developed for gamers. It does feel a little childlike in some ways, I guess. So we've tried to kind of modify it, make it a little bit more age appropriate for our audience. And so we actually have a lot of people signing up for it, and it's starting to get active. So those are our major channels. We also have Alt Propulsion on Reddit and the Apec Facebook group, right? And those actually haven't seen that much used yet. But, you know, so my thought would be for discussions and ideas, anything along those lines, again, hit the contact page on our website. You can sign up for any of these. These are all open. They're all free. You know, and the goal is just to help foster discussion, sharing, and solving problems. So that's kind of what I have there for that. I could also show you really quick too. This has been kind of a pet project of mine. So one of the things that I did was, let me see. Okay. So the first thing I did was I rebuilt all of these pages. This is just a regular page on the Alt Propulsion website. You can see that we have the speakers listed down the middle. And then I redid the fonts. I tried to make it a little bit easier to read. I tried to make it flow better, get the stuff there on the right. Now, I'm going to play this on YouTube, but I'm going to show the video off. The other thing that I did was, with these videos in the past, we have split these up, and I'm going to continue doing that for the time being for another channel. But I rendered this as 4K, and you can see that it has chapters in it now. And so that should make it a little bit easier to share things. If you want to share a specific part, you can right click on it and do copy URL at current time. You know, that, or you can always go to the American Anti-Gravity channel. I've got them split up there. It takes me close to a day to process each one of these videos. So, you know, but hey, it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, so I think that was everything that I had to show you guys. So let me do a stop share there. And let me go back to Jeremy Reese now and see where he's at. Okay, Jeremy? Okay. I'll go to gallery view for just a sec. Guys, we can do you want to just do open discussion for a bit? Again, I should apologize for being so far ahead of schedule. You know? Or if you want, if anybody wants, we can take a break. You guys could, you know, go and do whatever and come back in a bit. Looks like we have about 40 minutes until Nick Cook is scheduled to arrive. Let me see. Gene had asked some questions about. Gene, you had a question about symposiums dedicated to investigating frame dragging. Do you want to ask that? And do you think I could get your camera? Could you turn your camera on if that's okay? looks like you might be having technical issues. Well, I would say, anybody have any topics that you want to discuss? Anybody have anything to bring up? Mikhail, would you like to go, sir? Oh, lots of them. Okay. Mikhail, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I could get you to turn your camera on too, sir.
Yeah, sure. I'm facing a bit of a network problem with bandwidth, so that's the reason. I just had one quick question to Srihari sir itself. The Vimanas, in terms of their design, have in your lab, I think your colleagues and so forth, are they collaborated with any defense establishments in India? Because I came across one research just day before yesterday. I was speaking to some nuclear scientists, and they were talking about the Vimana's reverse engineering program. So I just wanted to check with you, did you ever, not you, I would say your entire team, are they doing any research in terms of collaborating with the defense industry in India, in Russia, and in the US, or anybody else? Thank you.
Yeah, I can ask Srihari if he's open to talking.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think he is still with us.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Only if you want to, sir. Only if you want to.
Yeah, okay. So, yes, actually, I cannot disclose in detail, but yes, the team is working, and since many years, actually, Shastriji and other team, they are working with defense, and many devices are invented. So the answer is yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let me go. Sam, you had a topic to discuss, and again, we're kind of past the Q&A session, so.
Yeah, just a general conversation piece.
Oh yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
So for the hard lift that was shown earlier, both like a helicopter, a submarine, and like some UFOs, but isn't that kind of weird? Like, aren't helicopters and submarines hilariously outclassed compared to the physics bending of a UFO? Why even put a submarine next to a UFO if you're trying to record technology? You all have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. You mean in the photos, right?
Well, yeah, well, just in general, like
a helicopter is like a single dimensional technology, and UFOs are like third or fourth dimensional physics, is what you're talking about, right?
Going next to a flying tic tac.
I would say a tic tac and a submarine look similar.
Actually, they kind of do, don't they? They kind of do.
So it's basically what it is. I would call it as a multimedia transit device.
Yeah, well, and they both look like propane tanks also, but they're pressure vessels, right? So maybe that's the most efficient form for a pressure vessel.
Well, if you had that, then why even bother with a helicopter or a submarine? Well, that just outclass them.
Yeah, you would think so.
Or are submarines more evolved UFOs, or less evolved UFOs, and did the Nazis actually take their subs and turn them into something else?
Well, but Sam, the other thing to think of, right, is, and the military might be an example of this. Sometimes they use older technologies because they fit a specific application, And so even if something is kind of outdated by the way that we look at it, maybe this UFO has some limitations that a regular, But yeah, it's a tough question. Let me go to Gene. Gene, you have something to talk about? Let's see if we can get his equipment working. There we go. I can barely hear you.
My webcam wasn't working, so I'm kind of stuck with the chat line.
Okay.
Wondering if there's any composer dedicated to investigating frame driving like the main before.
I don't think there are, but that's something that we can cover here. I can add that to the list. I mean, that's a topic that's come up from time to time. I think that we've touched on it, but I don't think there's anything that's dedicated to frame dragging.
The reason I asked that is because it was just a couple of months ago that NASA confirmed Einstein's theory about frame dragging using the satellites in orbit.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's something that we can definitely add. I know gravitomagnetic frame dragging has been something that we talked about as well in the past. So I go to Will next. Will, you have something?
Well, kind of just a general question. David Hatcher-Childress, a good friend of mine, has written several books on Vimana. And from what I've read from his work, it appears that these Vimana things seem to last forever. They don't age, they don't decay like modern technology that we develop. So when I think of like aircraft, for example, I mean, there's a few 100 million scattered across our planet today. So I'm just kind of curious if the Vimanas don't age, they last forever. Where are they?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. In the ocean? There you go.
A hollow moon.
I think everything ages, right? Maybe that's the other part of it is, I mean, maybe past a certain point, maybe they don't age normally, but even so, these things are so old that who could tell? Maybe
Yeah, it's just a question I wanted to put out there. That's all.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
My expertise. So.
Yeah, well, and you're working on a presentation for a couple of weeks from now, right? So
yes, I am.
Yeah, and that'll be exciting. That was the superconductors in MHD, if I remember right.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. So we're doing pretty good. Well, everybody, I should apologize for being for the gap here, for being so slow. We've got about half an hour left. Ned, you had something to share, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Appreciate the opportunity. Hi. I wanted to find out and just ask maybe you specifically and the wider audience, of course. I think you've had some experience with some ionic levitation and using electricity to that. Do you know or what are anyone's opinions on the limitations of using electricity as an electric force for electric propulsion and why that is not basically continuing? I'm thinking of the
T. Townsend Brown for that
Thomas,
one.
Exactly. I'm exactly referring to that, and I'm curious now in this age of electrification and everyone going electric, why hasn't that been more proliferated?
Yeah, I mean, that's the area that I kind of worked in. So I think there are a bunch of different factors. The triangle-shaped lifters, right? I don't know, that way I could see myself on the screen. That triangle-shaped lifter is I think that was probably the biggest and most well-known. I was building those. Everybody was building those a few years ago. And the problem that we had with those was efficiency. It was no problem getting power. The problem was the efficiency of it. And when you start to scale that up to something that would be like an aircraft, it was a real challenge. Now, things are different now, right? I mean, the technology's progressed. So there might be some new opportunities there for people to experiment with. So the lifters, though, definitely had airflow. And then over on this side of things, you have the true B-field-Brown effect. And you've got stuff like Hector Serrano's Gravitech, and a lot of different variations on that. They're trying to do this pure effect as opposed to the ion wind one. the challenge that I've seen is getting results in a vacuum, and it becomes this, it's almost like this he said, she said, right? Where one person said, well, we saw something, the other person said, no, you know. So I don't know, that's definitely one of the challenges there with it.
Have you ever, have you ever been able to have high of a voltage? Can you get above 150,000 volts, or what have you had the experience with?
I think the highest I ever used was like 120 thou. Now, that being said, one of the things I found was I had a custom power supply from Information Unlimited that I spent a lot of money on. And it was, I believe, I had a 100,000 volt one and a 50,000 volt one. I think I blew out the 100K. And the 50K one was what I used most of the time, and it worked great. But one of the things that I found was with lifters or any kind of ion wind device, so you have the wire above the foil, right? You have a really narrow wire. I used 50 gauge stainless steel wire, and the reason was the ion transfer on that was maximized. And then with the foil underneath it, we just used regular aluminum foil. We'd loop it over the top and just make sure there weren't sharp edges to it. But what I found was when I turned the power supply on, it worked great. We had lots of thrust, but that wire foil combination with like an inch of air gap or less, it creates kind of a natural resistance in the circuit, right? So I went into the power supply, most power supplies have this, and I bypassed the output resistor, and so that lets the voltage float. So instead of having it forced to 50K, the lifter would actually set its own voltage when it was running. And we did some measurements with that, and depending on stuff like air temperature, humidity, and a lot of different factors, you can see that voltage fluctuate a little bit. So,
wow, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those were a lot of fun. And for me, the largest one that I built was 9 feet on a side. So it was literally 9 feet, a 9 foot long lifter, and it had a bunch of cells inside of it. And then I would do kind of this bed spring type winding with the corona wire. And I got that to fly, but it was so big that it was just unwieldy. The one that I did most of the time, there's photos of it all over the place, was 4 feet on a side. And it also had this bed spring style winding arrangement with lots of cells inside of it. But I think I had mine up to 8 or 10 feet high. So and I never had any real issues with it.
So what do you think is the limiting factor of in you? What is the one single challenge that's preventing this from being scaled up, or what would you change to make it scalable?
Well, again,
what would you need?
Yeah, I mean, the efficiency was part of it, right? So part of it was the literally it's just the ROI on the energy that you're putting into it, because you've got to step that up. You have to go step it up to a high voltage, and but you still need current too, right? Because with the ion part of it, that was definitely part of it.
I'm sorry, but have you ever considered nuclear to electric conversion and how that scales?
Yeah, that was beyond my means, sir.
Okay, all right. No,
that was way beyond. There was one person online who was able to get a power pack working, like I think it was NiCad. They were barely able to get it working. But see, today's batteries should work a lot better. So,
thanks, Dave. Appreciate that.
Oh, sure thing, Ned. Michael, you have something, sir?
Yeah, there was a question about frame tracking, and provide an example of that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'm all ears.
Okay, so can you guys see this?
There we go. Yep. Yeah, and we've got about 20 minutes at the outside if it takes that long. So
it's not going to take that long. So what we have here is an image. So first let me show you what the apparatus looks like. Here's a cross-sectional image of the device. So this device uses it's like your hard disk in your computer hard drive, and this is a cross-sectional view of the device, and this little thing that looks like a sled, that's called a slider. And then sitting on the tip of this thing is this little sensor. It's a special resistor that's sensitive to changes in magnetic fields, the direction of the magnetic field. It's called a giant magnetoresistor, not because it's big, but because it's real sensitive to the magnetic field changes. Now, on the back of the slider, there's this green thing, and what that is, that's a little piezoelectric crystal. And so basically the disk is spinning counterclockwise, and as the little nano bump goes under the disk, the bump is the magnetic signal that's coming back from the GMR head, and over here on the left is the piezoelectric signal. So if you see over here, this Earth's gravity, the disk is spinning, and when the nanobump goes under it, it pulls it down, and it's like it's like a spring, and it's undampened spring force, essentially. So what happens is, that's the apparatus, that's how it works. The disk is turning pretty fast, it's spinning about 27 miles an hour. So now, going back to this first signal, what I'm showing here is how the gravitational frame dragging works. Is these like little pulses here, those are magnetic induction, and they're produced as the edge of the nanobump goes over it, the magnetic field direction changes 90 degrees. So you'll see the first pulse here is going up, and the second pulse is going down. That's as each edge goes by. Now, the gravitational induction signal is this big broad signal. That's what's called gravitomagnetism. It's produced by the presence of mass moving in the universe. Now, the other thing that's cool about gravitomagnetism is there's anti-gravitational force that's produced by the absence of matter. Now, here we have our same figure, and we're seeing this little nano pit we have. It's the same size approximately as our nano bump, 10 microns squared. And as that nano pit goes under the sensor, the piezoelectric crystal experiences a little push force. And you see it's like fully dampened. It's because it's pushing against gravity. And then you look at the GMR signal, and you can see the electromagnetic pulse signals from the edge, but the gravitomagnetic signals go in the opposite direction because it's a push force. So so there's basically frame dragging. If you have the same volume, the frame dragging is the same amount. So basically, this infers there exists two different time frames, one for matter, or the lack thereof, and another for electromagnetism. And so this is what frame dragging looks like, and that's some actual data. That's all. I just wanted to show that. Did you see?
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. You know what?
Did that answer your question?
It did. It did, actually. So, we have Nick Cook with us. Let me see if he would be interested in starting early. Nick, are you with us? And it could be that Nick is just waiting until the top of the hour.
I saw him. I saw him, but
yeah,
disappeared.
Well, yeah, let me go to Mikhail then. Mikhail, you had a question, or no? Well, we're not doing Q&A.
I just had a question to Michael, sir. Sir, the paper you just showed us right now. We did a test in our lab about back in March 2020, I meant to say.
Oh, I think yeah. You know, I wonder if something might be going on with Zoom today. We had a bunch of folks with network issues.
Well, I got a hardwired connection.
You know, I wonder if it might be something with the server, though.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, he's on. He's talking. I can see him. What I would do is turn off your video, and that'll increase your bandwidth so we can hear your audio. Okay, so now talk.
So yeah, Mike, what I was saying is, back in 2020 March, we did an experiment based on the gravity sphere. We spent about 4 years developing different kind of lifters, which Tim had done, and then we created a ball element.
I'm losing you.
Sorry.
Put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat.
And then we can all see it, and I can answer it for you better.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. You know, it's interesting what you said about hardwired. That does make sense when it's cutting in and out like that. A lot of times that is Wi-Fi. Mine is hardwired too, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no, I got
Ethernet, baby.
RJ45 cable, and it's shielded.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You can't knock it out with ESD.
There you go. I'm running Cat 6 at home, you know, which you can buy now. You can buy gigabit routers, Cat 6 cabling. You can get data center quality stuff at Best Buy. So why not?
Yeah, just get the shielded ones. That's all I'm saying, because there's less interference.
Well, again, let me see. Nick Cook is with us. Let me see if he wants to unmute. Okay, and I think maybe he's prepping his stuff, or he's not quite ready yet. Okay, does anybody else have anything to mention, or any questions, or anything along those lines?
I was going to ask you earlier, but you moved on conversation-wise. Do I sound all right, or am I blowing everybody out?
No, you sound great, Thomas.
Okay, good deal. When you were talking about the lifter technology, did you try doing any stacking? Like put the lifter components inside of a restrictor, kind of like you have in with these cow fans, where basically they're inside of a tube.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I did try stacking one. So the problem was the type of stacking I tried was if you could picture a series of lifters, right? So you build these triangles.
Sorry to say your jam. Campbell is not here today. This is just Brian and I, and
I was able to get forward thrust with that.
We respect your views. Respect all views. You learn something.
From the ion component of that, it's attracted to the foil above it as well as the foil below it, and so it negates a lot of that thrust. You get an overall net thrust, but it wasn't as great as I'd hoped.
Did you have it surrounded though, so that the airflow was trapped inside of the wind tunnel though, or was it still open air on the outside edges of it?
I tried. I didn't try it with the stack design, but I did try Bernoulli enhancement on it. And it did work pretty well. But, I had some results with that. And what you're talking about is the Bernoulli enhancer. What I was going for, what I was attempting was. So again, this is all part of the problem. Was lifters. The scientific world likes to make lifters seem really clean cut, but they weren't. Nothing about that was clean cut. And we had weird side effects, and for instance, the inertial profile on those never really lined up with what it should have. If I had the time, I've got photos or I have videos buried somewhere where there was a fellow in Belgium called Savoir. He did one by today's standards. It's like 320 by 240 video. It's tiny, but at the time, this is like 2001. It was good. And so what he did was he took a lifter and he put it on a gimbaling system, and he used a fan to spin it, right? So nothing is touching it. And so he spins it. This fan is kind of slow, but it starts spinning up to like he gets it up to, I think, like about 20 or maybe about 20 RPM. It's going around, about that fast. And it was turned off. And the minute he turns it on, it slows down, it stops. Even though it's being spun, right? So there's some kind of a weird inertial effect there. So the next experiment he did was he put this entire thing inside of an enclosure, and he spun the enclosure with the fan, right? So the lifter is completely contained. The power supply, he used leads that could pivot, the top and bottom power wires that could pivot, right? And the same thing happened. So when they're operating, they tend to reject external inertial forces, and I noticed that as well. You could have, you'd have a lifter flying, and it would be tethered. If a strong wind came up, you could see that the lifter would actually try and reject the wind blowing it. There's no great way to describe that, but it would also reject changes in orientation and axis, things like that.
Well, I'm wondering if you've compared this to, like when you run an electrical charge through a liquid between two magnetic plates, it'll cause it to flow in one direction between the plates. Maybe considered, since air is considered to be a fluid.
I will
it's just a much
that after.
lower density fluid than, say, water. Applying some of those potential theories to it, which, I understand the issues with the unforeseen effects, considering you're working with a Brownian motion material that's basically whizzing around at 700 miles per hour, smacking off each other. So otherwise it wouldn't be a gas, it'd be a liquid. If you drop that speed down, they would end up clumping together and form a liquid. So,
yeah, there was, they were. I did 2 or 3 years of intense work with lifters there, and I did it for a while after that, but and then I was part of these enormous discussion groups, like I think if Rob Chambers is here, I know definitely Rob remembers those, Tony Robertson, he probably remembers those, Gary probably remembers it. Gary Stevens probably remembers them. There used to be these massive Yahoo groups, and people would post these experiments to talk about what they were trying. And with the lifters, the thing that always troubled me was the ion wind is definitely a big part of what was going on with those. Absolutely, but it always felt like there was a lot more, and it's almost like the mainstream scientific view almost kind of swept that under the carpet. They're like, okay, it's ions, we're done. So
I was going to say, I was thinking that.
Looks like you're sharing on accident, Thomas. Oh, that's Michael. Okay.
Oh, I was going to say something.
Rotation and magnetic fields and electromagnetic.
Well, the other thing I was thinking too, though, is that if you look at high voltage potential, there are these stories about ball lightning going right through solid objects, and then when it dissipated, it would drop solid mass and liquids that it carried through. Yet there's no damage to the solid object that went through. If that works that way, then that means there's probably something going on where it's forcing all the particles that are in the atoms, because most of an atom is just
plasma ball. My dad actually saw that happen.
It's tunneling through the top.
Well, no, listen. The majority of an atom, though, is a vacuum.
Yeah.
The particles that make up the solid mass of an atom are very small, very minute. So if you organize them properly right by each other, the way like airplanes flying by each other where there's a gap in between each one, except we're talking about an airplane that has the room of almost an entire planet to fly by another airplane.
You mean if the fields don't interact?
Right, but they're moving so fast that basically, normally they bounce against each other because there's enough time for them to come into contact with each other in relation to the speed that they're trying to pass through each other. But if you force them all into a specific orientation with high voltage, that could potentially cause an alignment to where they can pass through each other's vacuum areas. The solids of each of the material can pass through each other's vacuum without interacting. And maybe that has something to do with the ion lifter technology too, because you are working with high voltage and it might be forcing that alignment. The same thing applies
to the high voltage exciting into the plasma state. It's the fact that you have to have it, that you have to see plasma as the fourth state of matter. High voltage connects your single
monoatomic atoms into that plasma state, which then interacts with the higher dimension of what the ancients called ether. Now we call dark antimatter, whatever, but it's the higher dimensional energy transfer back in and out into the third state solid, second state liquid.
First thing is resisting the inertial effect because it's interacting with the solid mass we call dark matter that's so low energy state it's all stable. So it's wanting to lock to it and stop moving. Like it's acting like it's stuck in a solid instead of in an empty void.
It's plasma state and resonance. You need both the resonance and the plasma state to create the tunneling effect where you create a standing wave where you can go through the barrier without anything.
The other thing to keep in mind is you definitely have, now with the ion part of this, you have some coupling issues with the lifters. And that was one of the reasons really affect enhancement because so you've got these planar sheets of air flowing, right? And the ions, I don't remember how fast they're traveling, but it's thousands of miles per hour, you know, if not faster. Because they're basically, I tried both positive and negative voltage. So again, you could have electrons, which are, you know, moving through the air, taking air molecules with them, or you could be stealing electrons from air molecules, which then promptly go to the ground, right? So
the push and pull method.
Yeah, there were. We tried both polarities with it. What I found was, not surprisingly, if you're adding electrons to air molecules, they will hob air molecules. But if you're stealing them, right, then it's less likely to hob. You don't have an excess of electrons to hob. So the same amount of voltage and current actually produces more force, right? Because you're working with ionized air instead of trying to basically charge the air and then hoping it goes where it's supposed to. So, in charge of...
One other effect I should mention, I wanted to say this earlier. If you notice, you can run the same amount of wattage through a very small wire if it's running at a high voltage. And one of the things I thought that might be accounting for that is because at the higher voltage, all of the atoms in the wire are being forced into alignment, so they act more like materials at extremely low temperatures where they drop and all kind of stick together, so the electrons can just shoot straight through like through a Newton's cradle, as opposed to it, you know, being disjointed, and it has to go through the resistance of jumping from one electron orbit to the next where there's a gap. So I wonder if that applies to some of this too, with it running at a higher voltage. Like that.
It could be. I mean, I can't give you a good answer. It is an intriguing area. There's a lot there, and I think there's a lot there still waiting to be discovered. That the challenge was getting the efficiency of these things up. You know what? So one thing that it was kind of people were getting excited about was at the time, not graphene, but they were looking at basically nanofibers to emit these things. And the idea was you put a bunch of these nanofibers, almost like steel wool, you know, and maybe you could emit these ions, and you could lower the voltage down to reasonable temperatures and emit tons of them. But one of the problems in general is when you've got that many emitters that close to each other, the electric fields tend to smooth out. And so one of the problems we ran into was you want to have lots of emitters, but you don't want to have them, electrically speaking, you don't want to have them form like a solid field. You really want them to be these narrow filaments. So
I think we're just about on the hour.
Yeah. I was going to say is
the lifter thing. I guess I just quickly say that the two most important keys to it are you want a high number of neutral air impacts. So you want your ions that are being accelerated between your collector and your emitter grid to impact as many neutral air molecules as possible, so you can get that maximum dielectric entrainment of neutral air density. And the second sectional area of the wire is extremely important. The smaller the cross section of the individual conductors of the wire, the higher the efficiency, because the electrons can easily leap off of those emitters, or they can easily be collected by them. And so it's much more efficient to produce ions in these small cross sections. And there's seldom a conductor ever discovered by mankind that's thinner than a single carbon nanotube. So coating a already thin and a barrage of nanotubes to get what you would call kind of a fuzzy wire is one of the most effective ways to both collect ions from the atmosphere, as Ion Power Group has done, and they're able to power, you know, several kilowatts of machines with collected ion power from the upper atmosphere. And then it's also one of the most effective ways to produce ions. So these are definitely some fundamental principles as far as the ion thrust engines go. And the most effective is actually to produce the ions within an enclosed chamber and inject them between your two potential grids, so that you're not producing them with a corona wire. And this allows you to get a much higher ion density into that airstream and get a much higher neutral air impact than you could possibly get in terms of accelerating at the same voltage that you're producing ions at.
There you go.
Something else I've noticed too is nobody is using basic aviation physics, where they're not using any nozzles to make sure that the airflow that's coming out is not losing lifting or thrust potential by basically nozzling it. Instead, it's just left to expand in all directions, which anything that's not coming straight down out of the lifter in the direction that you want to push the lifter in the opposite direction is going to have a very limited amount of effect on its forward motion.
Yeah, and I could speak to that, but I think we're just about at the top of the hour, so let's table that until another session. Let me see if Nick is with us. Nick Cook, sir. There we go.
I am here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Well, let me do this. Let me do an intro first. A man who needs no introduction, but I need to do one nonetheless. 20 years ago, the former aviation editor of Jane's Defense Weekly stunned the world with The Hunt for Zero Point, which offered insights into the secret Nazi weapons programs of World War II and how those influenced classified aerospace research over the course of the 20th century. He joins us today to discuss what's changed since HZP's publication and offers his thoughts and insights on the rapidly evolving UAP story, as well as the social and geopolitical trends that are shaping the aerospace needs of tomorrow. So everybody, please welcome Nick Cook to today's event. And sir, I would love to hand it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tim. That was a fabulous welcome. Are we sharing screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. So if you want to go to share screen.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. And then.
Perfect.
How's that looking?
Yeah. Oh, looks great.
No?
Oh, and it looks like it's showing your notes there too.
No, okay. I need to do something else. How about that?
There we go. Wonderful.
Yeah. Good.
It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And thank you so much for presenting for us today. It is truly an honor to have you here.
No, well, it's a pleasure. You and I go back a long way, so we can talk about that. I came into the conversation while we were talking about lifters, Tim, and I remember when we first met, which was, I think I was just in the middle of making a documentary, and you provided the lifter segment, which was fantastic. So it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. And for those of you who don't know me, and there's no reason why you should, I'll give you a little bit of background. So I was the aerospace editor of Jane's Defense Weekly from 1987 to 2005. I'm a little vague sometimes on when I left Jane's, because they sort of employed me as a consultant towards the end, and I sort of drifted on for a bit, but basically it was till about 2005. While I was at Jane's, I started to write books, and in fact I started to write novels to begin with. But in 2001, which is what I guess we're sort of predominantly here to discuss, I wrote a book called The Hunt for Zero Point, which I will come on to in a minute. So in addition to the novels, which is fiction, obviously, I have a non-fiction background as well. I'm also a ghostwriter. Not many people know that, because ghostwriters don't tend to shout from the rooftops what they do, but in effect, we write books for other people. So I do do a bit of that. I've done a bit of that. I don't do too much of it now. But it was a very useful skill because it sort of allowed me to get into the minds of other people and speak for them, which is what I've done for about a dozen books, mainly in the military field, but not all. I am also a consultant, so I have worked for and with aerospace and defense companies. We can talk a little bit, perhaps at the end, about something that I was involved in from about 2007 onwards, which was an outfit which was looking to work with aerospace and defense companies to use their skills base and technology base to work on global challenges. I've recently resurrected that under the NCW banner, which is my sort of company and website. And we can talk a little bit about that too. Finally, getting back to the novel thing, I have recently rewritten or sort of re-embraced the whole novel writing thing. I've written a book called The Grid, which sort of touches on some of the things that we'll be talking about today technologically. But that, I hope, gives you a bit of a flavor about what my background is. As we're here to talk primarily about The Hunt for Zero Point, I have to pinch myself that it was published in the UK 20 years ago. In fact, it came out the day before 9/11, which is not a great time to publish a book, but it was an even worse time clearly for the world. So it was a time of great turmoil. I then had a US launch the following year, so that actually sort of took off, I think, probably even more than the UK one did. But The Hunt has been a great journey for me. I'm going to get into it in some detail in a minute, but it's sort of, again, for those who don't know it or haven't read it, it really allowed me to explore what I took to be, or postulated to be, the biggest secret that I could conceive of while I was working as aerospace editor at Jane's Defence Weekly, that was out there in the world of aerospace and defence. And it's really hard now to sort of put ourselves back in that mindset. But I started the research 30 years ago, so I started it in 1990. At that time, the whole area of anti-gravity, of sort of advanced propulsion, particularly UFOs and UAP, which we'll come on to as well, was so taboo that, I frequently wrote in the book, and it wasn't a joke, that I was in sort of some terror that I was going to lose my job when this book came out, because it was breaking so many taboos in my industry, in my business. But in the end, of course, what it came to be about was anti-gravity. Could it exist? Did it exist? Again, I'm going to talk about that in more depth in a minute. For me personally, it was a great opportunity to write what I call here a kind of dark letter, a dark love letter to an industry which I so enjoyed working, reporting on for all the years that I did it. But I sort of got to the point, I think, in the late 1990s when I really thought, I'm sort of done here. I've had a fantastic time. I've really enjoyed reporting on that whole world. But if I'm going to go out, I might as well go out with a bang. And that really was sort of what The Hunt was about in a way. So if we take that 1990 sort of start point as the journey beginning for me, whilst I had sort of always said to myself that I wanted to use this incredibly rarefied and privileged position that I had at Jane's Defence Weekly, which had, and I guess still has, I'm not that familiar with it now, but a great sort of we had a very good reputation within the whole aerospace and defense business, not just in the industry, but also amongst ministries, intelligence agencies. There was pretty much nowhere you couldn't go when you had that Jane's passport. So this was the thing that really set me thinking, which was, okay, I've got this access. I was quite young. I mean, how old was I? I was barely 30, I think. And I thought, if I'm going to make use of this position, what am I going to do? And it was this idea that, okay, you know, there's your day job, that's fine, do that. But behind your day job, can you explore amongst the people that you're seeing the notion that there may be this incredibly deep, dark secret that has been suppressed? And you know, that led me to thinking, what could that deep, dark secret be? And inevitably, I thought that it would probably be in the area of a propulsion and or an energy breakthrough. So with that in mind, sort of in the most extraordinary sort of happenstance way that occurs when I think you sort of wander along this signal line, one day I got an article plonked on my desk, and back in Jane's in those days, we had a central mail opening service. So, you know, if there was no such thing as privacy, all your mail would be open centrally, and it would be distributed to the people it was meant to be going to. So I found this article on my desk. And when I say this article, the picture that you see here was from a 1950s magazine. I didn't even know what publication it was from, because the photocopy that had been made of it had cut off the name of the publication. I later found out that it was actually in a sort of aero modeling publication, but it spoke to these aerospace companies that had very familiar names. They were, some of them listed here, the Glenn L. Martin Aircraft Company, Bell, Lear, there were others, Lockheed, Convair, really well-known companies that were all exploring the anti-gravity scene. And this, to me, was just insane. I mean, you know, I was steeped and had been steeped for many years in this very traditional aerospace reporting scene. And here were all of these companies talking very seriously in the mid-1950s about how they were very close to an anti-gravity breakthrough. And one of them, one of the executives who were quoted, which really lifted it out of sort of the usual domain of, you know, sources said this, or non-named individuals talking about all this stuff. But here was this guy called George S. Trimble, who worked for the Glenn Martin Company. He was a very senior individual in their research and development organization. And he said, we are already working on canceling gravity. It could be done in the time it took to build the first atomic bomb. And when I read this, I thought, well, okay, well, here's, you know, there are named companies, there are named individuals. And as much as I didn't want to be dragged into this whole scene, I thought, well, look, you know, if there's something here, a few phone calls are going to establish whether there's anything in it. And I made a couple of phone calls to people I knew in the business. And one of them eventually, but this is people I knew in the PR side of the companies I was talking to, one of them tracked down George Trimble. It was actually through Lockheed Martin, because Martin Aircraft Company had obviously become part of what is now Lockheed Martin. And this contact, PR contact of mine, said, I've tracked down George Trimble. He doesn't want to be interviewed by you. In fact, he doesn't want to be contacted by you at all. And I'm suggesting to you, Nick, this is what the PR executive said, that you drop this story, because I don't know what it's about, but it's obviously, it's obviously, you're obviously up to no good, and it's going to get you into trouble. So I just recommend you drop it. Well, of course, you know, that is red rag to a bull. From that moment on, I hadn't really been into this story until then, but I certainly was now. And off I went. So, regrettably, what I found was, when I looked into this sort of mid-1950s scene, was that for all of these programs that were being discussed in America in the mid-1950s, which just petered away to nothing by the end of the 1950s. So by the early 1960s, it was like none of this had ever happened. I'd had some experience in Jane's of covering black programs at that time. Bear in mind that this was in the sort of late 80s, early 1990s. We'd had the big Reagan era ramp up of defense spending, particularly in the classified realm. We had aircraft like the F-117 that had been developed in the black. A colleague of mine, Bill Sweetman, who I'm sure many of you will know the name of, if not know personally. Bill was working at Jane's at the time, and we paired up on a lot of stories, and we covered the whole black world scene, which was very exciting at the time because there was plenty going on. There was not only was the 117 sort of beginning to emerge out of the black from the skunk works, but there was the B2, which was sort of semi-black. It was more grey than anything else. And then towards the end of the 80s, we got rumours of very exotic sounding, but very ethereal programs like Aurora, hypersonic, a putative hypersonic platform that was meant to replace the SR-71 Blackbird. All of these reports we looked at very carefully at Jane's, and Bill Sweetman and I particularly spent a long time looking into them. But they kind of led, beyond the ones that became public, which were predominantly the 117 and the B2. The others were very, they just, all of those stories kind of went everywhere and nowhere. But there was enough for me to know that this anti-gravity story had a kind of a tail, it began somewhere. And so annoyingly for me, because I really did not want to trace it back into World War II, but that was where many of these stories about anti-gravitational type technologies seem to originate. There were reports, as many of you will know, at the end of the Second World War in 1944 and 45, about Foo Fighters buzzing Allied aircraft over Germany. I looked into that. I found a very interesting paper in the US Air Force's files called Project Lusty, which stood for, as you can see here, Luftwaffe, secret technology. It was an interesting file to me because it hadn't been scrutinized much, if at all, at this point. And I'm going now probably to the mid-90s, I guess, when I took a look at it, maybe the late 90s. And it was full of raw intelligence data brought back by British and American technology plunder operatives in the field that brought these raw reports back of what the Germans had been up to in the advanced technology area. I was looking for a kind of smoking gun, to see whether there had been either reports of exotic disc-shaped aircraft or exotic propulsion technology. There was lots of very circumstantial evidence. There was talk of directed energy weapons, of which I was completely unaware. I was unaware that the Germans had been involved in directed energy at the time that I was looking into this stuff. There were plenty of reports of systems that would have gone into an integrated sort of disc-shaped aircraft, but there was nothing that remotely resembled a flying saucer itself. So somewhat disappointed, but not altogether surprised, I moved on to what I considered to be much more my bread and butter, which was up-to-date stuff. So if we sort of fast forward to the mid-1990s again, to the sort of 1996 field, I was first sort of apprised of what was going on in this whole area of gravity shielding by an article that came out in Britain's Sunday Telegraph, which you can see on the left. It was called "Breakthrough as Scientists Beat Gravity," and it was a sort of very pop Sletnov. I went on to meet Podkletnov later, and if I forget to mention that, perhaps we can come back to that in questions. But there was an amazing guy at BAE Systems. I know some of those in the audience out there tonight will know of the very redoubtable Ron Evans, who worked at BAE Systems and who was in charge of a small department, but he was in charge of a BAE-led enterprise called Project Greenglow. Ron invited Yevgeny Podkletnov to BAE Systems Walton plant in, I think it was about 1999 or 2000. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That was in the future. Back in '96, this Telegraph story told of Podkletnov's apparent achievement, which was to have caused weight reduction in objects above rotating superconductors on the order of sort of 2 to 3%. And I know, again, this is a subject very close to Tim's heart, because Tim and I have pored over Podkletnov's achievements or not over endless conversations, back at that time. But it was frustrating, because although other scientists, particularly at NASA and the University of Alabama, Huntsville, around that time were seeking to replicate what Podkletnov had been doing, as far as I'm aware, and I have been out of touch for a while, and I'm sure some of you at the end will be able to correct me, but no replication was successful, in part or in main, because those rotating superconductive disks could not be built to the integrity that was required. And Podkletnov always said that he had the kind of magic formula which only he knew, and that was why no one else was successful in doing all of this stuff. In amongst all of the people who were trying to replicate his activities, I met the mythical, almost, Ning Li at a quite a sort of seminal event in all of this, which was it was a conference on gravity and anti-gravity at the MITRE Corporation in just outside Washington, DC, and I think it was in 2003. And Ning Li was there. Actually, she was sort of presiding over it as the sort of the mistress, master of ceremonies. And I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with her afterwards. And of course, it wasn't that long after that event that she disappeared off the face of the globe, having received some, a not insubstantial amount of money from US Army Missile Command to develop her ideas. As I'm sure, again, many of you, or not most or all of you, will know that Ning Li actually passed away earlier this year in the summer. That was the first mention that I had seen of her in the sort of 15 years that she had literally disappeared off the face of the earth. So if any of you have any updates on what she'd been doing in the intervening 15 years, I'd be very interested to hear them. But my overriding recollection of her, she was very, I liked her. I thought she sounded a very principled individual. And so I was rather, personally, I was sorry that I had when I heard that she had passed away earlier this year. So moving on, Blackwell stuff. Okay, so in 1998, I made a documentary for the Discovery Channel and Channel 5 in the UK, which was called $1 Billion Secret. And $1 Billion Secret was sort of, again, I was quaking in my boots because I thought, if Janes don't fire me for doing this, you know, I don't know what I have to do to get fired. But it was really looking at the interface between deeply classified programs, and particularly what people said they were seeing over the desert southwest of the States in that sort of late 80s, early 90s time frame. And UFO lore, LORE, you know, to what extent did these two overlap? To what extent did they collide? It became a sort of less a kind of technological hunt, more a sort of getting into the mindset of both the people who were developing these programs, but also the people who were seeing what they saw in the sky. And it was really my sort of introduction to the world of ufology. I spent some considerable time, I mean, documentary filmmaking time, about a week in the San Luis Valley in Colorado. And there were farmers there who were, you know, I mean, you don't get much more down-to-earth people than farmers, but these people were being confronted almost daily by things they could not explain. You know, lights in the sky, their cattle were being mutilated. They really couldn't understand what was happening in their locale. And when I interviewed them about this, you know, they said, we just want answers. So it just happened that I had an interview booked in the middle of that week with General George Molnar, who was the head of research and development for the US Air Force at that time. And this was, again, about 1998. So I flew from the San Luis Valley to Washington, and I interviewed George on his last day in office. And we were specifically cleared to talk about black programs. So this was really interesting for me because, you know, every attempt I'd ever made before to talk about black world stuff had always been by talking to sources in darkened rooms, or, you know, sort of telephone calls from telephone boxes, and it was all very cloak and dagger. But here was George on his last day. He was sort of apparently quite demob happy, and happy to talk about all of these pesky questions that I had about black programs, you know, including things like Aurora. But when I walked into his office, and you know, he's incredibly friendly and welcoming. When I walked into his office, I said, "Hey, George," or General Molnar, "I've just come from the San Luis Valley, and there are all of these farmers who are reporting stuff in the sky which they really can't explain." I said, "Is that anything we should look to the Air Force as being responsible for?" And George said, as it says at the bottom of this slide here, he said, "Get me the name of the contractor, because whatever's out there has nothing to do with the US Air Force." Well, you know, I know enough and had known enough then to know that you can do an awful lot in the name of your country to obscure and hide black programs. That's perfectly permissible. So I didn't take George's denials at face value, but we did have a very interesting conversation about, you know, what was and what wasn't out there. And in the double speak that we sort of, the double speak language that we conversed in, it was very clear to me what the US Air Force at the time was looking for. And again, you'll see that quote here: things that push the envelope beyond where we're looking at next generation stealth, certain breakthrough weapons technologies, info war, spy satellites. And in fact, I even talked to him about Aurora, this putative Mark V SR-71 replacement. And he said something which was sort of, I don't know, teasing, beguiling, whatever, but it stuck in my mind, which was that there was a gap. There was a gap in satellite coverage between the generation of satellites which were basically analog and the digital generation of satellites that were coming on stream around about the time that the SR-71 was retired. And he sort of teasingly said to me, if there were such a gap and you needed to fill it with something, don't you think that we would have filled it with a platform that might just match the characteristics of Aurora? So, you pays your money and you takes your choice. And that may have been an admission that something was built, but hey, it might just have been smoke and mirrors again. And in this game, as many of you will know, you have to listen a lot and not jump to conclusions. And I think you also have to be very prepared to change your mind, because if you stick to a rigid viewpoint in this game, I think you're lost. I always say, particularly when looking at the whole UFO field, that I reserve my right to change my mind about the whole UFO scene and what it means at all times, because it is so teasing, beguiling, shifting and changing that I think only a fool, dare I say it, would stick to a very rigid position on it. So having sort of run out of steam talking to General Mulner and his ilk, I then found myself dragged back very reluctantly back to Nazi Germany, because somebody pointed out to me that a guy called SS General Hans Kammler, whom I'd never heard of until that point, but thinking I knew quite a lot about the history of the Second World War, I was surprised by that, because Kammler's position, he was a very senior ranking SS general at the end of the Second World War. His position was to, he had all of Nazi Germany's secret weapons programs, particularly in the aerospace field, under his control right at the end of the war. And so, it was pointed out to me that if anyone would have known what the Germans were up to at the end of the Second World War, it would have been SS General Hans Kammler. Well, sort of like, so what, I said. Well, they said, well, the interesting thing about Kammler is that he disappeared off the face of the earth at the end of the Second World War. Well, that got my attention, because in the 6 conflicting accounts of his death, any sort of, anyone worth their salt investigating these sorts of individuals will know that that is a sort of pretty good indicator that there is dirty work afoot. And sure enough, Kammler had disappeared off the face of the globe. These conflicting reports of his death were clearly designed to obfuscate the tracks that he left behind. He was, as I said, in charge of all of Germany's secret weapons programs right at the end of the war. And it was really in following up this sort of Kammler trail that I came across a piece of technology, if you can call it that, that was pointed out to me by a guy called Igor Witkowski, which many people will know now because it sort of has gone into mythology, really, in this whole area, and that is the Nazi bell. Igor Witkowski, who is a Polish journalist, he'd spent a long time investigating top secret German secret weapons programs at the end of the Second World War. Igor led me to this program. There was a physical location for it, which was in southwest Poland, modern southwest Poland, but which had, of course, been part of Nazi Germany at the end of the Second World War. And I flew out to see him. I think it was in the year 2000. It was just before, literally just before I had to deliver the book. But I managed to persuade my publishers to sort of delay publication by a few months because I thought this lead sounded interesting. I'd been quite wrapped up in the whole CAMLA story, and it seemed to be a sort of thread that came off the CAMLA story, because whatever this Bell program was that Igor was talking about was very much under CAMLA's purview. So I go out to this place, the Wenceslas mine, in it was a very sort of atmospheric evening. I think it was this time of year, so it was sort of November-ish, and it was dark and it was cold, and we'd spent the entire day driving down from Warsaw to get to this place, very tired at the end of the day. And then I come out sort of in the car's headlights as we drive into this complex, which is known as the Wenceslas mine. There is this sort of henge edifice, which you'll see at the bottom of the screen here, which has sort of become famous. But actually, you know, rather more prosaically, yeah, I said to Igor at the time, are you sure this isn't the base of a cooling tower? Because it could just as easily be the base of a cooling tower as it could be the test rig, as you're saying, Igor. It is for an anti-gravity type disc-shaped vehicle. Anyway, I covered the story. I wrote it up in a chapter in the book, and I leave floating the idea that you know, this edifice, this whole place, actually seemed, you know, much more in tune with the idea that the Germans were developing some kind of nuclear weapons capability in this particular area. And in fact, actually, that is the great untold story of all of this, and particularly CAMLA's rather unpleasant legacy, is that he was in charge of the SS's nuclear weapons program, which was quite separate from the, if you could call it, white world German atomic bomb program under Heisenberg. Bottom left there, you'll see the Heigerloch nuclear reactor, which was discovered by American forces. You can see in that picture right at the end of the war. The SS had been developing an entirely separate strand of nuclear weapons technology, which in that book you see in the middle, The Hidden Nazi, actually talks about what happened to CAMLA. I started working with the authors of that book shortly after the Hunt for Zero Point had been published, so probably in about 2004 or 5. I got in touch with, or actually Keith Chester, one of the authors, got in touch with me, and we started working the CAMLA angle. We were all very convinced that CAMLA had survived the war, that he'd probably done a deal with the Americans. I sort of hinted as much at the end of the Hunt for Zero Point. It was possible that he might have done a deal with the Russians. But these guys did a tremendous job. I left the project because I went on to do other things. They went on to finish that book, and they absolutely smashed it, if you'll allow the expression, because they found documentary evidence that showed that CAMLA had survived the war, that he had done a deal with the Americans indeed, which had kept him alive at least for a year after the end of the Second World War, and had obviously traded many secrets. Was anti-gravity one of them? No. I think we can safely say it wasn't. There is no smoking gun to any kind of German anti-gravity development effort. Now, whether there was something in the science and technology field at a very low, as we would call it nowadays, TRL level, technology readiness level, maybe, but nothing in the area of sort of ready, developed, maturely developed technology. But the CAMLA story is a fascinating one, and if anyone is minded to read it, I do urge you to, look at The Hidden Nazi. It's a good read. So a quick sort of word on what really came to be my kind of epilogue almost in the hunt, which was after the whole Nazi Germany thing. You know, where did I go next? Well, someone had told me about a guy at Lockheed Martin, Fort Worth, called Boyd Bushman. Boyd, who attracted some sort of unwelcome publicity. I mean, Boyd was a lovely guy. I first met him when I was doing that documentary, $1 Billion Secret, in the late 1990s, when he was still working for Lockheed Martin Fort Worth, whose entranceway you can see there in top right. And the PR guys at LM Fort Worth had set me up with Boyd because I'd asked when we were making the film $1 Billion Secret whether there was anyone working on any kind of exotic propulsion technology, and I think they were so scratching their heads that the only guy they could come up with was this senior scientist called Boyd Bushman. And to this day, I'm not entirely sure that they completely understood what Boyd was talking about, which is why I think they allowed him to talk to me. But Boyd was a complete maverick. He never towed the party line. He never towed the company line. He said what he wanted to say. And Boyd started telling me about John Hutchison. John Hutchison is, again, I'm well known to many of you.
Love John
Canadian
Hutchison.
inventor who had...
Can't wait to get him on this channel. It will happen.
By the Pentagon science team in the 1980s. Boyd said, if you want to know about anti-gravity, Nick, go and see this guy, John Hutchison. So I did. And John was interesting. He is a wild and crazy guy. He's even more wild and crazy now than he was then.
Yeah,
but,
he's definitely cross-dressing tranny sometimes, but absolute genius.
Alexander, who was working, I think, at the time for INSCOM, the U.S. Army's intelligence command. And John was, he said, through the equipment that he had put together in his lab, was able to levitate.
No, Daniel,
objects,
you're reverse engineering it in your mind. That's what we need to do more of.
He could make them lose weight. He could disrupt them, which was his terminology for sort of bending, sort of metal rods, transmuting metals from one element into another.
What brings you back to ground if there's no gravity?
On this trail, who could resist
this
motion, particularly when you're led to it by a senior scientist at the world's largest defense company. So off I trotted to see John, and he showed me his setup. But I came away thinking, this is sort of strange here. I'd had very little exposure at this point to anything beyond the sort of the nuts and bolts of anti-gravity. But it always struck me that John, who was such an intense individual, was somehow bound up in the experiments himself. In other words, there was something to do with John himself that was making all of these things happen, which he disputed because he wanted to be known, I'm sure he won't mind my saying this, as the great inventor. When I asked John Alexander about it, I said, what was your conclusion? You guys invested $50,000, which back in the 80s wasn't an inconsiderable amount, to look at his work. I said, what did you make of John's work? And he said, well, I always felt that John himself was part of this. It was his psychokinesis which was making all of this happen, which was kind of interesting because that was the conclusion that I'd come to as well. Finally, a sort of last word on Victor Schauberger, who was really part of the German story, but was another maverick in the vein of John Hutchison and Boyd Bushman. Victor Schauberger was a forester. He came to the SS's attention during the war. They tried to make him work for them, actually with some success. because the devices that he was building, which mimicked the way nature worked, and again, this was Boyd Bushman was very keen to talk to me in very elliptical sort of language sometimes about, you know, it's nature holds the clue to what you're looking for, Nick. And Schauberger was very much of that ilk as well. What nature can teach us is what finally will reveal and unveil truths about things. You know, and they were talking about, you know, sort of concepts which were very alien to me at the time. Again, this was late 1990s. You know, things like the void. I didn't know what the void was. I didn't really know what the vacuum was. I didn't know really what vacuum energy was. These were just sort of terms that were thrown around to me at the time. But when I was finally sort of led to go and see, or directed to go and see Hal Puthoff, whom again I went to see round about the end of sort of my research journey into the hunt. You know, Hal started talking about things like 0-point energy, and of course, you know, that in the end is where I took the book's title from. I knew that 0-point energy was fundamental to everything that was being discussed in the book. I just don't think I had a sort of very sort of firm handle at the time as to, you know, just how influential that science was on everything that I was writing about and covering, to be absolutely honest. I knew, though, that Hal was at this kind of nexus of all kinds of things. You know, not only was he the brave and heretical scientist who was talking about 0-point energy at a time when it was incredibly unfashionable, not to say heretical, in fact, but he was also, of course, instrumental in pulling together the CIA's and the DIA's and the US Army's remote viewing program, which was a psychic spying program set up in the 1970s, which ran for 15 years or thereabouts and was continuously funded throughout that time, which, you know, always to me was telling. You know, I in my job at Jane's, I always followed the money. I did that, you know, Woodward and Bernstein thing, because the money really spoke. If there was money there, you could bet your bottom dollar, literally, that there was substance to what was being funded. I mean, it didn't always pan out, but, you know, that was a fairly safe bet. And here was Hal funding Hal and Russell Targ being funded for a long time into remote viewing. And through all of that, actually, I came to meet quite a few of the remote viewers. In fact, after The Hunt was published in 2001, I got rung up by this, God knows how he got my number, but rung up by this guy who announced himself as Ingo Swann. And I knew Ingo Swann. I knew the name Ingo Swann because Hal had mentioned him. He was the chief, if you can call it that, chief psychic within the remote viewing program. Ingo was, you know, at one time lauded as the world's greatest psychic. And he had devised with Hal and others the protocols that allowed remote viewing to go ahead. So literally, it would be on the basis of coordinates. A coordinate would be given, and the remote viewer would be directed. His or her consciousness would be directed to that coordinate, and they would then seek to bring back impressions of the target area. So Ingo said to me, "I've read your book, The Hunt for 0 Point, and I'd like to discuss it with you. Do you ever come to New York?" So I said that I did, and the next time I was passing through, I went to see him, and we sort of struck up a friendship. And there am I, bottom right, talking to Ingo there in front of one of his paintings, because he was first and foremost an artist. And then when he died in 2013, his family asked whether I would like to write his sort of biography, a kind of definitive account of his life. And we looked at that for a month or two, and then decided that there was nothing usefully really that I could add that Ingo, who had written prolifically about his life, and others too, had already written about it. So I said, I'll pass on that. But in the meantime, we'd found 2 lost manuscripts of his, which went into some considerable depth on Ingo's take on consciousness, and they'd not been published before. And I offered to sort of edit them, put them into this volume, which we call Resurrecting the Mysterious, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. And that was published actually finally only last year. But what all of this stuff was beginning to do was sort of direct me towards consciousness as being a sort of interesting area for examination, a long way from the nuts and bolts of my aerospace defense reporting. But everything seemed to be sort of shepherding me in this direction. So much so that all the research that I sort of managed to gather by 2019, I felt not confident enough to put into a non-fiction book. But I did feel confident enough, in fact, actually, I felt compelled enough to write it in fiction form in a book called The Grid. And The Grid takes sort of the remote viewing angle, but it also seeks to ask what would happen if you could build technology out of the skill set that remote viewers essentially used. So is there some technological application of what Hal and others, Ingo and others, were doing in the remote viewing area that could give you the ultimate surveillance system that basically knew everything, right down to what you were thinking? And that's what The Grid was about. And I sort of thought I would actually leave it there and move on to other things, and which I was fully intending to do until, well, this happened. 2017, December the 16th, the New York Times publishes this story, Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, will be aware of it. Who isn't? It is. It was extraordinary, really. And I'm just going to take a pause and grab a glass of water before I go on, because up until then, like I say, all of this is and was incredibly taboo. In my field, it was really taboo. I felt I could take the whole subject of anti-gravity as far as I could without being fired. In fact, I probably should just, postscript that. Of course, I came back to Jane's after I wrote The Hunt for Zero Point, and I wasn't fired, amazingly, but for me personally, I'd sort of kind of moved on. It was, after you've done a story as exciting as that, some of the things that I had been really excited about until then didn't seem quite so exciting. The sort of nuts and bolts of, aerospace and defense reporting didn't quite have the appeal that it had. But I really left this whole subject alone. But when this story came out in the New York Times, it had this remarkable effect, really, which was it suddenly liberated me, and I think it probably liberated an awful lot of people, to know that what was previously taboo was now acceptable in the kinds of circles that I was reporting on to discuss. Because here was the US Navy being buzzed by something or things it had no rational explanation for. It was talking about it openly. It was saying that it was baffled. There was a real sincerity about it that I'd not detected before. There was no apparent deception or manipulation. This looked like genuine stuff. And then you had the New York Times reporting it. So suddenly it's kind of like open season. You know, all of this stuff that I'd not previously been able to discuss in polite company was now freely available to talk about. And I think it's had the most remarkable effect on the community. And, you know, God bless Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal and, you know, the people who wrote this story, revealing the existence of ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program within the Pentagon that had looked at unidentified aerial phenomena, aka UFOs, since I think 2008, when it was first funded. Because suddenly we could all talk about this stuff. You know, if the Pentagon's doing it, if the US Navy is talking about it, well, you know, we can too. And as you all know, there was then sort of a trajectory from December the 16th, 2017, right up until June the 25th, I think it was, of this year, when the ODNI, the Office of the ODNI report, anyway, to Congress was released. I read it like everyone else did, and, you know, sort of partly in frustration, infuriated that, you know, it hadn't got into the weeds and the depths of it, certainly, or at least in the unclassified version that I saw, that you know, it just left so many questions really left open. But its significance to me was that it existed or had existed at all, and that it was not dismissing UFOs as a thing, as you know, previous reports had done. And you know, Project Blue Book was closed in 1969 because there was supposedly nothing to see. There was no threats to national security, etc., etc. All of this, to my mind, was turned on its head with this ODNI report back in June. Lots of questions. Perhaps if there's time at the end, we can, you know, talk about some of them. Things that came to my mind was, you know, where was the US Air Force in all of this? I mean, it has such a peripheral mention, and not surprising, really, because as anyone who's ever done any due diligence into the subject knows, the US Air Force has been all over the UFO story since the very beginning. But in the ODNI report, it was sort of made out that, you know, the only data that was really worth looking at had been since 2004. And, you know, so that anything pre-2004 was sort of just, you know, a sort of dark hinterland that sort of wasn't worth exploring. Well, that, again, to my mind, is where a lot, if not all of the, or a great deal of the interesting stuff has taken place. So we can talk about that, I hope, a little bit if there is time, Tim, in Q&A. But it is, you know, the cat's out of the bag, the genie's out of the bottle. There is no putting the cork back on the bottle. This thing is now out there, and it isn't all about, and in fact, actually, if you listen to the DoD, it is nothing to do with what has been developed in secret by you guys. I think we can discuss that, but you know, the key takeaway is that there is a phenomenon here which defies, you know, what most people would say is, you know, explainable by things we know and understand. It is not. This is baffling stuff, and it is the great question of our age. I think. Reality. Why have I put this slide up, and why have I put Don Hoffman up here? Well, when that report came out, as it did in June, you know, I'd been intrigued by UFOs for a while. I'd sort of kept it pretty, you know, not too many people I told, but like, you know, many people, I was interested in it all, and it struck me that, you know, the whole reason that we haven't made as much progress on the subject as perhaps we should have is because a lot of people had looked at it as a nuts and bolts phenomenon. You know, this was technology and should be examined as a technological issue and a technological problem. I really questioned that. I thought, well, if it was, you know, a strict nuts and bolts problem to do with extraterrestrials visiting us from other star systems or wherever, which it might well be, by the way, but only as a subset of a bigger whole. You know, why hadn't that delivered answers? I thought a much more interesting route, given that I had now become interested in the whole consciousness thing, was to look at the UFO phenomenon through the lens of the way we perceive reality. And so I went on a sort of a bit of a trawl and a bit of a hunt to see if I could find people who could help me. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a writer, I'm a journalist, but I'm a curious individual. And I wanted a model that could help explain reality in a way that might explain what UFOs were or are. And I came to Don Hoffman because he presented reality in a very interesting allegorical way, which is basically that we should think of reality.
No, Campbell is not in here yet, sadly.
The relationship we have to reality with the relationship we have with a computer screen. I am gazing at my computer screen now. I'm looking at the interface, the screen itself. I'm looking at some icons on it. I don't need to understand the software. I don't need to understand the hardware, but I can click on icons and
use it wisely.
Basically do whatever I want to do through the interface, which is sort of what Don Hoffman is saying about reality, which is that we have developed a relationship with reality wherein it gives us no more than we need for our survival. So the icons on our screen, our user interface, are all associated with survival, and we have filtered out things that are not necessary or germane to our survival because we don't need them. We don't need psychic ability in our daily lives because if we were tuned into the deeper realms, as Don Hoffman calls them, it would blow our minds. There would be so much information coming into our minds that we wouldn't be able to handle it. And I think
unless you take a psychedelic like acid.
It's a very useful model to understand reality and to look on it as a way of probing the UAP sphere in a way that I think it should be. So Don is even trying to unpick that screen mathematically to understand its workings, to allow us to explore some of the deeper realms technologically. But in the meantime, he's saying that there are methods that allow us to do that. I mean, one of them is remote viewing. Another one is through psychedelic drugs or meditation.
There we go.
Near-death experiences. I mean, there are a number of
Truth
ways
be told,
into the interface, which Don Hoffman says are sort of kind of, you know, interim steps pending the development of technology that will allow us to get there. And yeah, in some ways, all of this was a bit scary to me because I'd been writing it in fiction form in the grid sometime before I came across Don Hoffman. But hey, you know, it is what it is, and this is sort of where I am at the moment. Last slide. So you know, for some time now, I've been looking at, you know, models of sort of trying to understand through models of my own how we might understand this interface. And I've got a sort of schematic here. It's, don't take it literally, but you know, if we could take a slice through consciousness, and if it gave us the sort of the depth planes of existence that you can sort of see in the right there, we would sit somewhere on that spectrum. At the very sort of high frequency end, you've got some stuff going on, which obviously is...
I'm only talking over myself. This isn't going into Zoom. This is only Streamyard that you can hear this. I'm not actually interrupting anyone.
Then lower dimensions, and you know, where we sit on that spectrum is anyone's guess. But somewhere and somehow in this picture, we have extruded, I think, you know, organized matter in a universe that is very fine-tuned to us, and the things that we see on the interface, which, as I said, per Don Hoffman, are normally geared to our survival. So they would, those icons would be, you know, warmth, water, reproductive sex, you know, call it what you will, that whatever it is that we need for our continued survival. Every now and again, we get a rogue icon on that interface. We get a UFO, we get a cryptid, we get a ghost, we get we get something we can't explain on that interface. And science, or at least mainstream science, has not wanted to look at that because it is, again, it's taboo. We're back in that, with that T word again. But
the rocket ain't going to get you anywhere. We all know that.
Look at those rogue icons. It is missing a trick, because I think the only way, and I'm not the first person to say this, I mean, there are some very eminent ufologists and investigators of the phenomenon. I'm thinking particularly of Jacques Vallée, you know, who I think would probably go some way to towards agreeing with the fact that there is a strong consciousness element to the whole UAP, UFO story, which has sort of, it's been neglected. And I think that now is the time to look at this, and I think that now the genie is out of the bottle, since that
See
2017
the mute button right
New York
here?
Times
I'm
story
not
about
interrupting
UAP. You know, we need to get science as a whole. I mean, not just the military. This isn't just a military issue. I mean, it's partly one, because these things that appear, they may be benign, they may not be. It's an intelligence problem. We need to know. But it's time that the whole of science was brought in to look at this. And you know, if that's what I can sort of leave us all with, and as I wind down here, it is that thought that this is a whole of science problem. And I think we're getting much closer to mainstream science sort of embracing the idea that there is a phenomenon here that needs to be looked at, but we're not quite there yet. So some more work needs to be done. I realize I'm probably way over time, Tim, and I'm sorry, but that, for the moment, is the end of my little ditty. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you, sir. Thank you. Again, this is a tremendous honor to have you here and speak for us. So let me do this. I'm going to stop you sharing, and let me remove the spotlight there. And sorry, Zoom controls getting in my way. Let me turn on gallery view, and everyone, please give Nick Cook a tremendous applause.
Yeah, Nick Cook is great.
It's been a real joy. I mean, you know, you guys. Awesome. Yeah, Tim, you've been you know, an unsung hero of this whole thing for decades. So it's a real joy to be on and talking about this stuff with you today.
Well, thank you. And, yeah, I mean, again, your work, you really helped. You've defined so many terms, right? I think so much of this culture comes out of what you've done, and you've uncovered things, you've broken stories. I mean, there's so many little bits and pieces that all come directly from you, right? I mean, I think the best known one is this Nazi Bell story or mythos or whatever you would call it, right? And that all comes from this book. So you really helped shape a lot of this stuff. But
well, thank you. I mean, I'm not sure. In the end, I'd like to be remembered as the sort of the father of the Nazi Bell, but hey, it'll do. It's okay.
Well, yeah, no, I would.
I think you're the father for rediscovering it, not for building it. That was the Nazis.
Actually, you recommended that I read the Holland's Commer book also, and that had a lot more material on it as well. So, well, let's go to Q&A. So I saw a couple of hands go up, and it looks like they've gone down. So again, if you guys want to do Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Let's go to Robert DBS first. Sir?
Unmute myself here.
There you go, Robert.
Okay. I've given a number of presentations in Tom Vallone's Kofi conferences concerning the use of zero-point energy as a source of propulsion. Basically using something... a Casimir wedge. And the concept, there have been a number of papers written on it. Can I share the screen here? I have parts of PowerPoint that I gave.
That might be something for another time. Maybe we can add that to an open session. Was there any way to kind of condense, I guess, your thought?
Okay, let me do it without any kind of PowerPoint. Basically, you have a wedge, and the theory says that there are forces that are perpendicular to the wedge faces. Okay, electromagnetic, they can be derived mathematically, and if you do just add vectorially these forces, you get a force that originates at the origin of the wedge and goes along the wedge bisector. Essentially, what you have is a lateral force. And I'm working with Dr. Thorsten Ludwig in Germany, and we have an atomic force microscope experiment that we're working on. And I'd be willing to give a presentation sometime.
Robert, let me redirect you, and because this actually what you're describing now would actually be wonderful for an open session. But what can I help you with in terms of questions for Nick?
Well, okay, it's more of a comment. He's talking about a top-down sort of view of 0 point, and mine is sort of a bottom-up way of viewing it. And atomic, basically, the theory already exists.
Okay. Well, yeah, I would say let's put a pin in that. Yeah, I definitely want to explore this. I think that we can come back to this in, definitely like later today and possibly like.
I probably won't be here later today, so it'll have to be some future session.
That sucks.
Let's do that.
Bro.
Let's do that. Absolutely. And I know Thorsten, actually. I've met him several times. So, but let me go to my phone next. And again, Robert, thank you. And I apologize for cutting you short. But
okay, thank you. Yeah, it's Mikhail Timman, but just changed by this thing. I have a question to Nick. First of all, wonderful presentation, Nick. It's great to have you here. My question for you, Nick, is when you spoke to Boyd Bushman in one of your documentary, did you ever get a chance to ask him about the ARV, the Alien Replica Vehicle, which Mark McCandlish had released long, the schematics was released long time back? And my second question for you, Nick, is again about Boyd Bushman. In one of the documentary, The Hunt for 0 Point itself, he was referring to, we have to listen to the nature. Did you get a chance to ask Boyd Bushman in more detail about what did he mean about, in terms of connecting with the nature and other aspects. I thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Boyd was a fascinating character, and I got to know him quite well actually after I interviewed him for that film, the documentary I made, $1 Billion Secret. It's interesting. You're talking about the language he used. And I remember listening to Boyd to begin with thinking, this is really poetic. I mean, it sounds really poetic, but I didn't understand a word he was talking about, to be absolutely honest. And that's my bad now, because I realized if I could have had a conversation now with Boyd, sort of, having explored some of the things that I've been exploring more recently, I think I would have had a much more interesting conversation with him. But, Boyd was way in advance, I think, of a lot of people and the way they were thinking about all of this. I don't know what he meant by the whole that wonderful phrase he used about nature talking to us on many domains, and but I could probably hazard a guess now, which is, as we look at, as I was saying, sort of towards the end of the presentation, the whole UAP area, the nuts and bolts issue, just looking at this as purely as a physical phenomenon is insufficient to give us the answers, and therefore we have to come at it from other directions, and that is why it is, to my mind, not just a science issue. It is a multi-dimensional issue, and not just of science. So we have to get philosophy engaged. We have to get psychology engaged. We have to get all of the sciences engaged to help us shed clues on what these things are and how and why they are appearing in our airspace. I think Boyd, were he alive now, would be an amazing person to have in that team. It would have been the job of a moderator. Tim, good luck on this. It would have been a job of the moderator to try and keep him on track, because he could hair off in all sorts of wonderful directions. But he was an amazing guy. It was a pity that towards the end of his life, he sort of, I think, started to become obsessed with some rather sort of sensational things, which didn't, when I saw them on YouTube and the like, did not, that was not the Boyd I knew. The Boyd I knew was a very rigorous scientist. And I'm not saying that I don't, I'm disrespecting what he said about, aliens at Area 51 and what have you. But that didn't seem to me to be like the Boyd that I knew.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Let me go to Michael Boyd next. Michael?
Hey there. First, I just wanted to point out for everyone that Ron Keith is holding up a copy of The Hunt for Zero Point.
Well, good man. That's fantastic. Thank you, Ron. I know I can always count on Ron.
So I have some. I'm curious about your thoughts on consciousness. So would that be okay for me to ask you some questions about that?
Yeah, by all means. Yeah.
So this concept of consciousness, the first question I would have is, do you think consciousness survives after death? Or put another way, is consciousness non-local?
Well, Michael, I can speak to
higher
this
dimensional.
Because, I
love answering that one, Mike.
At the time, I thought I'd take a punt on the BICS, the Bigelow Institute of Consciousness Studies competition about that very question: can consciousness survive permanent bodily death? So I threw my hat in the ring back in February, whenever it was, and to my enormous surprise, found that I sort of made it through to the next round. And then to my even more fundamental surprise, 2 weeks ago, was told that I was one of the 29 awardees. So
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm thrilled because it means I've booked my place to Las Vegas, and so I'm very much.
So you're a subject matter expert now.
Well, it's rather frightening to think that, I might possibly be. But what I sort of glossed over, I suppose, in the talk was that after I wrote that thriller, The Grid, I actually got a research grant to enable me to look into the whole consciousness thing, because I was so interested in it. I've become so fascinated by the whole area, having written the novel, that I thought I'd really like to research this properly. But why? I'm an aerospace guy. That's my background, my field. But I got a grant to research it, and I did for 2 years. And then, even more extraordinarily, but people who sort of know a thing or two about consciousness know that synchronicity is all sort of a part of this. Is that at the time that I finished this research, and I didn't know what to do with it, and I had 2 years worth of research on consciousness. I didn't know what to do with it. Then Bigelow holds the Biggs contest, and I'm able to pile all of this stuff into that. And I feel now, I say in my essay, I'm an interloper here, because sure enough, pretty much all the other winners have got PhDs or their MDs or whatever. But I said, if there's one thing I can do, possibly, it's I'm a communicator. And I felt that a lot of the concepts and ideas and about consciousness that I would read about was, to my mind, quite arcane. I mean, it's discussed in very elliptical ways. It is, because no one understands what consciousness is. So that's a fair thing. But
it's called metaphysics.
What I tried to do in my essay was use things like the analogy that I spoke to about Don Hoffman and the computer screen. You're asking me about, do I think that consciousness survives permanent bodily death? I do, because that's what I wrote in my essay. And I'd be very happy to share my essay with anyone here who wants to read it. They've not been released yet.
So my reason for asking that is I actually did enter the essay contest myself. I didn't win anything, but I did, in advance of my question, post a copy of my essay in the chat session. So I would request you please download it and take a look at it. And essentially what I'm curious about is, my next question was, do you think consciousness is limited to humans? Or do animals and, say, plants and other forms of life have consciousness too?
Yeah, I didn't go into this in depth in the essay, but I did. I think it's ubiquitous. I think it's everywhere. I think everything has a little bit of consciousness. And I know that's the panpsychist.
That's the Or theory, right?
So sort of along that lines, my other question was, do you think the universe is conscious?
I do, yeah, in a word.
Interesting. So I would request you to check my essay out. I include links there to some videos. Curiously, I found in my research there's mine focused on ghosts, because ghosts are something where you can collect data from it in the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's something you can actually collect hard data on.
Sure.
So I noticed a lot of videos of pet ghosts. And then the other thing I noticed that I found interesting is what survives death seems to be related to feelings. So people that suffer trauma, they will, they'll be angry or something, or are people that are happy. Like I saw a lot of ghost videos of dogs where the dogs were playing, live dogs and ghost dogs were playing, and their tails are wagging, so you can tell they're happy. You follow? So those are some of my observations, and so that's basically what I was curious about, is your thoughts on consciousness. I also think, finally, the final thing I would say is, I noticed that and this relates to the UFOs, things like the Tic Tacs. It seems like ghosts can do space-time metric engineering, like we see in the Tic Tac. So making right turns.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Michael. Let me
Read your piece, Michael. Thank you.
So let me go, and I know Jeremy he is far more aerospace focused. So let me focus back in with Jeremy Reese here. Jeremy. There we go.
I don't know if you can hear me. It's kind of loud here, and
Yeah. Can you turn your camera on, Jeremy?
I can't. I don't know what's going on with my unless I exit out of Zoom. So that's
okay. What was your question for Nick, Jeremy?
Sorry about that. Nick, thank you for joining the conference. I had a question about, and now I forgot it. I think there's so much going on around me here, man. I wish I could turn my camera on so you could see this. We had it set up before.
See, Nick, you have everyone starstruck. That is the problem. They're forgetting questions. They're
I'm erasing their memories.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
So, the question was, I forgot. I was just he was just talking about, or Michael Boyd was talking, and then Michael Boyd just took so long. I was like, oh, sorry. I'll come back to it.
Yeah, come back to it. Let me go to Jeremiah Pop next. Jeremiah he's been thinking. I can tell you.
Yes, I have to ask Nick, because it's funny. We've been having conversations here, and with calls between myself, my girlfriend, and many other people across the world, typically about the nature of consciousness post-death. And we've had discussions that range all the way from microtubules as a mechanism of producing scalar geometric fields to other types of influenced photon types of interactions that might persist for a super long time, that are matter-like in a manner of speaking. And of all nature of the discussions, we've never been able to narrow down a mechanism of action, a mechanism of where these fluxes or fields go, or what exactly they're affecting in terms of, what is the mechanism that would allow, say, consciousness or some kind of complex geometric field produced by the human experience, or the mind in this case, what form would it exist in? That's really what I wanted to know. And I also wanted to mention if, Nick, you have any papers at all relating to this subject, or post-death consciousness, I would be extremely interested if you would send them. I'm going to go ahead and send you right now a message, PM. My email address is there. So I'd be very, very interested to hear more about that and do deeper research, because that's been a hot topic for the last week. It's just funny to even hear it being, talked about, and I guess apparently a lot of people are interested in it, not just us.
I think, Nick, this may be your next book.
Well, I'm still struggling here, because my motto is stick to what you know, and I'm not sure that I do know a tremendous amount about this, but I just do find it endlessly fascinating. So, Jeremiah, to answer your second question first, which is, do I have any papers on it? The only paper I've got is the Bix essay that I just got this award for. So, which I'm very happy to share. It's not been posted yet on the Bix website. So I'm just asking people who do. Tim, I'll send it to you. Maybe you can send it to people.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Afterwards. But I'm just saying.
I empty my email address to Nick. So in the chat, if you check that, and click on it,
okay.
Highlight my email address in there. You just copy paste it. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I can forward it to Nick as well.
That would be awesome. Thanks.
Perfect.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I will happily share it with you, Jeremiah. And I'm just asking people, please don't share it any further for the moment until it's publicly released, which it will be, I guess, in a week or two.
It's understood, absolutely. We'll keep it on the down low.
And rather than go into your first question, I'm hoping that actually your first question will be answered when you read the essay. I mean, it really it expands on everything that I really researched for those 2 years that I was looking at consciousness. It just happened that a slice of it was about the post-death component. So I hope you find it interesting, and I certainly welcome your comments when you've read it.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That answers all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to, so Jeremy, let me go back to you. I will go back to, or Brenda's screen. Okay.
Okay, so now you got my video here. I'm at the conference, and you guys can see a little bit. My question was actually about Boyd Bushman, and I heard that there was 2 Boyd Bushmans from David Sereda when I interviewed him. He mentioned there were actually 2 different guys with the same name, Boyd Bushman. And you talked like the earlier Boyd was so much different than the later Boyd. Was he just talking about that, or were there actually 2 physical people with that same name?
God, I don't know. That's a new one on me. I mean, it sounds a little bit like, Paul McCartney. Was there a sort of duplicate Paul McCartney out there who, the real Paul McCartney was killed and was replaced by someone else? To my knowledge, there was only one Boyd Bushman. When I referred to 2 Boyd Bushmen, I was really sort of saying that the one I knew was very different from the one that I saw talking about aliens at Area 51 towards the end of his life. That's what I meant. If there was another one, I mean a physical Boyd Bushman, I am unaware of it.
Yeah, thanks. I had never heard of that one before too, and David mentioned it, so I was wondering if
I suspect it was metaphorical. I mean, Boyd, Boyd invented the Stinger missile back in the 50s, I think, right? Yeah. So he was very rigorous. He was this rigid part of the establishment, and then in his later years, his personality shifted. He got into out there. So I guess a metaphor. Let me go to Carl next. Carl.
Hey Nick, thanks so much. This was a great presentation. Thanks, Tim. I have so many questions. The realm of consciousness is really fascinating. Did you talk at all about Laplace's demon and the idea of the universe being aware atomically of everything in its composition?
Carl, I didn't quite hear what you said at the first half of the question. I heard the part about it, was about the universe being aware. But
Laplace's demon.
No. No. Not in those terms. The idea to me that the universe is aware does certainly resonate with me. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist, so I've struggled to try and articulate, how the mechanisms for how that could be. So my models are pretty simple, really, but I subscribe to the idea that the universe is essentially holographic. I subscribe to the idea that we may have mechanisms that are holographic too, that resonate with the universe at large to provide some channels of communication which allow, I suppose in sort of millennial parlance, would be downloads. We get intuitive senses from nowhere, apparently. I mean, we all do, I know. I mean, as a writer, I find that, perhaps at times when I'm in the midst of, some written thought and I'm banging away at the keyboard, a thought will come to me, and I have no idea where that thought comes from. But it seems to me that not only is it coming from non-local space, but it is quite often associated with a question that I put out there. And it's very easy to be seduced by, perhaps, a sort of this idea that everything revolves around me, and therefore, what I put out there is coming back to me personally. But I know plenty of people who test it on that basis, who will throw a question out and then wait for the answer to come back. The trickiness to me is that, and this is where I probably could do with Boyd Bushman, the language that the universe speaks does not appear to be if we can call it a two-dimensional language that we use. It is on a plane that is utterly bizarre. And that, I think, in a way, is where the UFO phenomenon fits as well. I personally believe that there is a symbolic aspect to UFOs, a non-literal aspect to them, a metaphorical aspect to them. That, plenty of people I know who've had encounters will report that they feel that the encounter, the appearance of the UFO, has been meant for them personally. That there has been something in that sighting, the encounter, that they were driven to look into a portion of the sky, and there was this thing, and it was apparently speaking to them. But speaking how? It's not, it's not using a megaphone to communicate. Sometimes they do, but more often than not, it's not. It appears to be symbolic in some sense, and that, I think, is the language that the universe uses, that highly symbolic, and we haven't learnt to decipher it yet. But somehow, that is the task before us, which means that it's not just given, I think, therefore, to physicists to master this, but, as I said earlier, to people from many disciplines who can, in a multidisciplinary way, shed light on this, which is what I think we have to do. I'm sorry, I probably didn't answer your question, but...
You answered 20 of my questions, beyond which I'd gladly turn it over to the group, but thank you so much for that, because I really do agree with a lot of those ideas, and think they resonate with things that we observe in the world that don't have explanations or easily or can be easily explained. So, but I would turn it over to the group, and thank you so much, Mr. Duff.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Paul. Okay, I had myself muted. Okay, I was just saying thank you. Okay, he was nodding like he heard me. Okay, I was going to say, Bernie, would you like to ask the next question?
Thank you. So first off, Nick, you are amazing. Thank you so much for everything you have done. I'm just wondering, would it be possible to schedule and book you for a interview stream, a follow-up with myself and Jeremy at a later date, so that we can go further into consciousness?
Yeah, Bernie, for something like that, let's do this again. Let's put a pin in that. Bernie, if you can email that to me, I know you just emailed me last week. Send that to me. I will forward that over to Nick, and we'll see. And we'll do it that way.
I'd be happy to, Bernie. By the way, that's perfectly.
So my question/comment is more about looking at consciousness as a scalable dimension, or existing through higher dimensions and lower dimensions, and from like a cellular level in like a 1 or 2D to existing like remote viewers, for instance, that they would be in a 4th or 5th dimensional consciousness where they're existing throughout space-time or localized space-time. And then anything of like a demigod or higher would be like a 5th, 6th, 7th, who knows how far up we go. But in our 3rd dimensional consciousness that is Earth, human of free will, and 2D would be emotional, good or bad, surviving. 3D is free will thinking. And then 4 is when you dream, or when you have your out of body or whatnot, the quantum mechanic, or through
traveling through space-time, essentially.
Well, Bernie, your thoughts on that are probably in advance. Well, in fact, I can categorically say they're some way in advance of my own. I mean, in the sense that, like you, I share the view that entities, if you would like to claim that, exist on a spectrum. We humans exist on a spectrum, and there are entities, I believe, that resonate and operate and exist at higher frequency, and there are those that operate and exist at lower frequency. I believe that. How that works, I haven't got too far into. Do think that probably in our, well, let me backtrack. Like I say, I was lucky enough to know and work with for a while Ingo Swann, the godfather of remote viewing, and you know, Ingo's mantra was that, you know, we are all a little bit psychic. It's just that not all of us either choose to turn that capacity or ability on, or you know, it doesn't get turned on for us. But it's all latent. It's latent in all of us. So, you know, some of us see it and some of us don't. Some of us have, quotes, the gift, and some don't. But I do think that, you know, before we became, quotes, civilized, that as a species we probably had it ingrained or inbuilt into us more readily than we do at present. So, you know, I can well believe, or I find it easier to believe, that in our distant past we were more in tune to those dimensions, higher and lower, than we are today. So that's probably right now about as far as I could go. But in essence, I think we're on the same page.
Awesome. Thank you, Bernie, and thank you, Nick, as well, because that interests me as all the consciousness questions. I mean, with your background in aerospace and all the research, so that's why I was like, wow, everybody's
yeah.
So
well, it's funny. It's like everyone, I think, wants to talk about it now, because in whatever domain, you know, you work in, or you study in, or you teach in, you know, it seems to be creeping more and more into all of our work. And rightly so. You know, I mean, the mere fact that I've come to it, you know, I've stumbled into it late in life, but you know, it is just, it's endlessly fascinating, and it just does seem to provide some clues to enigmas that are, you know, have baffled us for a long time. UAPs being one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me go to Harold next. Harold, you've had your hand up for a while and you've been patiently waiting, sir.
Yes, thank you. Great explanation. I want to ask you one question relevant to consciousness and how we apply to aerospace. Now, notice on your explanation for universal consciousness that you have there, you know, in the last slide that you have. Now, my question for you is this.
Oh, it's a cliffhanger. Okay. Oh, there we go.
This yogi experience, you know, a great awakening, and they feel like great consciousness, and they feel part of the universal consciousness. That's one part, you know, out of curiosity. Now, the second part is, now, as part of, where does it fit in your explanation for consciousness, and how would something like that, and if it, have you done any investigation, how would that apply to, let's say, artificial intelligence, to apply for controlling aerospace weapons and aerospace vehicles?
Well, I will. I'm going to defer to some of the people who I've spoken to about this, and in fact, I think that you've had one of them on Apec here. You've had Jack Sarfati on, haven't you, Tim?
Yeah. Jack was on, I think, our September 11th conference.
Okay. So Jack blends the two areas very well and seamlessly in that he postulates that, let's use Tic Tac as an example, that the Tic Tac uses a metamaterial hull, which acts both as the interface with for the space time metric engineering principles that allow it to do all the things that UAPs and UFOs do, turn on a dime, cloak, accelerate from 0 to fantastic speeds in the blink of an eye. I mean, so all the things that we see an exotic aerospace vehicle, a UFO or a UAP do, is explainable by Jack's metric engineering of the metamaterial hulled UFO. But he also says that the metamaterial too acts in the way that a microtubule does in the cell structure as an interface with consciousness, which presupposes that consciousness, of course, is exterior to the brain and the body. It is something that is all around us, and that which we are in some sense turned on to. And so, for those who are unaware of Jack's thesis, it is that Tic Tac is a conscious AI computer which has come back from the future to interface with us. And so, there must be many ways that consciousness and aerospace can interact and coexist. But the way Jack explains it is probably the best that I can get my head around and give to you, Harold, because it took me a while to understand how those two things might possibly be related. But I think Jack explains it probably in the best way that I can see.
Well, he did a good job when he gave that presentation. That's part of what I'm asking for you to expand. But do you know how actively the military is studying that part of consciousness to apply, for actual applications in controlling weapons, airplanes, fighter airplanes? Because it seems to me like the aerospace technology is moving in that area in which, to avoid the capture of a pilot by enemy forces, send the airplane with artificial intelligence to do the war fighting. Any programs actively involved in that that you are aware of?
Well, I'm not aware of them. I mean, I suspect that if they exist, they would be very secret. I postulated in that novel that I spoke of, The Grid, the existence of a technology that is able to effectively do what remote viewing does, but through a machine. And I don't think that is too far from the bounds of possibility, actually. If everything that we do, now, in the past and in the future, is imprinted in some sense in the fabric of space and time, which I suspect it is, then it must be retrievable. I mean, if it is retrievable by psychics, and if it is imprinted at the subatomic level, let's say, at the quantum level, then there must be, I mean, whether we've invented it now or will at some point in the future, some means, in theory, for retrieving it. That being so, it would be incredibly secret to my mind. The joy of having got to where I am, having done what I've done, which was, I've worked in a very nuts and bolts publication, James, but it gave me access to, some extraordinary technologies that were being pursued by the military, many of them highly, highly secret. So I suspect that everything that we're talking about would be in that same realm. Having said that, I do think that because science has for so long poo-pooed the idea that consciousness is exterior to the brain, that there would be many circles in official military realms that would be really against this whole idea. It would run so counterintuitive to their training that, you know, for all its secrecy and for all I think the breakthroughs that this area can yield, there would be many people who would just dismiss it as fanciful. So somewhere on those two extremes, you know, you've got people dismissing it as idiotic and fanciful, but at the same time, you've got people who probably see its utility in breaking through into extraordinary areas of new weapons, new aerospace vehicles, new surveillance technologies, new computing systems. Somewhere on that spectrum, you know, the truth resides, but I have no idea where it is.
Well, thank you. Great answer. A lot of food for thoughts and speculation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, so let's do this then. Let's go to Sean Logan, and we've only got about 10 minutes left here. We'll try and squeeze in Sean and Carl and Thomas and Mikhail, but let's go to Sean next. Sir?
Yeah, my question is, when you were studying the anti-gravity research in the 1950s, did you come across the work of a physicist named John Wheeler? And can you tell us about the work that he was doing in relativity?
I know who John Wheeler is or was, but I didn't study him in any depth during my research into the Hubble Zero Point, unfortunately. So I will duck that question if you don't mind, Sean. There are many better people who can answer it than me, unfortunately. But thank you for the question.
Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you, Sean. Let me go back to Carl quickly.
Hey, thanks so much for this, Nick. One question really fast, but I don't want to be rude. I think Paul had his hand up, and I wanted to make sure to bring attention to his question if he's still there. But Nick, in terms of remote viewing, it would help, I think, a lot of people kind of come to terms with this if we knew of historical evidence of its use to develop technology or science or aerospace. If we have an accounting that it precedes our current generation of people, historical accounting, do you know of anything of those regards?
Sorry, Carl, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Could you just put it to me one more time? You're asking me
any historical accounts of remote viewing being used for aerospace advancement, science and technology that we can look to in a previous generation, say, yeah, a remote viewer was associated with something concrete that developed here on Earth.
Well, I don't know if I saw his name up here, but Charles Chase, who was head of revolutionary programs at Skunkworks, and I've had the joy and pleasure of knowing Charles for four years or so, because he runs a fabulous workshop at MIT on propulsion physics, like you do, Tim. But one of the sessions that I attended there, in fact, I think it was the first one that I attended, which must have been 2 or 3 years ago, that very question came up, which was that one of the presenters, and I forget who it was, but was talking about technology that is remote viewed. I mean, specifically with applications, patentable technology that is downloaded from remote viewing, and it covers all areas. One of the interesting things that came out of the presentation for me was that there were some areas that the remote viewer in question was then told that the information was not available because it was the implication was that it was deemed too destabilizing well, then the question becomes what is sharing the information? Where is the information coming from? Is it coming from a sentient universe, or is it coming from entities on that spectrum that we've been talking about before? But wherever it's coming from, this is patentable information that has come apparently from non-local space. So the short answer to your question is, people are doing it, and if I know about it, God only knows what's happening in corners of defense and intelligence realms that I know nothing about.
Awesome, wonderful, Nick. Thank you. Again, these are tough questions. Let me go to Thomas Anderson next, because we're pushing up against the hour. We've got about 7 minutes left. Thomas.
I was just wondering if you had delved into any of the stuff that revolved around the PEAR Institute or the Princeton Engineering Anomaly Research Group and their work with using the mind to switch REG-based devices on and off, or the offshoot Mind Song Incorporated in Cylon.com. And just to bring that back around too, just real quick, the idea of using, somebody, I don't know if it was you or someone else initially that suggested it, but using remote control or remote viewing in order to kind of reach out and touch the universe to basically organically scan, from a starship. With that, if you couple that with the Cylon stuff and the PEAR Institute, REG switch technology, that gives you full capability, because now you have remote viewing and remote control, whether locally or in a distant location, so you can control an entire starship if you're in the right mindset to use both technologies that are supposedly ingrained into our brains and our psyche and whatnot. So
well, thanks for the question, Thomas. And yes, I'm aware of the PEAR activity. I didn't look into it in any particular depth because it was an area that I felt that I read quite extensively about in other people's works, and I didn't think I could sort of usefully add anything really to it. In terms of the other question you raise, I don't know whether this answers the question in any way, but if getting back to Jack Sarfati and Tic Tac again, if Tic Tac is a conscious AI computer in essence, then the question becomes, for me, who or what is controlling it? Who or what is sending it to our space-time? The corollary to that for me is that what I see is, or what I sense is that this has now become what Tic Tac did was sort of hold out this sense that this is now achievable technology in some sense, even if I don't happen to believe that Tic Tac is it's being developed by any terrestrial, aerospace company or country or organization for that matter. I mean, it is, as many people have said, it is too far ahead of the current paradigm to make sense as something that's been built here. But I do think that now that we've seen it, and now that it has been discussed in these rational terms that I've been talking about, it is acknowledged. It's extraordinary what happens when people just acknowledge things as real. I talked a little bit about the impact that had had on me. Well, imagine the impact that has on countries that have not had aspirations to develop this technology until now. They know that this stuff is real, and they're going to want it. And what we are going to see, if we haven't seen it already, and I think we have, is a race to develop this technology. And we know what the components, or we know many of the components of it. It is metamaterials. It is quantum computing, probably. It's its components are many and varied, and they will be broken down and dissected for their technological value. And someone, I have no doubt, is doing all of that and more. And we are in that race. So, what wasn't built on Earth now soon will be. And when I say soon, we're talking in decadal terms, but I wouldn't expect to see a terrestrially built Tic Tac for a decade or two, but it's being worked on for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, let's go to Mikhail. Again, we're getting close on time, so, sir?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Nick, I have just a quick question for you. In terms of Tic Tac, I just wanted to know what you think. I know that you said that they are non-terrestrial objects, but for me, when I feel that, if non-terrestrial objects, what do you think? Do you think they're just coming here to show off their technology to us and say, we can mess with you anytime we want? Or is it a genuine ingenuity of, of United States, Russia, China, everybody else in that case, who have figured out the technology from a downed spacecraft, which is sometimes I feel that could be the possibility. What is your take on that? And the other thing, one last quick thing is, where do you think this is going to go in terms of disclosure? Because everybody talks about the great disclosure, but I feel that the navies or the armies of the world are already saying, deal with it, they're already here. I wanted your inputs on that. Thank you.
Well, in terms of the first part of the question, obviously not built here. I mean, that's a given, as I've just said. I mean, they will be soon, as I've just mentioned. But are they coming from galaxies away? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that they are probably local. But what, who or what is controlling them? That is the $64,000 question. I have no idea, Mikhail, and I wish I did. My sense is that on UFOs in general, is that, given the multiplicity of UFO types that are reported daily, I mean, the plethora of different types would suggest that, if you go on the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that civilizations are visiting us every day of the week in different types of vehicles, which seems preposterous to me, which is why I lean more towards a sort of, there's a symbolic aspect of it, there's a sort of projection aspect. This may be, given that we don't understand the interface between us, I use that liberally, and reality, the things that appear on that interface are going to be very ill understood as well. And that's where UFOs fit for me. They assume a physical, hard, nuts and bolts property at certain times, and then at other times they don't. They become non-literal, non-real, metaphorical. Who's doing that? Is it us? Is it some civilization that's already here on Earth, but we just haven't found? Is it someone that's somewhere out there in the solar system or even further afield? Impossible to say. Impossible to say. And I'm sorry, I'm running out of ways in which to describe this. What was your second question? I can't remember. The second question was about.
Well, the second question was
about this disclosure. For me, disclosure is this sort of interesting thing that lots of people yell and scream about. To me, it's happened, or it's happening. It's just going. These things come in increments. 2017, the New York Times story was huge jump, and whether we will see those increments continue, I don't know. But my sense is yes. I think that we're on an inexorable track to some form of, well, like I say, I think disclosure has happened and is happening, but it's impossible to say where it's going to end. But we seem to be on a fast track to some form of new knowledge, I would say.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, I think on that note, we're actually over time. So, Erica, I have to put your hand down. I'm sorry, sir. What I would like to do at this point is
Can I ask a question that only takes one yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. Super quick.
Okay, Nick, have you ever been shown in person one of the alien spacecraft in the possession of any major country?
No. Okay. Thanks, Eric. Okay. So on that note, and again, Eric, I'm sorry, I apologize for cutting you short, as well as Will Reich if he had his hand up, but we are over time. So again, everyone, please put your hands together for Nick Cook. Amazing depth and yeah, just it went straight into consciousness too, which is surprising, but awesome. So what I'd like to do now is, let me see, I want to go to Jeremy Reese. And Jeremy, you guys are going to start doing the Apec celebration, right? Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're trying to get on the with the computer. I'm gonna have to drop out of the stream on the live stream real quick.
Okay.
Get this
and let me know whose camera to put this on, because you guys have made some big promises in terms of live experiments.
You have the other red tap in the dollar.
I don't think we're.
I'm gonna drop out and reconnect.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, I actually have it here on my laptop.
Rock star. There you go.
Okay.
Well, happy anniversary, Mark, and I mean that in the most platonic way. So.
Okay, so we're here at Apec in New Jersey for the in-person conference. Trying to put together a bunch of experiments. Everything's in different stages. I don't know if there's going to be any demos tonight, but we're definitely be working late on the different experiments. And we have an anniversary cake that you guys are not going to want to miss. Also, Jeremy here got a microscope set up, and we're going to be looking at beetle wings for the Gorbanikov experiment. Brad Voorhees has his VAG device. It's supposed to make mass holes. And Professor Tom came down, and we're working on this auto transformer that is going to hook up with this setup over here. Lulu flew in from Texas and helped wire this up. Hey, Lulu, say hi.
Hi.
Oh, Lulu, that's awesome. Well, look at that workmanship over there. We wired it up this cage in parallel because it's all going to be running on one phase. The issue with this transformer is we can't do a two-phase setup. So we're going to be pulling the maximum amps we can out of this building. We're actually running new lines in today. You see that line over there? That wasn't there this morning. There's another line that's coming in from the other side. We're pulling as much of the one phase that we can from the system. And it should be around 100 amps total in order to run these klystrons, which are going to be running inside the Faraday cage behind me. So as soon as this thing is set up, we'll be able to run Alzifon properly. How's it going over there, Jeremy? There we go. So I see Jeremy. Jeremy is on the... Jeremy's getting on the computer. So what do you guys need me to do to get you all set up? Well, we need a shot. We have my camera working. Well, not the camera working. Sure, just use the laptop then. So I just. Yeah, we're having a little
reverb.
Yeah, and I can turn that off when you get the other mic going. So.
That's because you have the Apec conference playing on the laptop right now, I think, with audio, and you're picking it up on your cell phone. Or whatever camera you're holding, Mark.
I'm holding my laptop.
Oh, well, yeah, I think your laptop is picking up the audio from the other laptop.
Okay, I think Jeremy got his camera working, so I'm going to mute myself. Okay, and Mark, you are definitely muted. I am not getting Jeremy yet. I'm going to ask him to unmute. There we go. Okay, are we good?
I think we're good. Yeah, we're gonna go live here as long as you guys want to mute that computer out, and we'll just do it from here, I guess. Hold up 1 second.
Quick question, Mark. Hello, Mark. Quick question. You can get, I'm seeing 19 kilowatt three-phase generators. Yeah. If you can't get any three-phase in, maybe you can buy a generator and just put it outside and run a short length of wire.
It's not catching me.
So first on our thing is we got this power supply here, and we went and took it apart and did some maintenance on it, cleaned it all out, and we're reassembling it now. And this is for the Alzifon. It's a power stat. Basically an adjustable power supply where you can tune it to whatever voltage.
What? And that's going to go into the voltage amplifier over there. It's times 100. So 120 in will be 12,000 out. And this is capable of 15 kilowatts. So that's over 100 amps. So we have this breaker box over here to control how much power we're going to put in for the fuse breaks. And this is going to be powering the klystrons using a bridge rectifying circuit.
And then what do we got over here? Want to turn that on real quick?
Oh, yes. So this is from Chris Hartman's lab. Hello, if you're watching, you'll really enjoy this. We fondly call this Sparky.
Yes. And that, folks, is how Mark does his hair every morning.
Oh, well, we got to show them the cake.
The cake.
All right, so let's switch to your computer then, because I can't walk around with this.
Yourself. Okay, so walking through the building over here, and we're coming to the break room. This is where we're having most of the food. We had pizzas and different types of stuff for dinner, and here it is. Check it out. A tribute to Mark McCandlish. This is the ARV first anniversary cake for Apec.
Look at
effects.
I've got to give them a really big round of applause. I mean, those guys did a great job with that cake.
These are the portal where they were looking out. Oh, and get this, one of the coolest things. This cake is engineered through and through to be like the ARV. So there's supposed to be coils on the bottom layer. They made that out of carrot cake, and also on this upper layer over here as well. So when we cut into it, we're going to see internal structures of the ARV in cake form.
I'm gonna bust out the wine too.
Oh yeah, we actually have some champagne.
Thank you guys. It's everyone watching, everyone on YouTube, everyone in the conference. APEC, we're happy to celebrate this first year anniversary, and let's sing happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. To us.
Birthday to us. Happy birthday, dear APEC. Happy birthday to you.
Everyone should unmute for this now.
Unless you want white noise, I mean, it would be a disharmonious symphony.
We're going to start also remembering all the people that we've had here this year. And the people that are no longer with us. Chris Hardiman's tribute to his lab is actually here as well. We also have a tribute to Mark McCandless, who passed away this year.
I'm not hearing you on there.
Are you guys hearing us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Mark. You sound great.
Jeremiah, can you hear us?
Audio sounds good. Audio's good.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
On YouTube? They're hearing us fine on Zoom. And that's what matters. Oh, okay, so Jeremy needs to take care of that. So, yeah, we just wanted to congratulate everyone who presented on APEC. Over the year, there's been about 75 presenters so far. Tim, how are we doing on numbers so far?
Oh, it's hard to tell because we have a lot of people who presented twice. But in the debrief, they wrote something like 70. They went through all of them and counted them up. So, and we have more coming. I mean, we have a conference coming up on November 27th with more. So there we go. Look at that. That is an amazing cake, Mark.
Yeah, we're going to cut into it in a little bit. As soon as we finish with all the experiments, you guys haven't had a chance to see Brad and his VAG device, or the Voorhees anti-gravity engine. So let's bring Brad on.
You're on cue, man. What's that? You want me to?
Yeah, let's show us what you got going on over here.
Hang on, well, so you got to tighten these up right here because I don't want my contacts to rip off this, so I need to put one more layer here, and then I'll be all set.
Okay, and what's it supposed to do? This is graphene right here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, so you want me to just kind of like give kind of basics? Okay, so this anti-gravity, I'm not picking my nutsack and not my face there. Okay, so the whole premise of this is that if you take time, right? If you take time like a movie, like the universe, you're looking at a movie, and when the movie kind of clicks through the film, right? Every film is an instant of playing time. And so what we do is we're going to chop all of those slides into, we're going to cut loose all those frames, then stack them like cheese, right? And so when we look at it, that's the flow of time. You go from playing time to playing time to playing time. And so this is the hypothesis, right? And so this is how we're going to see if our anti-gravity works. And so inside each of those frames of playing time, the chewy center of each slide is the Higgs field. And so, and I know you're going to think, oh, no, it's bullshit. It's not how it works.
I just love the way you explain it.
Yeah.
Cheese, chewy, we call it a bag, and we're looking for a mass hole.
So, yeah, and so we think of, at least I think of, the Higgs string as sort of the tie that ties all of the matter in the universe to our instance of time. And so in some ways that's why when, mass accelerates, it has to slow down in time so that, the conservation of mass energy is observed throughout every slice of time. So that's kind of the idea. So what we're going to do is we are going to essentially beat on the Higgs string and get it to stretch so that the mass of our matter
And I'm sorry. So the Higgs boson is in some ways is what I believe is the anchor of the Higgs string inside each of our atoms, so to speak. And so the idea will be to hang on the Higgs field such that we can essentially stretch that string. And so how the way we're gonna do that is we know, and this is where it sort of blends quantum field theory and Newtonian physics.
This needs to spin in order to do that, right?
Okay, stay with me. Yes, it's going to spin.
And it spins inside that lens over there, right?
Okay, yeah, stay with me. So we know, or at least I was watching PBS Space Time with Dr. Matt O'Dowd, and he was saying that left-handed electrons and right-handed electrons, the left-handed ones get hung up by the Higgs field. That's kind of how they discovered what the Higgs field was. And so what we're trying to do is create an electromagnetic field that has a higher density of left-handed electrons. And then, like pushing somebody on a swing harmonically, push, we're going to let them swing out and come back. And we're push again and swing out and come back. And what we're going to try to do is create a harmonic loading, harmonic electromagnetic field pulsing that will hopefully build resonant energy in the Higgs string. Because we can't shove it hard enough. There's no way you can beat gravity by pushing on it really hard. So we got to bounce it. We got to push it like a swing. And if we can build enough energy in the Higgs string, like the Higgs field, there's sort of like, it looks like a top hat. Like in a vacuum, there's energy. And so we need to push it just a little bit so that it does what they call a symmetry break. And it goes to the, forget what it's called, the state. It's like the ground state. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to bump the Higgs field. And we know that it hangs up the left-handed electron. So from Newtonian physics, right? If the Higgs field is pulling on the left-handed electron, then we know the left-handed electron is bumping the Higgs field. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a harmonic electromagnetic field, which means it's going to pulse. And we're going to try to bounce it off of us. So the way it works is, okay, come over here. Yeah, can you, okay, so that's me right there. So yeah, you got it. Okay, so, and there was some reason, they invented this in 2014, they invented graphene. They're super duper thin carbon sheets. Cool thing about graphene is like, I mean, if you get the good stuff, it's like 1 atom thick. I don't have the good stuff, but mine's like a few nanometers thick. And what they like about graphene, what they noticed about graphene was if you put it in an electromagnetic field, it separates left and right-handed electrons, which I think will give us the greatest left-handed electron density that we'll find in our field. So a Faraday disk, I know it's kind of a long explanation. It's like, it's not that tough, but just like bear with me. So a Faraday disk was invented by a guy named Faraday. And so what he did was he took like a disc of like solid copper, right? And he put 2 magnets like that, and then he cranked it. And what it did was it turned this into a battery, where it's sort of like the magnets are right here, and as this thing spins, it squishes electrons out like toothpaste out of a tube. And the electrons flow this way, and since there's more electrons going that way, then this becomes the anode, right? Because electrons are negative, it's more negative. This is positive, which is because the cathode. So what my badge over there, it's the Voorhees anti-gravity engine. So I have copper copper wool contacts, right? And my next version is going to be like way slicker. This one I just like made by hand, kind of like, you know, whatever. Just like in a few days. So, so I have all these contacts that are going to run around the inside. Then I have all these contacts running around the outside. And it creates energy because this turns into a battery. It's like, the battery has a plus and a minus. And so I have contacts that run the current, that run the energy out of the middle and then out of this side. And they come over here to a multimeter. And I'll be able to measure how many amps I'm creating. The first time we did it, I got about 35 milliamps. But now I'm going to have, this is like Mark 1.1. This is going to be even better. And so if you zoom in, you can kind of see there are 30 gauge copper wire threads this way. Now, I've also put graphene down for this version, and that's going to do 2 things. One, graphene's a conductor too, so there'll be like a magnetic field coming out like a tube of this when I crank it up, and it'll come out like a tube, and it'll curve back around and come back through. Now you create a magnetic field whenever you create a circuit. So as long as I got a contact here, I'm creating energy. It's going to go back around. It comes back. We're going to automatically have a magnetic field, because anytime you have flowing current in a circuit, you got a magnetic field, and so that's going to be our magnetic field when things start spinning. But we can't just have like a solid magnetic field, or it's not. You're never going to get that strong enough to push the Higgs field, or like to essentially decouple the Higgs field, so to speak. So what I did was I put threads of conductor through, like as you saw, around that kind of hoop. And so what's going to happen is it's like this. So here's your magnets. So I got magnet spokes all around the sort of path of the when they're like this, I'm going to have a current, and I'm going to have a magnetic field. And then it's going to go like that. And I'm not going to have one, because they're going to be out of sort of contact. And then it'll go here, and I'll have another one. And then it'll be current. And then there'll be a field, and then there won't be a field. And so it's going to go like that, right? So essentially, I have a super weak motor, and but I made it all clear, because I want everybody to look at it and go, okay, yep, that's exactly what you said it was. And there's now like fans in there and any kind of crap. It's totally transparent. So, which is kind of cool. So it's going to spin probably 4 or 5 hertz. Like that disc is going to spin maybe 4 or 5 times a second. It's not very much, but I got a whole bunch of filaments in there. So it actually turns out that the harmonic pulse of the field is going to be about 1.5. This is my assistant. This is my assistant Co. So the field, the frequency, the pulse of the field is going to be about 1.5 kilohertz. And I already did this. Like we ran it at home. Like I ran it at home, and at the configuration, at the Mark 1 configuration, it didn't have the graphene embedded in there. We got 3.5 pounds of mass reduction on a 50-pound rig. And so everybody's like, oh, well, we don't see it, and like you could have like had your finger on it or whatever. So now we're gonna do it with a live audience. We're gonna live stream it, and there's gonna be a bunch of people in lab coats all sitting around. So they put it back together, man. Okay, stay with me. I'm on camera and I'm talking. Oh, thank you. So yeah, it's like, do not interrupt the artiste. Okay, so
we're waiting in suspense. So
yeah, so what I want to show you though is, if you take a look, this is what it looks like when we were running it. We built it. My hypothesis is that the reason this happened is because we managed to store a little bit of resonant energy in that Higgs string, and we dropped like 2 pounds really fast. So I'm going to show you. I don't know if you can see it. It's like 50 pounds. I don't know. I'm getting the light right. Okay, so there. So we lost about 2. We were cruising at like kind of like 0.5 pound of mass reduction, we think, the whole time. And then I think we built enough. It was probably around 15 milliamps was when we really started noticing like fluctuations in mass reduction. And so it was definitely a function of milliamps, or it's definitely a function of current. So, and I know like some people will be like, oh, it's probably just like harmonic loading the springs of the scale, because I have a 100-pound scale. It's analog, and so, and the whole idea is we take this 50-pound rig and we put it on the scale, we turn it on, and if it works, it'll get lighter, right? And so that's what we were looking for, is it getting lighter. And so, but you know, there's an argument that, oh, you know, it could be just, you know, sort of harmonic vibration in the spinning of the disc somehow translates to, you know, a resonant sort of reaction in the scale, which is bullshit, but it could be possible. So one of the things that I think we could do to sort of kind of disprove that would be to, while it's running, take some ballast that we know the weight of, and then take the ballast, weigh it separately, and then when the engine's going, place it underneath and see if the weight on the running machine increases exactly the same amount as the ballast is weighed. If it's less, if we get 25 pounds of ballast and then we put it on and it's only goes up 23 pounds, then that's a pretty good indicator that we're shaking some mass. And essentially what we're doing is we're bumping this mass sort of into the past, right? Because we're bumping it into a different sort of slice of time. And so, and the reason I think that's the way it works, the reason I think the Higgs field is actually the gravity field, and the reason I think the Higgs boson is actually the graviton, is because if we are in a slice of time, right, like this, and without going in, you can look on my website. It's www.sonic-gravity.com. And I've only started learning quantum physics. I started teaching myself about 4 months ago. And so I've sort of journaled it in all these episodes. And so, yeah, I talk about exactly like why I think that is what it is and all that kind of stuff. But essentially, if we were in a brain of time that was a Planck length thick, and I think that the Higgs string is 1 Planck length long, so it leashes our matter to our instance of time, but it can stretch 1 Planck length either way without engaging the Higgs string. But if it goes 2, I think it engages it, flips it around the other side till 2, and it splits it back. So essentially, I think most of the matter in the universe is oscillating on a 4 pi Planck length diameter circle. And so if you do the math right
it's
on
the ultimate nerd out.
circumference, you get 4 times pi, which is 12 and a half, right? And that orbiting matter, right, crosses our brain of time in 2 places, which is, 2 Planck lengths, right? So if it's 12.5 all the way around, and 2 of them are in our Planck time, and that gives you a 2 to 10.5 ratio, which becomes a 1 to 5.25, and that's the exact measured that's the exact measured proportion of dark matter to observable matter in our universe. So
well, hold on. Let me interrupt for just a second and ask. So, with the experiment that you have, are you going to be doing any demos today for that, or are you just describing what you're constructing?
Well, no. What I was just telling you was the reason I think what I'm doing. The reason I think what I built does what it does. And so right now, the mechanics of it. See, I use these copper wool brushes to carry the current from the anode to the cathode on my modified Faraday disc. And so, but they disintegrate as I use them. So I've had to replace them, and they also have sort of disintegrate the copper foil edges of my disc. And so it's not a particularly resilient machine. My Mark II machine is going to be wicked better. Like I've got like a Dyson vacuum cleaner motor that's going to spin. It says it spins at 40,000 RPMs, and I'm gonna make my wheel more resilient. I'm gonna have thin copper plating as the conductive contacts, and I'm going to. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be way more power, and it should be more resilient. And the one thing that I want to show you that was kind of interesting, I probably came up with this design in, I want to say October. Anyway, you can check out my podcast and see when I did. But after I came up with the design, somebody sent me, and I don't know who it was. I think it might have been somebody. It was anyway. They sent me a component that was allegedly a component of a downed UFO in the 40s or 50s. And the funny thing is if you see this spinner right here, Let me take it so you can see it. You see that? Okay, that's what I invented in like, I don't know, September, October, something. And the dude, it was like September. It was like early September. And the component he sent me was this. And so when I look at this, I know exactly what that does. And I think that's authentic because it's exactly what you need, I think, to create an electromagnetic field that bounces, that finds resonance with essentially the Higgs field and bounces it off. So, and I've got like a lot more things that also like essentially it unifies you get the electroweak unification, and then like now you're talking about the universe knows, the weak nuclear force knows that inside that magnetic field there's no mass, so now you got 0 point energy. And so anyway, so that's kind of, if you want to see everything, I sort of started this, kind of like, you know, my journey is sort of this process, and they came up with a name. I just heard of the name they thought of for the kind of sort of, I don't know, physicist or whatever. I mean, I'm an engineer. I got a master's and bachelor's in engineer. I'm also a lawyer. I'm a patent lawyer. So yeah, this is all patented. But the things that the way I think of the things is like things that I know, and I just start kind of isolating common sense. So it's not. Is that for me?
That is your beer, man.
Oh, you're good, man.
It's time for champagne and cake.
Okay. Oh yeah. Let's do that. Let's do champagne and cake. We can come back to this too because we're going to have more open discussion here, I think, in a bit here. But
sure. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys listening. And when we turn this on, we're going to live stream it, so everybody will see it. And
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and you know, if it works, you guys are all gonna you're gonna have been there when like the second time we saw it work. So
no, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for walking us through it. Thanks again.
Sure.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, man.
No, that's fine.
We're all trying to.
Yeah, well, no, I'm geared up. So we're doing the cake now.
That's it. We're doing this.
And you know, I want to thank Mark Sokol, who may see this replay if he watches the replay. I want to thank Mark Sokol as well as you. I want to thank you for traveling. I want to thank Mark for putting all of this together. Mark, thank you.
Yes, and my apologies. We weren't able to connect with each other over the last week. It's just been so crazy over here. Jeremy, big thank you. Big round of applause to Jeremy Riz, who came down 3 days early to help set up. Also, Lulu, she's out. She also came in early and helped. She ironed all of these patches on.
Thank you, Lulu.
And also wired up the power bank for the transformer. Tom came down here as well, helped us out. Aiden flew in from New Mexico. Brendan Coe flew in from Wisconsin. Chris Spaghetti, of course.
Yes.
We got Maryland. Right.
I'll just take whatever nobody else wants.
Human garbage disposal. That's how I'm not picky.
Okay, well, yeah, and again, I want to thank all of you for coming down, but I especially absolutely want to thank Mark for organizing everything for this live event. Sorry that I wasn't able to be there with you guys, but you know, at least I can moderate that way.
Next year, Tim. There's always next year.
Red or white?
I say no. Once we started having propulsion breakthroughs and actually gravity breakthroughs, we're going to start a competition and a games where we try to see who can have like
the gravity games.
The gravity games.
That's like Hunger Games other with gravity.
It'd be like the Hunger Games, but for gravity.
I don't know. People are pretty freaked out from Squid Game nowadays. They're like,
yeah.
What's wrong with this kind of stuff?
It's been making the rounds.
Okay, we're gonna cut into this cake.
Let's cut the cake. You guys ready? You want to see this? You want to see the inside? Let's see the guts of this CRV.
Okay, are you gonna count this thing down? You gotta count down from 5.
We gotta get an up close on that first. Let's get an up close on that. Let's full screen that, pin that up close. Let's get a cam on it.
Yeah, get a good. Yeah, that's right. Get a good photo.
Are you ready? Okay.
Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Here we go.
2, 1.
Yes, happy birthday.
Oh, there's something hard here. They might have put another layer in it. There's a layer.
Did you kill someone?
Well, the electromagnets are going to be a little bit stiffer than the rest.
Yep, oh, and look at that.
There's a Tesla coil on the back.
There's the Tesla coil. We can see it. Oh my God, they made it perfect height.
No way, man. I cannot wait for the second slice. This is great.
Can you spare me a piece of that?
Does it taste
Oh, $1,000 a piece. We'll mail you one right now.
Yeah. Looks like I can hear McCandlish now. What are you doing? Looks like we're eating R2D2.
Yeah, well, and that is Mark's design, right? The ARV, and it is a shame that he can't be here to see it because we did lose him earlier this year.
It's not that easy to cut.
Does it taste like metal?
I think the first slice is going to be, it's not going to come out.
I hope it doesn't taste like metal.
Oh, this is from like a 5-star bakery that won Food Network show several times in a row. So this is going to be a really good cake.
All right, let's see this layered Tesla coil inside.
Oh, look at that. Cake. We got carrot cake on the top.
Oh, that's fancy.
Wow. Wow, that's impressive.
I think we have to take the entire top off in order to get proper cuts from the bottom.
Yeah, I just want a piece of that door. Door.
Okay.
I don't care what piece I get.
Yeah, there's something hard here that I'm not able to cut through. Oh yeah, there it is.
I'll take the bathroom.
That's probably like
Oh, look at that. And that's strawberry mousse.
Oh man, that looks fun. I want that.
And it comes with the door.
That's the
comes
door.
with the door.
Oh, the door.
That's Jeremy's. Jeremy calls it.
I called it.
Okay, who wants the other half of the door? The top is strawberry mousse, I think.
Yeah, man, I'll take that. Nobody else wants it. Oh man, I got the door.
Oh, I see something in the center.
There's a piece of cardboard over here. I'm gonna take the entire thing off. Oh, look at, there's a spoke in there. Just to keep it centered.
Edible.
Don't give that to
Put that on a
somebody.
plate, man. There you go. Look at that.
I think you're supposed to freeze that for next year.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Okay, now Jeremy, why don't you grab a spoon from over here and tell us how it tastes?
All right, I got to do the official taste test.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get this. Oh, yeah, this is a much better.
Oh man, this is so good.
This is a much better slice.
Oh man.
I see the innards.
So we got the copper on the bottom, and this is the upper coil, and it's surrounded by vanilla. Who wants the next slice?
This is really good cake.
So good.
And it's surrounded by vanilla again.
I don't know what
It is surrounded by vanilla.
It's like a party in my mouth.
Brad says it's a party in his mouth.
Oh, so good.
I'd say it's like a flavorful nuclear bomb in your mouth and in your stomach.
Okay, the cuts are coming out even better.
Wow.
How good is that?
That vanilla.
That's so good.
Ah.
That is so good.
Oh, there we go. That's an organized slice right there.
And not a cheap
Mine is
sidekick.
strawberry sweet daddy.
Oh, wow. Here his counterpart.
Okay.
Does anyone else want a piece from the top? We can cut more pieces from the top.
I want top.
I do. That was so
Top
good.
pieces, right?
I want more of the bottom now.
I want a piece from the top. That's perfect. Thank you very much over there. Excellent.
Hey, Mark, how much was that?
Yeah, I gotta try that
What's my
bottom.
name?
What's up?
I'm not Jeremy's
Put your plate in there.
Did somebody say Brenda's name?
Oh, so good.
There you go.
And I'm not Jeremy's cheeky sidekick.
Strawberry stuff.
Yes, you are. I'm friend.
Oh, I think somebody was saying you're forgetting my view.
Yeah.
I'll do the carrot cake.
I want
I
the.
need more. Another patch. They could be there here.
I want the top.
Right here.
Which part? Top squash. Right here.
We don't Yum, that is delicious.
Heck yeah, guys. Apec Live.
Carrot cake is amazing.
This gives us fuel to do more experiments.
I'm gonna have some of the strawberry.
I can't wait to go and put that machine back together and fire it up.
What is this? Is this just leftovers?
That's like the first slice that didn't make it.
I'll eat leftovers.
No.
Whoa.
How was it?
Really good.
How was it?
No leftovers.
So good. It's so good. It's really
This
good.
is the whole. This is part of the whole.
It's creating black holes in my mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me. Somebody asked me if they'll lose weight
I should contact my doctor about that.
by eating the APEC anti-gravity cake. Like, would you lose weight?
Okay, so guys, I need to ask now. So what do we have coming up in terms of experiments?
Okay.
I think the experiments are going to happen tomorrow, and everything's like halfway through.
Yeah.
Maybe later tonight.
I'm really close.
This is ours.
We're really close, but I think we got a lot of work to do to get like some stuff together. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, honestly. Oh, let's stay in here. Everyone's hanging out.
Right now, we're just getting the rain back on your.
Right now, we're just going to eat some cake. We're going to drink some wine, and then we're going to go clean up out there and start putting stuff back together. I think tomorrow we'll do some experiments and I'll try to post some stuff. Maybe we'll go live if we have something worthwhile.
Okay.
So that's why I'm working on that.
Me and Jeremy are friends.
But like me and Chris took care of all that.
But yeah,
Let's hear from everyone. Let's hear from everyone. What's everyone else doing to celebrate? Raise your glasses to APEC.
Here.
Turn on your camera if you have something to drink. Michael Boyd has a mug. What's in the mug?
Coffee. Gene.
Yeah. So the reason I ask is thanks to Editor Chris Plain at the debrief. Now we have a bunch of people that attended to see experiments. So I want to be able to show them something. You have to have something, Mark.
Everyone ready for a toast? I'll throw on a cell video of at least something that sparks, and I'll show you some waveforms. So I'll get to that in just a minute. What about Brian Sinclair and the Pi? If he's got that thing ready, the Pi X, I've been wanting to see the updates. I've been watching his channel. I am subscribed, and I'm waiting to see the Pi X perform. So if he's got it ready, I mean, heck, we can put him on.
He didn't show up here. He said he was going to broadcast from his shop in Upper New York.
Now Ross is saying he's ready, so I'm not sure if Ross is in connection with him or not. But I don't know, Ross. You have a word? Are you in connection with Brian right now? Is he ready to present, or no?
We can throw that thing back together in an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Congratulations.
Oh, what are you drinking?
It is a tincture.
Oh, those are the best.
Fancy.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with hardware experiments. You can't really predict what kind of problem they have. So
yeah, we have power supply issues. We're putting that back together right now.
I'm gonna go set up another video just real quick. We'll put on 5 minutes of experiment.
You show them the beetle thing if you got that working.
Yeah,
Mark, I'm on.
Oh,
hey, there's Brian. There's Brian. Awesome.
Okay, give me about 5 minutes to get over to the lab, and we'll see if we can at least make it run. I don't have a good enough setup to really show weight loss, but we'll at least see this thing run for the moment, and we'll go from there.
Awesome.
All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Come down in the next week. Anan's going to be down here. We got assistants on it. We could still work on your stuff down here at the lab over the next week. I know you had family over and you couldn't make it. But,
right. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. All right.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
That's just the nature of hardware. You have to go to where it is to show it live. And then it breaks. The carry.
Yes. They call everything like that a lab. It's really not a lab. It's just a shop. But it is what it is.
It's experimenting.
Speaker's back on. Yes.
Hey, Brian is in the house.
Is that Brian Kelly?
No, Brian Sinclair. Brian with the Pi X.
Kelly.
Hi, how are you doing, man?
Hi.
Look at sir.
Look at me. This thing on?
Yeah, it's on. Look at you.
Yeah, I made it. It's lots of fun, worth the time.
Yeah, we're hanging out.
Finally got to meet these people in person and not be hanging out in the chat, shooting my mouth off. And met Chris in person. Yeah.
Was it worth it?
Yeah, it was worth it. It's worth a 6-hour drive each way, no problem. Except it's gonna snow going back, maybe. So you may not see me tomorrow morning. Here. Building Death Ray.
Happy birthday, Dave. Thank you. Building Death Ray.
Yeah.
I'm about to go into a sugar shock coma from
Hey, Harold.
This is really good. I wasn't expecting it to be this speed. Now I'm gonna cut.
Yeah, we should have some more experiments to go when live. We should at least do a lifter or something.
Yeah, but we don't have the time to set that up. I want to get one more. Show you this
Show some videos.
Can I bring the slice back over? Yeah, for sure.
I've got an experiment I'm doing.
It's enough to come here on a Saturday night. Yeah. Leave your girl home on a Saturday night.
Yes, absolutely.
What's that? In the doghouse now.
Not if you bring
the cake back. What's that?
I know you're mad, but try this cake. You're not gonna regret it. Yeah. The full sample. Thank you.
What do you got?
Are you going to use that footage that I sent you of the flying saucers, the circle?
I'm sorry, got a little stuff there. All right, let's figure this out. Brad's going to put his thing together. Maybe we'll look at some beetle wings. I got this bag full of beetle wings.
Okay, so that's Grubenikov, right? That's the Grubenikov experiment.
Yeah. Nice fishing. We're going to try running some voltages through them and see what we can come up with.
I got something to share.
Hello?
Let's try to figure out a way to.
Was that you, Wayne?
Yeah.
Hey, Wayne, do you have a presentation that's set up?
I'm developing a presentation, yeah.
Can you flip turn your phone on its, so it's upright facing, and then flip it back so it'll reorient your video.
Can you see that?
Plug into Zoom. You gotta tilt your camera. You gotta tilt your phone to one orientation, then you gotta flip it again so it'll correct it. So when you flip it again, it should automatically correct it. Give it a second. Well, I guess you're. Oh well, that's okay. It's sideways, but yeah, for us it's sideways. For you, it's fine. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, yeah.
So I just ran this one here. I've been looking at weight changes in metals, and I've been doing a whole bunch of experiments and tests on this. And I've been seeing these patterns of, as you can see on the graph here, this is over the course of about 170 minutes. And so from this point to this point here, there is a gain of about 6 milligrams. And then when I took the test
sample, which is just this little cup of copper filings and a magnet. When I took it off the balance underneath, there was a bit of a drift, which was saying 3.4 milligrams. So according to this, the change in mass was about double what the scale drift was. And I remember you were saying before, Jeremiah, we need to test to see if the readings go back to zero, right? Once we remove
like or you start with a sample, you start with the sample, add it, then you remove the sample at the end of the test and measure what your actual zero is. So,
and that's what I just did now, but this has been running for about 170 minutes. Yeah, I got to do more tests like this, but according to this, if it was just drift for whatever, see, this is what we haven't figured out with these laboratory, these balances, is that there seems to be a bit of a drift sometimes, and it's hard to explain, at least at this point, we don't know why. But in this case, it demonstrates that there's something else going on besides that. So, yeah.
I have some of my data too. You took that video sample and you made some data out of it. Feel free to show that if you want.
Yeah, I've done a whole bunch of these tests, and I've been seeing this with always with the copper filings, and other things weren't quite as responsive like that. And I did, interesting stuff. But I thought I'd just share that. I'm going to be putting this together pretty soon in a presentation. Once I solidify all this and make sure this data is really not just due to some measurement error, but it looks.
If it is due to error, rest assured we'll get down to the bottom of it and find out exactly where the error is coming from. So.
Yeah, you might want to I don't know if you want to comment on what you found with because you were replicating some of this stuff too.
Yeah, so far, it's been incredibly small changes, and they seem to be more related with the drift. So that exponential test at the end, obviously I don't want to touch the sample during the entirety of the test, but during that test at the end, when I remove the sample and just measure the tear weight, I found that drift usually matches the changes so far.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually been looking for comparing the drift to what all the readings are saying here. And so far it seems to be confirming that there is a bit of a mass change going on there.
Well, that's really good news. Yeah, keep looking. My copper powder, and either it's an alloy, it's not pure copper, or some other means, but for whatever reason, I was not able to replicate the results, and that's perfect.
Your data did show there was a tiny change. But it was in. It was more like I could see it on the graph. Here, I'll open it up here. I got it. Just give me a moment here. Think about where I put it. Just got to find the file here. Just give me a moment.
I love that default icon though that you have set up. Gravity generators.
What?
The gravity generators.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it was around this Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's around the same time. I wonder if they got some ideas from Plugdanoff and his rotating superconductors or something like that.
Yeah, indeed. There's as Tim says,
So this.
This graph here shows the results of one of your tests. And if you do like a curve fitting line, you kind of make out that there was like a bit of a curve going on there, which looks like a little bit of a weight loss, and then a restoring to the original value over time. That's 60 minutes. But it was very small in your balance. Like
yeah, yep. You get the same kind of large scale results that you were looking at. It's almost a full order of magnitude off in one case at the best, and 2 orders of magnitude off in the worst case.
But I noticed there's always this pattern, like this. It's like a drop, and then a restoring back to the baseline value. So.
Yeah, both of them. Again, I have got to find a source for that cobalt oxide and that pure cobalt as well. I have not shot eBay for it yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running that again. Just again, like with that, checking the comparing the drift versus the actual, what the data's saying over time there.
Yeah, and I have impure copper as well, and that could be part of the problem. It could be a copper alloy.
Yeah, it was just like copper from old plumbing, old copper pipes. So I don't know. Could be impurities, maybe.
Well, that's okay. If that's what you use, then that's what I'll use to replicate. I'll just file it down like you did.
Yeah.
Try to get the exact same type of sample and then do basically the same type of experiment. Only
it won't be a copper oxide, right?
So I can oxidize copper if need be. I mean, all I have to do is heat it up and give it a little bit of extra oxygen. So it oxidizes pretty fast. I can give it fairly even coating, and oxides are important.
Could be, yeah, because of the way they changes the, the electron, the way the electrons are shared in the atom and the molecules.
Yeah, I'm willing to try it. I have no problem filing down like a coupler piece of Schedule M pipe to try and get some suitable sample material if that's what needs to happen.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, that's looking pretty good on that, very up close on the wing. I mean, you got higher magnification on that, Jeremy? Yeah, get that focus. That was looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, I'm going up to up magnification right now, so we can go deeper on it.
I've been wanting to see the Electa that they sell on Amazon, Etsy, and eBay as well, because those brilliantly colored multispectral beetle wings are a common artifact, and I've never really seen a good up-close microscopy on them. So this will be interesting if you can get a good focus. I do not remember how many times Grebennikov had to magnify. You could see that fine structured hair within the valley type of hexagonal geometry, but I don't see it initially here. Although it does look fairly structured.
Folks, I'm gonna have to bounce in a couple minutes. This was a great call and a great conference. I really enjoyed it. Congratulations to everybody that worked so hard and putting everything together.
Thank you.
Yeah, with that, I'm gonna sign off, guys. Jeremiah, let's touch base, buddy.
All right, Carl.
See you guys.
Catch up, man. Always.
All right, Tim. Best ever. Thank you, man. You're welcome.
They're attempting to get the fine structure of the highest magnification in focus on the microscope for the up close on the beetle wing. Apparently, having quite a bit of trouble getting the camera on the microscope to focus in on it.
Yeah, there's going to be any oscillation will get magnified by so.
Yeah, that's correct, Ed. The picture gravity structure. For those who are looking for the search term on what we're trying to see with microscope right now, take a look at Rabinnikov's original images that you can find online, and you'll see some of the fine structures that he photographed with his microscope back in the day. They're black and white photos. They show you some of the structures that he was seeing in association with the strange effects that he observed in laboratory experiments.
So what are you applying to these wings?
We're going to apply an ion drift across them from an electrode that emits ions to an electrode that collects them, have them pop that space in between, and then oscillate them at a high frequency using either a speaker or a transducer, depending on how well structured they are to the framework that they're on and how well they actually pick up that oscillating field of air compressions. So I'm not sure exactly what frequency they will couple well with and how flexible they are, what their elasticity is, so I'm not sure if they need to be driven with. But yeah, the general idea was to get a fairly high voltage asymmetrical charge on the surface of those things on the inside surface and have that as compared to a ground plane behind it, and then oscillate them against that ground plane to cause very large fluctuations in the electric field due to the charges trapped on the surface of the wing. The Casimir forces that should be present there may be asymmetrical between the two sides due to the presence of the asymmetric charge and the geometric amplification of the accelerated charges that are trapped on that wing. Because technically there's going to be more electrons than protons, or more protons than electrons. So in that case, you have these unbalanced charges and you're accelerating them both at the same velocity. The difference in terms of the relativistic amplification of the electric fields should equal an unbalanced charge is the general idea. But there's also a gravitational aspect to it as well that considers the local energy density. And so that's one of those things that we can't really quantify very well. There's no real calculations that we can do to figure out what a beetle wing is going to do when it's electrostatically charged ahead of time. So we figure just go straight to the experiment and see what we can observe.
So would it have to do with the cavitation of the wing itself?
Generally, we think about cavitation in terms of molecular cavitation in fluid dynamics or in aerodynamics, or gas dynamics. So in this case, it's not necessarily a cavitation effect that has to do with the fluid atmosphere that the creature is flying through, of the unconscious charge trapped within those fine structure regions of the wing, and their distribution not being symmetrical, if that makes any sense.
So if that's true, it shouldn't change when you turn the wing over?
That would be the idea, yeah. You should be able, if you get a force in one direction that's a weight gain, you should be able to flip the whole entire assembly upside down and get away loss.
Okay. So it's kind of like a gravitational shield? Then?
Now that is a very good question. Hey, it looks like Brian is ready. He's got his cam on. So if we can jump straight over to Brian, if you've got a presentation, we've been very much looking forward to the Pi X and your advanced.
Yeah, I didn't really build a presentation for this because it's so new. I finally got it running. It's not complete, obviously, but unfortunately, I do have to cover up some of the internal components until we decide that a group of us decide that we're going to present the internals to the world. So right for now, it's sitting on Workbench. I do have a crank on it, so I can crank it manually. The crank comes off for safety purposes, obviously. I do have a speed controller, and right now this is a 24-volt motor, and it runs at 300 RPMs at 24 volts. Unfortunately, that's nowhere near as much as I would like it to do. But for now, this is what we're experimenting with, and then we can replace the motor with something a little better later. So. As you can see, it's kind of loud. I don't have it set up quite the way I want it to present weight loss, but the scales always go in the negative direction. I did get a solid half-pound lift out of it at one point, and it was very stable. Since then, I've had to make some adjustments because some internal components were bending and breaking. Right now, like I said, it's just not running fast enough. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use these loops here, and we're gonna put up a balance beam, and that way there won't be any question. No mechanical spring scales, no electronic scales, no interference in any way, shape, or form. I think that'll be the best way that we can prove one way or the other that this is doing what it's supposed to do. Eventually, the internals run at half speed of this right now. And this being 300 RPMs max, that's 150 RPMs inside. And we would like the inside to be running right around 1,000 RPMs. So it is going to be considerably faster, considerably noisier, and hopefully it'll work considerably better. I can get a little bit better look around it. I mean, like I said, I can't show the internals right now. We do have the motor, the speed controller. It is chain drive from both sides. And if I can get a little closer, it's going to get loud. I'll get a little closer while it's running. To have had a little bit better presentation for everybody. Right now, I'm literally in the midst of changing careers. I'm retiring from one job and moving on to another. And in the process, part of what I was doing with this was in a workshop area at my previous work. So I've got a new small shop set up here, more like a model shop than a lab. Hopefully within the next few weeks, maybe by the next Apec, I'll have something a little better to show everybody.
Hey man, we appreciate the sneak peek ahead of time. It's awesome to see it working. And if I just may ask a question, the force in the orientation that your camera is set up, the force is upwards, is that correct?
Yes, the force is upward right now.
Okay.
The original designs that I was given were inaccurate at best because the gentleman that invented this originally wanted to keep some of it secret. But the way he had it built was to force upward. So that's where we started. We started with a model that forced upward, and then it's been a long, laborious, and extremely expensive project to try to fill in all the blanks. And we've scrapped a lot of pieces in the process.
Yeah, I've watched some of your older videos too, and kind of gone through and watched through the iterations that you've worked on, how many steps that you've gone to make this system more robust, stable, lower friction, less noise, less vibration. So from what I've just seen now in the video, I mean, unfortunately the video cuts out the sound, so I can't really hear how much it's jittering. That's just...
Yeah, it gets pretty loud. It's too loud to have a normal conversation right next to one another right now.
It's a lot more stable than some of the other designs that you've had, so it looks like you've made significant progress on the totality of the structure and the way that thing works.
Right. So, well, with the other ones, we were maxing them out in the RPM range of right around, 200 RPMs was really pushing it, and the best results we got was 1 pulse per RPM or per revolution. This one works better the faster it runs, and it's also 2 pulses per revolution, and that's 2 pulses per revolution of the internal discs, not the motor. So we're definitely making progress. It's getting more stable. I think once we get it up to speed and put it inside the sound deadening housing, we'll have a nice stable running unit that produces some significant thrust.
Future Apec presentation when you have everything put together and you're pretty confident in your demonstration.
Absolutely, I appreciate you guys having me on. I mean, this has really been awesome. This past year has been really, really cool.
I absolutely agree with you. It's really been a heck of a group effort. The amount of energy that people have poured in, their heart and their souls into this, I've just been nothing short of absolutely amazed and astounded at the whole entire.
Oh, absolutely. And to have so many people sharing information freely amongst one another, that's almost unheard of. I mean, this is great. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd like to thank you too. Thank you very much for coming on. It is amazing to have you. So.
Ryan, do you use any mercury in your device?
No, I do not. No mercury. The original unit was made out of aluminum. This one is made out of nothing but steel. There are no aluminum components in it. So the original one was well under the 50-pound mark. This one sits here at almost 200 pounds. So we've made it very robust as much as possible to do as much experimentation without damaging anything. Something comes apart inside this thing, all I want to do is replace internal components. I don't want to be replacing major external components. So that's where we're at with this. And no mercury, no liquids of any kind inside it. I think that's pretty much all I've got for right now.
Okay, so what else? Now, we have a couple of questions. We have raised hands. Brian, do you want me to do that? I mean, so we've had some good stuff. Let's do that. So let's go to Bernie first. Bernie, what you got? Okay, Bernie disappeared. Okay. Phil, what you got, sir?
Hey, yeah, nice to see you guys having a good party over there. So that's not a question. That's more. I just wanted to say that I've got my experiment too. I will test and I'll create a video and I'll share it with you. Obviously, if it works, but I'm pretty confident that it's gonna work, and I'll let you guys know more in a few weeks. It's very simple and pretty confident. So let's see what happens.
We're all anxious to see it. I can speak for everybody there.
Yeah, thanks. And good luck on your end also.
Thank you very much.
Presentation. Do we have any more demos this evening? Does anybody else have something they want to present?
Yeah, if you give me like 3 minutes.
Yeah, go for it. So yeah, I think this has been a pretty big day. You know, a year ago we started this, and I'm not even sure why we started it. Mark Soko called me up. He said we did a live cast and we want somebody to moderate things. He described it to me, and the first thing I said was no way. And then he was persistent. He said, no, you got to do this. You got to do this. He started to describe things to me, and I was like, okay, I can see where this would go, you know. And you know, and one of the things that I've said the whole time, for me, has been I want to try and capture the innovation. I want to try and capture the interactions. I want to try and capture that legacy of achievement, you know. And I mean, Apec it's been free and open the entire time. And what we're really trying to do is pass that along. You know, the reason that we put everything up online is we're trying to create an archive so that the people who come after us can learn from the people who are working on it right now.
It's a beautiful thing that you've been doing, Tim. And I highly recommend what was the other one you set up today?
Yeah, those are all in the contact. In fact, since we're waiting on Jeremiah, let me share the screen again.
Those are good discussions boards that you've made.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Let me bring that back up. Okay, give me just a sec here. Okay, so again, I'm going to share the screen here. This is the new Alt Propulsion site. And I'll walk you guys through what I did. Some of it's big, some of it's not so big. So that's our main page. That hasn't changed. What has changed is all of the conference pages have been rebuilt to make them a little bit easier to read. They've got, again, they have videos with chapters in them instead of being separate clips. They have the speakers. They have a little bit better layout for the text. So that is good. And we still have, you know, we've still got the links and stuff at the bottom. And then the contact page, and this is a big one. Talk with us on WhatsApp. So we've got APAC 24/7, Theory, and Builders. And again, those are our WhatsApp channels. I think everybody's on those, but if you're not, you know, hop on. I should mention that you can mute. It is possible to mute channels. If you get too much, you can mute it without turning it off, and that way you can come back and read stuff later. The other thing we have is, and this is thanks to Phil, we have the Alt Propulsion Tapatalk forum. So Mr. Philippe Bouchard found this for us and actually started it, and he is moderating it for us too. I think Philippe, you're moderating this, right?
Yes, I'm filtering the messages right now.
Okay, yeah. So he's running it. I put some graphics on it, but he is running this thing. And again, it's awesome to see this grow. You know, so we've got the Tapatalk forum. Obviously, we have the Zoom seminars, and then we have Reddit, Facebook, and Discord. And Jeremiah just mentioned Discord. Oops. So that's going to take me to an app, but you know what? If you click on it from there and you're already in the group, it doesn't hurt to accept the app. So there you go. So now we've got folders, theory, experiment. Oops, those are phone folders. So there's a lot going on here. You know, we have a lot, and we're going to be adding more to all of this. Again, this one's a little young for, and I don't mean the form. I mean the software itself was designed for people in a younger age group than ours, so it takes getting used to. But so yeah, I mean that was what I had. Again, that's on our website. You go to altpropulsion.com, click on contact. You can join all of those. I believe Kishley did a survey, and he said that the survey results said that the forum was the best, and so that would be Philippe's, or Phil, if it's okay to call you Phil. That would be Phil's Tapatalk forum right there.
Yeah, it's so good to call me Phil. Thanks.
Yeah. And then the other thing I should mention is Capitalk also has a mobile app too. And that was one of the things that, remember, because we were talking about different forum software, and you found that one. And the first thing I did was I was like, is there a mobile app for this? And there is. So, yeah. And I pay the cost for that. It's cheap. It's like $10 a month. So I just pay for that. And that way you get all the features.
All right. Well, I don't know if you want to pin this for just a couple of minutes. I'll just show these waveforms. If anybody's familiar with the Morton effect thruster, I don't know, can you pin this, Tim, or no? This, so?
Yeah, actually, I just did pin it. It should be pinned.
Oh, doesn't look like it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Boom. There it goes. Cool. Awesome. So it's on remote trigger right now. Let me disconnect this source and reconnect this source. And this up to about 5.1 volts. Should work. All right. So I've got them on a remote trigger. This is a down here. This is a 48,000 volt power supply, 48,000 volt DC output positive power supply. It's got a diode chain isolator on it. There's a neon bulb indicator to show when power is flowing, and then that's going up through an alligator clip to these two transformers. There's 1 and 2. These are acting as isolators from the ground and from the power supply output, which is a multiplier in this case. And so if I hit the button here, this is just a remote cord. So what it's going to do is it's electrifying the output here cable. It's giving positive potential here to this back plate, negative potential to the rod here. And so electrons are going to oscillate in the rod as a result of the inductance of this inductor here and the capacitance between this plate and that plate, and then the capacitance of these two capacitors here, which are both ceramic high voltage capacitors. And so what we're looking at on the waveform of the scope here, we have a pickup probe. This is a spherical 2-quarter-inch diameter probe with a wire on it. The oscilloscope is hooked up to just a direct wire connection. I have a neon bulb on here for other experience, which is not in the circuit right now. And so that probe then goes to the display there. So at the first part of the waveform here, as we've seen, there's a very, very fast rise time pulse. And if I zoom in on that, it's just how fast that pulse actually is. That's a 10 nanosecond per division scale. So that's a rise time initially of 4 nanoseconds into the positive regime on that antenna rod. And then if we zoom way out, we can see our net. So now we're out at 2 microseconds per division. So for about 4 microseconds after that initial several nanosecond pulse, it stays positive for about 4 microseconds, and then it immediately cuts negative. And eventually goes back to ground. And it takes almost, as we can see, 2 milliseconds to go from its positive peak to an inversion of negative, where it stays for almost 2 milliseconds, several orders of magnitude longer than it stays positive. And so what we end up seeing is a case where we can shield some of this energy. So this is a scalar type impulse. It's been a hot word in the discussions lately. The word scalar is unfortunately terribly misdefined, and I'm not going to even attempt to challenge all of the various definitions right now. I will demonstrate this experiment, however. So there's a waveform on the scope. I'm going to zoom in on this so that we can see, hopefully we can see a little bit better. I guess I'll get closer to the scope. Okay, so we can see the peak of the waveform there. I'm going to stick this aluminum plate between these terminals here to block some of that signal here. So the aluminum plate does virtually nothing. It does slightly attenuate it by about maybe 15%. Now, if I ground that aluminum plate with a very short lead of wire from the plate down to the power supply, it does attenuate and block it. So I figured, why not try a dielectric? So here's a piece of dielectric, and just watch that scope waveform again. So it basically ignores the dielectric. It passes straight through that. It passes straight through the aluminum. I have put the pickup probe inside of a enclosed Faraday cage, and it passes right through that. Again, though, if I give it a source of electrons, they will flow up through that wire and neutralize out the charge a lot faster, so the waveforms will take a different shape. But as an example of what a scalar or geometric pulse looks like on a scope and how different materials affect it, that's a practical example of that. I hope I didn't lose everybody on this demonstration.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because it's not really containing a lot of terms that I guess people can relate to, but I apologize for that.
Well, thank you for the demo. Well, so if that's everything that you have, does anybody have questions about that? Okay, I think we're good on that for the time being. Okay, well, does anybody else have any other presentations? We might be getting to time to shut this thing down for the evening, I think.
I'm not ready right now, but if we could schedule something for an upcoming APEC, I would love to.
Yeah. Again, let me know. Reach out and let me know, Bernie, and I will get that scheduled.
I emailed you now, Tim. You got to reply to me.
Oh, okay. I will. I haven't checked my inbox. I've been in this event all day long.
All right. We'll make it happen for sure.
Okay. Well, I think it's probably time to call it a night then, guys. So, happy first anniversary to Apec.
Woo! Yay! Good job. How long till we get that set up, Brad? We're gonna miss it.
Well, I mean, if they shut up, they're gonna miss it. We're gonna.
Do you guys have something to demo? Okay, if you're gonna demo.
I'm trying to get this demo.
Great. I won't turn it off if you guys are working.
See, he's working hard trying to set this up for you guys. We get a live demo. I want to see this thing lose weight. Throw it on the scale, right?
Right. That's what we're doing.
For the 26 people that are still here, Tim, I do have a full Zoom license, whatever. So you can throw me over the host if you want to stick around.
Okay, you mean make you the host?
Yeah, I'll stick around if anybody still wants to hang out and continue to chat.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I'm up for it.
Left, so I can host it. If you got things to do, obviously you got a family and stuff. So.
Yeah. My Tim, because I'm streaming to both my YouTubers, the Autodidactic channel right now, and now I got my buddy Mike with Faraday and Beatboxer Harmonist to do the science streams that I'm doing. Your reach is even farther than you do.
I just wanted to share. I don't know if I can say it.
Yeah. I was trying to submit that.
There's a lot of noise in the background there. Can I just share one more little thing here?
Go for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I've got the video pinned on Mark. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you wanted to show you.
If you're waiting for Mark, I was just going to share something that looks encouraging.
Here, I'll add a pin there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just waiting for my balance to reset back to 0 after I removed the sample, and it was following this curve here, so it was approaching 0, which tells me that the sample did it appears that it did gain mass over that time. So, and it's on the order of a few milligrams, but you know, it's something, and it. I think it's really interesting. Yeah, I just I'm going to be exploring this more, and hopefully I'll be able to put together a coherent presentation. And yeah,
thank you, sir.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Okay. There we go. We'll go back to Mark. Mark is working on things. So Mark, oh, actually that's not Mark, is it? No.
Yeah, we're here. I just muted it because we're getting some feedback and some noise and stuff. So
yeah. So Jeremy, can you tell me what you're expecting to see again?
Well, we got Brad setting up his machine right now, and we're going to be doing some sonic gravity tests with the scale right here. We're going to throw his apparatus on top of the scale and see if it loses weight as he claimed it was doing for him. So
it's going to be even better, so we're going to lose more than 3.5 pounds.
More than 3.5 pounds this time.
So we got the graph in there, so it's going to face all the kids the same way when I push them on the swing set, so that's going to be better.
All right. Cut the stream? Oh, you're going to cut. You're going to put your earphones on there. The saw's about to get going. How much longer? You need my hand screwing screws in?
No. Just we just gotta screw it together. We'll be in business.
Yeah, I just want to make this go quicker. We can show these guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they can wait if they want. It's gonna probably be like a half hour or so.
Another half hour? Oh, we'll go to open discussion.
Well, not minimum.
Okay, you want to go to open discussion then?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean.
Oh, Jeremiah, do you want to take this over?
Yeah, man. Send that on over to me. I'm going to sit here and monitor.
Okay.
You can, I guess you can probably stop recording. We can do this more as a private discussion. I don't know if you want to, Jeremy, do you want to keep streaming?
Yeah, we're going to keep streaming it, and we're going to keep going. Brad's got another half hour or so.
Yeah, and I'll keep recording. I will keep recording, and I'll still be here. I'm gonna go get dinner started. So.
Okay, yeah, man, no problem. I'll be in front of my computer for the most part here. So.
Yeah, there's still over 50 viewers on my stream with this as well right now.
Yeah, that sounds good. Bernie, I'm going to highly recommend that you shut off that green screen background function because it looks like your camera's having a seizure, and unless you're intentionally trying to add distraction, it's probably not serving whatever you're presenting. So I would just recommend shutting that off entirely.
I'm driving on. I will as soon as I get back to my house here.
Because
Guys, we're actually putting together a bridge rectifier for the power supply for this Kleinstein. So the auto transformer is now fixed. So it piles the brushes and several other bits and pieces of metal that got in there, but it's working now. And this is going to be the bridge rectifier for the other side of the transformer. So we're putting capacitors in it for filtration as well. That's going to fit on top of our massive transformer over here, and that's where we get 12,000 volts DC for the isophonic experiments.
That's looking pretty good, Mark.
Yeah, it's coming together. This stuff is really heavy too. Just like lifting this stuff is a two-person job. That thing is like 100 pounds. These are the 20 kV 2 amp diodes. We're going to put them in parallel with the 50 kV 222 microfarad capacitors as filters. Two of them in parallel.
Yeah, that'll work very, very nicely. You will definitely have no problem powering your Pystrons with that, provided no short circuit happens.
Let's see, how's the badge going over there?
Jeremy's going to have to unmute. And we got to pin Jeremy. I do not have host control yet. Okay, let me see. Maybe I do have host control. Maybe not.
Hey, I'm here.
All right, cool. Sorry, I have no idea yet how that works. Awesome.
We're here.
Looks like you have interesting stuff going on your side of the cam. You're right over there with the badge and Brad, hey?
Yeah, so we're over here. Brad, how's the badge doing?
It's looking good. Almost got it totally.
You got it screwed down nice and tight?
We gotta tighten up just a teeny bit. And then now I'm gonna connect all the leads over here to the multimeter. And then we'll plug it in, and then get that wood plate and we'll put it on top of there. Yeah. We'll be in business. So this is connected. Happy with that. How are we doing on friction? The biggest impediment to getting a failure to launch is the friction. The friction between the plates and the spinner. Should get that spinner a little bit higher.
Hey, Brad, was your upper rotating plate and that bottom stationary plate rubbing on each other in the first iteration?
Somebody said something.
Yeah, were those plates rubbing against each other, Brad?
That?
Were the plates rubbing against each other?
It's the spinner is flexible, and so what I've done here, you can see, is created these craft wire skis that kind of goes around, because otherwise if I don't have that, then it flops kind of down and then it sits on the bottom here and it won't spin the way I want it to. You got to give it a little shove to get it going. That's not too bad. I mean, that might be okay. But when we got a failure to launch last time, we said it's too much friction, we wouldn't start. And so I actually kind of whittled down all the contacts. I just chopped them all down. And then it only runs for a little bit because these wool contacts disintegrate pretty quick.
Yeah, so crushes.
Yeah, so but my next iteration is I'm gonna make these contacts copper plate, like a ring, like a copper plate ring. And then I'll have these copper balls, these nubs that'll just sit on.
We're close. So this is something. This is an alien. Paul Murad pointed this connection out to me. This are two different crop circles that appeared over a couple different years. This one becomes really long, but this design with like the 5 arcs is replicated down here. And then these are pulse widths and polarization encodings. And then you have something rotating. So it's trying to like knock that
face out of phase, right?
Yeah.
So you can skip that Higgs field.
Yeah, and not everybody agrees with like what I think about the Higgs field and all that stuff, but that's the premise. That's kind of what I was going by when I came up with this. So if I tend to corroborate.
What's that?
I love how he explains it with the 3 discs of time and like how he's measuring the dimensions of time, like breaking it down into the disc form.
You want to know what quantum gravity is? Quantum gravity is the force of the Higgs string, in my opinion. It's the force of the Higgs string jerking you into a different brain of time. And so if you think of mechanics and materials, if you're an engineer, there's something called the modulus elasticity. And so I think quantum gravity is time dilation times the modulus elasticity of the Higgs string. That's what I think it is. Because that's mass invariant, it's like mass independent. So it's all about, it's all about time dilation. And so if you think of like gravity, right? It's the gravitational constant times both the masses together divided by r squared. So I think it's the modulus elasticity times the time dilation divided by time squared. Because like if you accelerate really fast and you square a really small number of time, it's going to be like a lot of gravity, right? It's going to accelerate really fast, but if you do it over a graduated period of time, same way as if your gravity is affecting over a long distance, then I think you get less gravitational force. Right. So I think that, anyway, we're not here to talk about that. That's what I think. Quantum gravity. So yeah, so listen to my podcast. I kind of go through all that. And yeah, so I think this kind of unifies quantum field theory and general relativity. And some people could disagree. That's okay. But if you see any mass reduction on this, then it tends to corroborate that hypothesis.
How many segments do you have in that wheel? It looks an awful lot like Edley Scallan's flywheel in its magnetic structure.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I only know, when it comes to quantum physics, I only know that which took me to think this up. So you're going to have to explain to me what you're talking about.
What he was asking you is how many pads of graphene are on that thing, or how many dividing copper strips separate each pad of graphene?
25. Okay, the copper strips is 24, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is the relative spacing between the thickness of the magnets and the distance between the magnets. So because, remember how I said I think matter is leashed to our time by the Higgs string, and it's a 4 Planck length orbit, or a 4 Planck diameter? I took this. So what you need is 1, 2, 3, 4 out, just like you're pushing a kid on a swing, 1, 2, 3, 4 out, 1, 2, 3, 4 back. So it's 8 to 1 is the ratio. Yes, any rotational speed.
Yes. Oh my God, yes. Your geometry is perfect.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so that's the thing. So these are like 3/8 inch magnets, and so they're 3 inches apart. So that's deliberate. That's important, I think. If you want to come close to achieving a resonant frequency, a resonant sort of harmonic pulse.
So when are you going to plug the badge in and get it working?
Yeah, pretty soon. I just need to screw the top on. Be in business. So, if you screw over there for me. So, then the next thing I have to do is hook up the load to the electrical system. I have to hook up that multimeter. All right. Whoa, wait a minute. So, shit, I almost forgot. I'll do that in a minute.
Well, you thinking you gotta rule up your batch when you reduce that coefficient of friction. It's really reducing that coefficient of friction is key.
That's the rest of the not friction.
If this does work, I would love it if the official name of this device is the badge. It would be great to learn about that in a textbook.
If I get 3 pounds of weight loss, I'll be excited.
Yeah, you can call it a badge, and it'll be historic.
Yeah, it stands for
Well, Mark's got an unopened bottle of wine in the fridge for just such an occasion. Should something in the Falcon Space Lab actually lose weight and genuinely be provable, he's got that thing ready to pop the cap on.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. I hope it happens.
Heck yeah, absolutely.
Like I've seen 3.5 pounds go away. So, I mean, we're doing it in front of you guys and everybody else with people here, so they don't like, oh, you're full of shit, it didn't happen. But it happened, I'm telling you. I mean, this thing, you know, those Tic Tacs were zipping around masses. And that's a fact. So, and I think that's how they did it.
I wonder if the Tic Tacs are piloted by the tall whites. Who's in them?
Shoot, man, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to tune into your podcast, man.
What's that?
It's a shame I haven't heard of you earlier, but I really like hearing you speak about this stuff.
I appreciate that. Seriously, like, and since they came out
for your podcast, actually, because I am also super intrigued and don't know why we have not heard of you before that.
That's thoughtful, guys. I appreciate that. It's Sonic, and then hyphen, then gravity.com. Then when I started doing it, it's like a lot more stuff about leadership and, all kinds of different stuff. But then the Navy confirmed that, that like UFOs existed. And then I have all kinds of mental illnesses, like, I'm a psychopath, technically, and I'm not ashamed of it, but I'm also like bipolar. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. That's part of being a psychopath.
Part of my opinion as a West Coast version of the Southwest, like the East.
Is that it? Were we all just we're just suffering from mental illness here?
They make each other nuts.
No. As I've told Mark many times, I've told Mark it takes a special kind of crazy. It takes the right kind of crazy to be wild enough to think that a human being could achieve the impossible according to our ordinary textbook physics.
Well, I mean, I was always a skeptic, like pretty hardcore, until I saw the Navy Tic Tac footage. And then I was like, holy fuck, my foot's that's been for years.
The evidence for something more is overwhelming at this point.
All right, so hey, fellas, here you go. This is
going on.
So here's
let's try to keep just one person at a time. So, okay, Jeremy's phone.
So hey, so check this out. So the only way we get the electromagnetic field to fire up is if we have a current. And so all these leads, all the pluses are going to this cathode here in this multimeter. Right here. Oh man, can somebody give me there's a claw. I'm missing a claw. It must have fallen off. It's always falling off.
Alligator clip?
Yeah. Or if he's got a alligator clip on his multimeter on his closet, that's anyway. Okay, so so here's all of the leads. Can you guys see?
Yeah.
So all of the leads. Remember, this is negative, and then these 4 are positive. So the positive ones come here. The negative ones all tie right here.
And so then we're going to be able to tell how much current, because then when this spins, it's going to, now the motors are plugged in, so that's what's cranking the motor. But when this thing spins, it's going to generate electricity, just like we talked about before, where this is like a battery, this is the minus, this is the minus, this is the plus. So come over to the multimeter. So what we're going to test first, we're going to go to resistance. So that's an open circuit. So here's the positive. So we should get something besides that, and we know we have a circuit. There you go. So there we go. You see how it's 0.05 ohms, 1 ohm, 500 milliohms, 4. Okay, so we got a circuit. So we know that if this spins, and if I can't reach it, but if I reach it and gave it a little spin, you can see we'd be generating some electricity. But when we run it, we're going to run it on milliamps. And so what that's going to do is that's going to tell us how many milliamps we're generating. And we are going to see some mass reduction between 8 and 15 milliamps, and that's a fact. So, did we find any alligator clip? I had one attached, and it must have fallen off somewhere through here.
And I have got to send Mark some alligator clips and Brett a tiny Titan circuit.
So hang on, fellas. We got to find a little piece of equipment that will be investment. We find it? Something. Okay, that'll work. Okay.
Hey, they're asking here, is there any way we can get that camera on a tripod or some way to make it a little less shaky?
You don't like the Blair Witch Project?
I imagine not everybody can appreciate the, the random motions.
It's really fitting for anti-gravity experiments. Have the camera get up in state of gap right before the experiment.
Okay, so if you're on any decent class starship, if your inertial dampeners are failing for like several minutes at a time, there's a serious problem, and you're going to have several major repairs on multiple decks. So you definitely want to try and suppress that as quickly as possible. And it's looking pretty good now, so it looks like they've got it back on.
Yeah.
That's got to do something just by looking at it.
We're in business. Okay. All right, hey, I have the power strip, the black power strip with a bunch of there's power strips there too. All right.
What is that thing in the middle? Is that a record?
That's my boilerplate, man. That's sonic gravity.
What is that?
It's a boilerplate.
I don't know.
That's my podcast website, Sonic Gravity.
Okay.
He just means it's a piece of material with his logo on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know what you're looking at. You know, right?
How'd you make that? Get it.
Oh, I just, there's like some internet sign or whatever. They'll put it on plexiglass for you. Oh, yeah.
Was it really blurry for you guys?
Hey, okay, hey, I'm gonna need like a toothbrush or something. Because when you kickstart an electric motor, a brushless electric motor, you kind of got to give it a shove to kind of, because it has to get over that first magnet.
Get through the gates,
Yeah.
Are those a bunch of switching power supplies there?
Yeah. So the power supplies go to the motor. Go to the coils of the motor. I think you can find this set up on like eBay or
$600. Yeah.
Not eBay. Alibaba.
Why so many of them though?
Oh.
Why so many of them?
It's for each sector of the motor.
Yeah, there's 8 coils in this motor.
Why can't you just run the 8 coils off one power supply?
Hey, Jeremy, somebody lost sound.
Okay.
I mean, like when you build yours, like totally, dude. You know, I built this thing by hand, so I was just sort of doing the best I could. You know what I mean?
I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no reason.
What I'm looking at.
No reason, dude. Like seriously, I think that's a good question. I just, you know, the big thing, the thing that I was really going for was transparency. So it's transparent, right? Because I wanted to prove.
Yeah, but is it transparent aluminum?
No, it's not aluminum orthosilicate.
Well, I don't even know what he's talking about.
It's a ceramic.
Star Trek 4, I guess. Yeah.
No,
I'm totally
it's real. Look up aluminum orthosilicate. That is transparent aluminum.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to put that on top.
Yeah. So we need to.
We'll have to move that camera for a moment, for a sec, yeah. And then it's a little bit, right? It's not like the center of mass or center of gravity. This thing is not right here. It's somewhere, over here. So
You're hitting the wood.
Yes, get that up.
And then I hear what you're saying. It's in the center of mass. So where is that?
Maybe like that.
Okay. Let's go out.
All right, this way. That's okay if that hangs up. It's just gonna make it heavier.
Yeah.
All right, we there? Let me see. Hey, can you look at that transverse direction? See how we're doing? Like,
we're pretty good.
Go this way. There. All right, so like half. No, maybe a little bit more this way.
Okay. Back a little bit back. You went too far. Sure.
I don't know, man. I think that's pretty.
Well, the center of mass. Like Brad said, it's over here. All of the.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we got to come this way.
Gosh. How do you think?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Does it want to lean anyway?
It's kind of leaning this way. We just need a level, maybe.
It's rainy out there. Anybody want to go
Bring it back towards the
Yeah,
you.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. All right. So what we need, I need a paintbrush. I need something gentle on the tip. So when I turn this on, I can kind of give it a little push and we'll see how it does. But did you want to like set up your camera so you got one focused on down here? So we're at like 60, 61 and a quarter, 61, maybe 61 and 3/8. But like probably like a tripod pointing at this. And then if we could get one that was pointing at the multimeter so people could see the mass swing in tandem with the
I don't have that many cameras. I can't do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really.
All right, well maybe just call it out.
We'll be able to go back and forth between them, but I don't have that set up.
Okay, or you can just call it out.
I'm trying to test out cameras, and I bought a bunch of cameras to do this, and I just tested them all out, and they don't work. None of them work.
What about large laptop.
Oh, that's nice. I like how that works.
Yeah, we can get another laptop. One nice laptop and put it in here on the scale.
Where do you need another laptop?
I want another laptop in here
Where?
to make it mobile.
Okay, so we would like a camera that's pointed straight at the face of the scale, and then a camera pointed at the face of the multimeter there, so we can so everybody can see what the amperage or printout is.
I can't see it.
Here we go. No, that's not the one.
Is
this on? Is it working?
It's connected now.
Oh, here. I got my laptop on. More batteries instead.
If we get this thing spinning, we'll be in business.
We'll be spinning.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it
I
working?
wonder if I can get that up in the Streamyard like I don't know.
There it is.
Yeah.
How do we zoom it? Can we zoom it?
Zoom what view?
This camera, can we zoom it in on that?
Just move it up.
That's not the right.
So you'd rather have it focused on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, because you can't really. I mean, you could see sort of big swings in the middle, but.
Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and forth between them.
Hey, Brenda's laptop camera footage is actually really clear.
Okay.
That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Or maybe can we scooch her in just a bit? I don't think we're gonna get more than 40 pounds.
Nice.
So it looks like right now we're at 61 and 3/4, 61 and 5/8 maybe.
What are you doing with my phone?
Hey, so can we get some ballast? Like some weight to put underneath of this? Because if this is,
You got some of the rad.
the reason I want to put weight underneath of the spinner directly is because
We have lead.
I think, that's cool. I think the magnetic field
Just get the whole thing.
really only, I want to say, exerts anti-gravity on the things that are in the field. So right now, the only thing in the field is like some of the plastic and like the magnets and stuff. So I want to get some ballast underneath of the, I think we got some feedback. So I want to get some ballast that's directly underneath of the spinner so that we get like a more kind of sexy level of mass reduction. Because even if it drops the weight of the plastic and the magnets to zero, it's like, it's only going to be like a couple pounds, right? So, yeah.
You want it to drop the mass to something heavier?
Yeah, I just want, because if we put more mass underneath of the disc, then it will be like more like drastic, right? I mean, that's the idea, right?
Can I move this or
No,
not?
well, yeah. Where do you need to put it?
I want to prop it up so maybe that it would capture on the camera.
That's a good idea, but it really can't move off of that. Is there like a stand that we could put the computer on that was right there that would kind of like point down on it?
I know, but I can box it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's so cool. Oh, that's cool. Okay, we gotta be careful when you set on there because it's gonna change the center of gravity.
We got the lead weight box.
Okay, awesome.
Basically, we're sticking lead weights. We're sticking lead weights inside the mass hole area, right?
That's exactly what we're doing. We'll put some weight here.
Pull up the vat.
That's right.
Needs to go higher yet. So try to get.
Oh, do you want to look down, go higher? Get the box that way.
And the reason that I think this is like a good idea is because so we had this failure to launch when we first did it. We live streamed it and it wouldn't spin because there was too much friction. And so I got these screws and I was like doing surgery on it, and I left the screws right here. And that's when we got the massive way more mass reduction was because I think the screws were that was the swing. That was what was causing it. Yeah, well, because the screws were heavier and they were right in the field, and so that's when you could see the swing. All right, are we dialed in? Looking at the.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Mark, what is your camera looking at?
It's looking at everything. It's perfect.
Can it read this? That's what
it can read it. It's just that it needs to be pinned. Tim Ventura needs to pin it. Tim, are you there?
I pinned it. I
got you guys. I got you. I pinned it. Sorry. No, I wasn't sure what you did.
Tim is the only one who can actually pin it for the live stream.
He sent it over to me. It's actually I'm supposed to be doing it.
Live stream is what I'm
behind. So sorry guys. I got the host right now for the time being.
Okay, so
there's a couple different views that you can get. Okay, let's go.
Sure.
Yeah,
the one that's showing on my laptop is the one that broadcasts live. Is it on milliamps right there?
Well, you want
it doesn't matter what Jeremiah shows or what he pins. You gotta show what's showing right now is the scale. Can you get it to bright? No, can you get it to bright so that you know what I mean, like on the view, and make sure it's twisted to milliamps. There you go, and then milliamps is what we need. Milliamps? Yeah, it should be. Well, it's milliamps, and you have to move the lead over the scale. No. I think millivolts. Yeah, and then go to milliamps, like right there. Millivolts? Yeah. Milliamps there. Okay. So hey, just tell me, am I getting a reading real quick? Just tell me if I'm generating anything. Oh man. Okay. Did I generate anything? You see? No, I can't see because of it.
What up, Daniel?
It looks like there's a generation of 8.
Okay, go again. Nothing.
You didn't see anything?
No.
Okay, try the put it on the other side maybe if that was right. Try put it. No,
I expect you to see like a voltage of anything.
No, amps. You want amps. So can you put the red one like you said on the other side and then we'll try it?
Yeah, that's the correct way to measure milliamps with a short. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Daniel, for joining the stream.
Oh, fuck. Did I just do that? No, I didn't see anything. You don't want to hit your camera, sorry. Get any? Nope. All right, well, let's turn it on. Turn it on and we'll see what happens.
Okay, this is a short right now, so would that be fine?
Why is it short?
Because that's what you need to do in order to measure milliamps. You gotta short it out. So
well, I don't know. The way I said it before, like the way it works. Measure. Can't measure milliamps. Ready? Okay. It's set up so we can see. All right. So, okay, go ahead and flip the switch on the main power. This one here.
Flipping the switch.
The motor is. So you turn it off. Would you? That's what here. I'm gonna unscrew it. And I'm just gonna chuck it with my hand. You have my screw gun? Yeah, thanks.
I think you need like a 1x1 dowel. Someone over here. Brad.
Yeah.
This might fit in there.
Yeah. I'm just afraid I'm gonna tear that copper foot with that hard wood edge. Here, I'm just gonna peel this top off.
Maybe we get like a full start situation.
Man, I was hoping I need to set up with a ripcord or something.
Yeah, like an engine start.
Yeah. All right.
Ready, powered up?
Yeah, powered up.
3, 2, 1, go. function.
All right, turn up. We gotta cut down some of the.
Yeah, we gotta cut down some of the copper.
Friction.
There's way too much copper in those wads.
What's that?
There's too much copper in those wads. They're too thick. Too much
Yeah. Or maybe. Let's see. No, I don't think I need to. I don't need to pull these down. I don't need to pull this down for almost.
How about we take it off the scale so it's a little bit more stable? Take off the top, cut down the copper wad level, and we'll run it on the table, make sure that it turns, and then put it back up on the scale, okay?
Well, the trouble with that is when you run it, it starts to shred everything. So you really,
we don't have that much runtime before it falls apart.
Not ideal, but here,
the badge doesn't have that much runtime.
Badge.
It's a little bit.
That's terrible.
It's a little testy.
Jeremy, have you ever experienced that?
Before you guys run it too, like you can just spend a few seconds just letting the scale stabilize because it is really wobbly. And it'd be nice to see like
Well, we're not worried about the scale. We're worried about getting the thing started to turn because there's too much friction with the brushes. That's the issue.
So
don't worry about the scale measurements until we actually have something moving. You're not gonna.
Do you have a pair of needle nose pliers?
Yeah, they're in the lab.
Why? We'll have this in just a sec. Just give me a sec.
It's just another hour, right? One more hour.
Well, I mean, you don't.
Dave or Dan, sorry, I got you muted for the time being here.
We're really close.
All right, I unmuted you. We're talking over them. We're not talking. We're not talking into.
Thanks so much.
I'm gonna shut the stream down because I don't know what's going on. Shut up, please. I'm done with the stream. I don't know what's going on with the sound. I'm done with this.
Oh.
Oh, nothing's working.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for hanging in there.
All right, well, love you guys. I'm still streaming over on my channel here and Autodidactic.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
Dan joined us in here. Mike's gonna join in right away, and we're gonna be doing some more experiments with the spark gaps, as well as some science of sound.
Are you going to you want to stream that? I don't know if the Apex crowd wants to see that. Or what?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Whenever you guys are done with the Zoom, I'll just keep going in my Streamyard, and no worries. Shutting down your Zoom here.
Your Streamyard into the chat if anybody wants to join that.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this laptop. I need to throw in the trash apparently, and or I need to get a better setup going. I don't know, but everything I set up to try to do is broken now.
It has to do with the Zoom Streamyard interface, and they're working on it. I've been talking to the actual directors at Streamyard and the developers, and they are working.
Thanks for watching. All right, now we're just Zoom, man. No more YouTube channel, no more live stream.
I'm still going to my channels.
Yeah, that's fine. You're still streaming on your channel, but I just am having way too much technical difficulties on my end trying to like do the live stream and then try
Fair
to
enough.
do this stuff. It's just like
Too much.
The audio is like really confusing because a lot of people are on the same live stream from.
So yeah, we're on the stream live stream from several angles. So anytime you turn the audio on,
these guys had their anniversary party, already had champagne. So it's all getting a little squirrely. But they're still doing. Can I? But they're still doing experiments and everything.
They certainly showed up ahead of time.
So they're keeping me on the after chat. They're not on even online, but they're online with me and select people.
Anti-gravity research. Freaking span.
Well, they need my help.
Like,
Yeah, it's usually really nice, but it's...
Yeah, no kidding.
This is another level. Okay, are we ready for another friction test?
Yeah, we're getting close. Hang on just 1 second.
Basically, if you guys can hear us, we're having issues with friction. Too much friction, so it can't spin.
No audio, no audio, no audio. Right.
You owe Co $1.
Hey, swear jar. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah.
Lily, you think it's gonna work?
Boy.
Yeah, I really, this is the lighter I have my.
Oh, it's gonna work.
She has her lucky lighter.
Yeah, worst case scenario is swamp gas.
This is a swamp gas, making machine, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's try that.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's fire it out.
Well, that was a lot better.
All right, Jenna. We gotta cut down these. Sorry, fellas.
We got way too much friction. Maybe we can change out the center motor for something more powerful.
Oh yeah, dude. If you got a center motor that's more powerful, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean the center motor you have is pretty nice looking, but it really isn't contributing that much.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of. It probably spins this at like 5.
Before you guys shut it down, if I could share.
We're gonna have to. For the live stream, we gotta replace the motor.
Yeah.
It's a friction thing, man. We kill the friction. We beat the friction thing, man. I'll tell you.
I'd like to show you guys what Vinny St. Vincent's been doing with his flywheel, and you'll probably find some similar things, Brett.
We can pick out motor. There's a box of fixed motors. Actually, you know what I could do if I just. We gotta pull the whole thing apart though if we gotta change the motor. So, like, we're done for the night if that's what we're gonna do.
Well, another option. There's 2 more copper round thingies on the far side that we haven't pulled in yet. Pull the far one out.
What?
That copper rag over there.
Which one do you think it is?
It's the far one and that one, the ones that we haven't worked on yet.
Okay.
Just pull it out. The one at the very far end.
Well, okay, just so you know that that's going to mess with the symmetry of the field.
Yeah, if you put a spark gap in,
I do not tell you what.
excuse me, if you put a spark gap in water, you should get the result. It should help.
Sorry, Dan, I can't hear you too well here. Once they stop streaming, we'll be able to start talking.
All right,
like
all right.
10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's cool. Love you, bro. I hope you.
I'm looking forward to us being able to talk here finally on this.
Yeah, man, I'm so sorry to hear about your friends and the problems that you've been going through, bro. Lots of hugs and condolences and all.
It's an ongoing epidemic and tragedy. Just like once a month, we lose someone we know to the opiate epidemic.
Yeah, if you read what I'm not sure if I wrote it to you, but I'm gonna put out my design and everything, and I'm gonna bring it to the American Indians and indigenous people all around the world, and I want to take out those war satellites with them. I don't mean to get all political and war and everything, but I think we need to defend ourselves.
Current makes a huge difference.
Absolutely.
In the electromagnetic field. A huge difference. Because if the current eddies all over the wheel, then you're not that's.
Oops, one.
Does anybody make like copper bearings
Yeah, and the next iteration, I'm gonna have bearings.
You're gonna have a better motor too, because this is like this is bullshit. You have to like fight against friction because the motor isn't powerful enough.
We make these things by hand.
What type of motor are you guys using? Are you using like a DC pulse big, like magnet motor, or?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, it's something that he got from the Orient.
I just got it on Amazon, you know?
Yeah, well, what you keep from Amazon?
Yeah.
Built in the Orient.
Have you seen Jared Morin's work?
This is just, yeah, it's kind of curiosity, right? Like, I think I could do it. This is me trying to do it. So I'm not like
Thomas the Train. I think I can. I think I can.
Go on. There we go. No, you ready? Yeah. I'm good.
We're business guys. Like,
all right, so cut the friction off. Be all set. Ready?
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh shit! Get in there.
Unusual amount of rolling.
Let's go. Okay. It's the bushes on the bottom.
That's officially way too much friction. We need a more powerful motor. Either eliminate the friction or
say what? Alright. We'll get a little there. Alright, now you ready?
Alright, shut up. Live experiments here at Apec. How many people are watching now?
There's still over 60 live watching on my channel.
It's spinning faster now.
Yeah, we got 18 people in the chat. Still, we have 25 people on Zoom. Jeremy's streaming's again, so between the two of those.
I'm still streaming to my channel. It's got 20, and then Autodidactic that's got another 50 on his.
Is it hit the top? Is it hitting the top? It's hitting the top.
Where?
Hang on a second.
Dude, I think we need a stronger motor.
Yeah, we definitely.
Stronger motor. Good.
All right. Ready? Let's try that.
3, 2, 1, go. Almost there.
Yeah, it's got to be the second bottom.
It's a fight between friction, but you have the motor that really doesn't have that power. Yeah, it doesn't have much juice to it. So,
hey, maybe turn it on. Should we just turn it on and see if we can build a little bit in the coils there and then try it?
Go for it. Tom.
We're living in the Matrix.
Work off the motor, bro.
I don't know, I mean, I got it. It worked for me once, I guess. Maybe I fucked the motor up or something, or maybe the motor's. Because you've seen it run. You've seen the blue video where it's going tick, 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 it's running.
Yeah, but even in that video, it's barely running. Like, I mean, you can get much more efficient motors in the fancy one.
Well, I wanted it to all.
You gotta look into Jared Morin's DC pulse motors. They're top notch magnet.
This is like a high torque situation. We need like low RPM, high torque. How many watts does it put out, and what's the RPM?
So for me to try to explain that right now, I cannot do it justice because the way it works in his pulse motor, doesn't destroy the torque, it reverses the torque. So it's like over.
Can you buy it on Amazon with Prime shipping?
Yes.
Okay, send me the link.
Okay. I will get that right now.
And then we'll convene next when we get the correct part.
I'm not stopping this. I'm sharing it out. So,
You need the plastic barrier on the top.
no, can you get him off the table, please? I prefer not.
She wants her Happy Meal.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Biggie, go. Biggie.
freenaturalenergy@gmail.com is his email. I'll post it in the private chat for you, and you can order his pulse motors directly from him. I'm also going to post his channel link for you guys to see.
We're still live?
I don't know.
Oh, we're still
Oh yeah, we're still live to a couple of my channels too.
We're still hanging out on Apec, guys. What's up? You guys wouldn't believe what this place looked like. Can I show you guys a video of what this place looked like when I first came?
Heck yeah, man.
I think we got some videos on.
I think I might believe it.
All these tables, none of them were painted. All that gray color's new. This wall was really bad shape. I painted the whole thing. We painted this hallway, all the doors, the back room, the break room. We painted that shelf there. And we redid all these tables. So I came here and Mark was trying to sand down OSB, which is like that particle board. It's this stuff. If I show you the underneath of the table, you can see it. For those of you who don't know what OSB is, you can look it up. This stuff, I think, see that? See that plywood? Oh, it's like plywood made of that chunky wood stuff. Yeah, that's called OSB. And he was trying to sand that down and paint it, and they sanded it with a sander and made all kinds of dust, and they still didn't get it flat. And so what I said, you wasted all that labor, and you still didn't get it right. The best thing you should have done is got hardboard, and which is like $12 for a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet. All right. So we were able to get 6 sheets of that and redo all the tables. We just painted that hardboard. It's kind of like MDF. If you know what MDF is, medium density fiberboard. And I have a piece of it over here. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So if you guys want to make a work table like this for really cheap, you can make a lab table just like this for probably around $100. But this is what it's called. It's like about an 1/8 or 3/16 of an inch thick, and it's got this one side. It's like knitted or fabric board or whatever. It's like a weaved MDF, and then the top part is like cardboard, and it's very sturdy, very good solid working surface for a lab. It paints really nice. The paint does pretty good on it, and I wanted to show you guys how putting stuff on it without, you know. Like, where's the damage?
Yeah, man, that's definitely the stuff to use for workbenches.
It's really hard to damage. It's $12 just for a 4x8 sheet, bro. And then when you're done with it, like in 5 years when you destroy it, you just throw it away and put a new one down.
Exactly.
So, and then we use this stuff. This is about $20 for a 12-foot piece, and it's in the flooring section. And it's just a piece of stair nosy, you know. You'll find it in all the trim pieces in the flooring aisle at Home Depot or Lowe's. But yeah, this stuff, $12 a sheet, you can't go wrong with that, and it's super durable. Just try to cut through it with a utility knife. I don't have my utility knife right here with me. Try to cut through. Oh yeah, here's a utility knife right here. I just want to show you the durability of this stuff. So it's like, I mean, it's hard to cut through. I scored that as hard as I could with a utility knife, and I would have to cut it. I would have to do that probably about 20 to 30 times to get through really hard scratches with a utility blade before I puncture the surface. So, to give you an idea, it doesn't delaminate, it doesn't peel, which is nice. I don't know,
just be careful that thing doesn't fall over and break the laptop nearby.
Yeah, that laptop's just chilling right under it. I don't want to take it out of there until we're ready. Okay. Yeah. You know, we should have, that's like something we should have had, like the $40 web camera. I had this other setup the last time I was here, and I can't find any of those web cameras now. And the cameras that I got won't work. None of them work when I hook them up. So it's just like,
I have an abundance of cameras.
yeah, I need some help on a good camera system, because we went and bought this HDMI switcher so that I could have multi-camera. So it's like a 4-camera switcher that I have that I can do multi-camera mode. And it has 4 HDMI inputs. So I need cameras that can work on an HDMI output. So I can plug them into this HDMI switcher. Or I need to
like
find
this
a different switcher that works on, because if I could get a switcher that would work on 4 USB cameras, maybe I'll just get like 4 really nice web cameras and do like a switcher like that.
Yeah, this one's a micro USB. It's super nice. And then I got the regular Logitech USBs that are pretty good.
Oh, whip.
I was thinking I could do the Stream Deck, so I could do software switching to Stream Deck, because I have a Stream Deck as well.
Nice.
So,
That's what I got to get next.
Oh, don't flap
And
your
you
camera.
got to add me, Jeremy, on your StreamYard into the team part of admin now, so I can help you.
Bring me my cigarette.
Joe, I went and looked up what kind of cameras Joe Rogan uses, and then I asked Ian, hey, what kind of cameras do you got in the studio at Tim Pool's, podcast, and he told me, and so I got some scoop on that, but then I can't get them to output HDMI into my laptop for some reason. It just doesn't work with this capture card I bought. I think it might be this capture card, and I don't think. We overloaded this trying to do the switching through this single cam link, because it has to change like the input, like the mode or whatever for each camera. It has to resync.
I find the best way is to, because you have multiple laptops there right now, is just use like 1 camera per laptop and just mute a couple of laptops, but run single cameras, high-def cameras from each laptop and pre-position them ahead of time.
This cam link thing, it's made by the same company that makes the Stream Deck, Elgato or whatever. It just this thing burned out. It was a waste of $100. So I don't know. I gotta figure something else out. What's the deal, Brad?
If we tend to just take the top off. Maybe just take the top off.
Yeah, we got safety glasses in the lab, and everyone's in there, you know, standing behind the safety of their computer. So I'm not afraid. The thing's made out of copper and graphene. You know, it's not like it's.
Yeah, if it wasn't gonna vaporize as you guys, we're fine here.
Yeah, it'll vaporize us, but you guys are cool, you know. But I think that no, even if it exploded and like even if you got that thing up to 10,000 RPMs for some reason it sprayed everywhere and sent copper and graphene shrapnel on it, would be that big of a deal. It's not like super heavy.
It was something a breakthrough or something happened.
I don't think we need the top magnet ring to actually to create electricity. I think we can do it just with the bottom. So
I think
let's take the top one off.
I think we're good. You know, even if the thing flies off or something happens to it, you know, I'll put a piece of cardboard around those microscopes over there so that they don't get, you know, smashed with debris, you know. But other than that, I'm all right, you know. So I feel like if you were in terrorist training school and you made your shrapnel bomb out of copper and graphene, they'd fire you. You know, they'd be like, "This is not doing enough damage."
Yeah, keep it in steps.
Yeah, if it flies off the scale, you know we're pretty awesome.
I'm trying to make jokes.
No, they're really funny. I just like. Let's see. Then what we'll do is just take this bad boy.
Device.
I don't know what that is. The Wilmshurst device. There's people blowing that up in the chat room in the live chat saying that this is like very half of a Wilmshurst device.
Yeah. So it's two plates. One has copper and one has aluminum. So they're dissimilar and they spin in different ways.
Really?
Different directions.
That's not what this
and
is.
it creates
Yeah, it's similar to how the maglev works, right? And the maglev train, the track on the maglev train, because it's just with the way that the monorail maglevs is like it's just a spinning aluminum disc, and then it's like copper magnets. So
Let's see if we get some.
Somehow that does provides enough lift to lift the train.
Right there.
You'll be right.
I have a Wilmshurst device actually.
Yeah. Did you make it?
No, somebody else did and they gave it to me as a present.
No, I understand why it's not going. That should be like more than enough.
Sometimes it takes a little bit to build up the electrons. I found with my Wilmshurst device. Well, you just gotta keep spinning it and the charge just builds.
Yeah, I mean, but like, this isn't the first time I did it. It went way faster than this. Like, it should be cooking. Understand what's not going. Maybe it's burned out. I don't know. Should go. If that's crazy, that it won't go.
There. I got that thing covered.
It's not going. Was it making any milliamps?
No, nothing, man.
There's one more milliamp.
Just here to give a shout out to Bernie and Campbell. Good luck, you guys, on your experiments.
If someone in the comments said, over here, remove the disc from the motor and just test the motor.
Say again?
Remove the disc from the motor and test the motor.
Test the motor, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's kind of pain in the ass to just move the motor. Yeah, I mean the motor. Right? I mean it's given a little bit because like when I go that.
Yeah, my motor's just trashed. That's it. That's
Why is it not spinning?
what's the weight on it right now? So it's 50
Oh, Webby.
and an 8.
There's a guy pay.
So it's just, yeah.
Town to pee, but that's a charge. We'll try. Copy. Web guy. Oh, web.
Yeah. It's not working. So we're at 50 cent, 54 centimeters, 55 centimeters. Yeah, it's kind of going, but
Okay, that was something, yeah.
yeah. I know we just need a new motor, I guess. All right, well, sorry, fellas, sorry, buddy.
Before you go, let me show a video of something with the exact.
No, it's just a motor. I need a motor to make it spin. But when we get a motor to make it spin, then we'll give you a show. Yeah, sorry we couldn't launch this time.
It's all right, man. This is still really entertaining. I appreciate the effort. We'll definitely need the internet for the next show.
Yeah, we'll definitely. Well, I just need a motor, man. I'll melt your face. Actually got one. I just need a mount for that.
Can you guys see the video or?
Yeah, I've seen that one. That's actually it's a pretty faithful replication as far as somebody trying to get it at home. I mean,
Yeah, he's been building it for over 10 years now, and this one he's connecting giant quartz crystals into the levitating of the stone through the flywheel.
I don't know if you've seen earlier, Bernie, but that video that I shared, that live demo that I shared, I used to use a Herkimer as my spark gap discharge eradicator. So what spark will do is run over the surface of the quartz and it'll break the spark a lot faster than it would otherwise break in air.
Nice. Yeah, definitely on the same wavelengths. Major breakthroughs are destined to happen.
Apparatus, and it's on right now, so I'm a little nervous about it. It is serious business here. So this experiment was done in 1990. This is what I have to It calls it the gravitation nullifier. Exposed journals and things like that. If you care about it, you're worried it's all kinds of culture.
Do you have a motor that I can borrow to put in there?
Hey Bernie, just so
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
not
it's
working.
your for some reason it's your other audio that's picking it up, like your microphone audio.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed it's not working too well.
Obviously, I don't want you to play a 20-minute video right now. But,
Yeah, no, I stopped it. I posted it. I posted it in the chat instead. There we go.
Jeremy, how you feeling? Yeah. I'm so weak. I've been up since. Oh no! I've been up since yesterday. Where's your motor box? Check.
Don't even need to say how long I've been up for. Goddamn cryptocurrency.
Yeah, if you guys want to install it there tonight, I will tune in. If you want to do it tomorrow, I understand that too. Let us know so we can tune in.
Yeah, we'll probably do another live stream tomorrow, like when we have something ready. It's just been like one text.
Yeah, shoot me a text, Mark.
We're fixing every single one of them as they come out. So it's just like.
Good morning. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, for this machine, he's got way too much resistance and nowhere near enough power until you can spin the thing. Yes.
Oh, Kobe, Weber got it. Huh? Big. Hype.
Thanks. Hey guys, it's Tim. How are we doing on the conference?
You can probably
Hey,
do the
Tim.
recording at this point.
You done? Okay.
No, never done.
I mean, well,
I'm kidding.
I'll keep hosting the stream just for people that want to stay in the chat and communicate with each other. But we could probably kill the recording at this point. I don't think anything else, revolutionary is going to happen that needs to be on the record. So this will also offer people a chance to chat a little more freely.
Yeah.
Bernie, are you still streaming?
Oh yeah, I'm still streaming to a couple of channels. I'm gonna post my Streamyard. I'm gonna post the Streamyard.
People that have stuck around a chance to chat a little more privately. Let's stop the live stream.
Yeah, I'll end the Zoom and I'm gonna keep streaming on my Streamyard. I got a bunch of people joining in.
Well, there are some people that might want to chat, privately without the live stream going to the public.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm gonna
leave the conference then. It'll keep going, but I was going to press this. Hey, happy first anniversary, guys.
But check out the private chat. I posted the link for the DC motor that you need for.
Recording stopped.
Man, Tim was absolutely the best host that could have possibly taken on this conference, really.
Yeah,
That's why it's successful.
Really mentally taxing. Like, they're really interesting, but twice a month is a lot. It's actually probably more than that, actually. But yeah, it's just hours of engineering, intense talk.
And for him to like take time and host it so diligently, it's really nice of him. We got music playing in the background. Pretty
Who's
cool.
playing their house of Razens?
Tuned in for a bit. I wasn't expecting him to drop by. Yeah, that was pretty cool. But we've had a lot of really incredible like big names pass through. Yeah. Not everybody has spoken, but we've had some people that have came in and checked out the conference, and some of them have stuck around and attended. They all stay kind of silently in the background.
Let's vote, man. Like his presentation on Apec really blew my mind. I don't know if he's right, but I've never heard someone talk about like non-equilibrium chemical kinetics and bridging that between like physics and explaining UFOs. Like what? That's brilliant.
That's Alchemy 101 right there.
Yeah, he's really into it, man. I bought one of his books. It's awesome so far. He was talking about the Pais patents at one of the APEC conferences. He put it in terms of like alchemy. It was pretty wild. Yeah, it was Bob Greenier's work too. And
I love that I said alchemy and I didn't even know that he was defining it as that.
Well, he calls it as ether, but it's using the principles of metabolic biochemistry and enzyme kinetics, and just applying those same principles of closed loop systems and how they balance each other out to physics.
And does he go into like the self-organization of the monoatomics and the plasma state?
A good bit. He defines all those like in different categories of the ether, and it's kind of dense, but he has an entire like I think hour and a half segment on APEC where he talks about like the Pais patents, and he gives an introduction on his I want to say he calls it I can't remember his name. It's like non-equilibrium kinetics, something like that. But he talks like in great depth about his theory and how it can be used to explain the behavior of what we see the tic-tacs do. You know, I have a biology background, so I thought it was fascinating. Taking a concept from metabolic biochemistry and then applying that to physics. Like, damn, I wouldn't have really thought of that. But it's pretty smart because it is a system that you need to balance ultimately. So,
Sam, I'm going to have to show you some of my experiments with the electrolysis, and the self-organization that happens with that is just it's insane. It's so organized it doesn't make sense that it can be that organized.
are you talking about like with electrolysis? You get like the waveforms.
Oh, that's just one aspect. It's like the building of entire like ecosystems within it.
Hey Bernie, can I ask you to end your live stream?
I'm
watching you on YouTube right now. Let's see. Is there any way that you can end your...
Yeah. All right. Well, there we go. That was APEC, and now we are going to continue on. I have the wonderful Dan the Man with me. We have Kraken on. I am going to post the link into the YouTube chats right now. If anybody wants to join, my buddy or our good friend Mike with Faraday Research is going to be joining us shortly, as will Ominous the Beatboxer, and we will be going more in depth into the science of sound.
Mike, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, there you go. I can hear you.
Oh,
now.
you got me? Oh shit! I was gonna type everything. That's all I'm used to doing is typing everything, and I usually keep my mouth shut. You know, with all this hell going on.
I feel you, brother.
I feel you, bro. Man, you've had some disappointments recently, and condolences. I bless you.
Appreciate that. I do appreciate that, brother. But it's
I can't see anything on the screen yet. But do I need to? I don't know. I can just listen to everything. That's all I am about. It's really audio. I love it. But
Right?
not about
Sound
satanic, weird,
engineering.
crappy, like to hell with everybody crap. I want to uplift humanity through that sound.
Right? Oh, we got Case now. Hello to all you lovely souls still joining us on Autodidactic, as well as my Bernard Conkin channel and Crypto Alchemist. I am also sharing it too, as well as I believe my Burncron Clothing Facebook page and Burn Eye Mind's Third Eye Twitter are all still live streaming. So
keep it on, bro.
Exactly. I'm going to post the link again here, and I'm going to set up my other computer to have a camera going of one of these alchemy experiments that I was talking about with the self-organization. As we get things organized, I will just play a little bit of Jared Morin, I guess we'll start with. If you don't know Jared Morin, he is from Montreal, and he is an amazing electrical engineer. That
what a gratitude.
He's created a DC pulse motor.
When I put my website out, when I'm happy.
Oh, goodness. Tinsel sounding. We need to. You know, you need to send this stuff to me so it's perfectly clear. If someone wants to put their ear up to their
sound
Bernie, you need to me so it sounds it sounds tinsely, it sounds that's difficult for me to read.
Sorry.
I love audiophile stuff, but I hate the prices, and I will dismantle all of them. But when we're talking about this thing, golly, that's difficult to listen to. Excuse me. Keep on with it. I'll try to figure out everything that I can listen to. I hope I'm not being fanciful when I try to listen and interpret all of it, because wow, a lot of us beings are purely subjective, and that's where our power lies.
100%. Too many people give away their free will without even realizing it.
Oh yeah, just put some headphone or microphone graph on the scale, and this is that, and that's all it is. What a bunch of crap. Everyone knows what they hear. And if we are so baffled by what we hear, if we are so corrupt, thinking that we hear so valiantly decimated, then why sell anything audiophile ever? That's my joist.
I feel you. Do you want to, Dan, go over, in the meantime, while I set up my experiment, the coils you're working on for your device?
Oh, so you looked at that, did you?
I did. Not in depth, but I did take a little look-see. I did.
Thank you, bro, man. We got to get this stuff out, man.
100%, 110%. It is long overdue.
Please, Bernie, don't tell me you're gonna try to patent it. Please.
Oh, hell no. I refuse to. Everything I do is open source, and that is why I am so pro crypto, because it is all open source technology. It's
I love
you should have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
And the only way humanity is going to evolve is by being honest with itself and each other. And that is the key. And
straight out in the open.
So many people are lying to themselves first that they can't even fathom the truths that are the reality of the metaverse that we live in, that is the holographic universe. anything is possible. You set your mind to it, and it will happen.
You know, bro, a lot of people have tried and they're still going in the conceptual constructs mathematically in our physics departments, only because they're following the preconceived physics realms that they have been dealing in. But they, you know, all of those professors are actually committing treason.
Right?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. And crimes against humanity, really.
Yes, absolutely. You're gonna pit out all your money to save your children and yourselves just to think, oh wow, they taught us. Are you freaking kidding? There's been a hidden cover-up for so long that I am so upset. I don't think
it's
the
generations
American...
long. It's generations long. It's
you know what? No. It's multi-generational.
Yeah, exactly.
It is multi-generational, and we are about to get the snap of the whip of it if we don't wake this damn up straight now.
Right? And
now,
we've come to the brink so many times, and people are just absolutely clueless and refuse. You got to protest, and you have to peacefully reject.
No. If you are a theosophical portender and you read all of that, and you read the anthroposophical constraints and restraints of Steiner, we must go to the fifth epochal revelation that we are the people and we own freedom.
Right? Absolutely.
What is Tesla Tech all about? I mean, come on, you know, let's go put it out open source. Let us put it purely TCD Commons so that nobody can like say, oh, I got the patent on it. To hell with them. If they're going to hide their shit, I will prevail in revealing their electro bullshit anti-gravity hell. That they want to try to destroy us in some alien stupid intervention.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going?
Blue shirt guy here.
How you doing?
Good, not bad.
Thank
Just
you.
got your link. Thought I'd say hello.
Most definitely. We appreciate you joining.
I appreciate him too. Come on.
Where are you joining in from, Blue Shirt?
I wish I had some psychedelics like you guys, but I'm just hanging out
Oh,
here.
shoot, dude. I wish I did too. It's been like about 20 years, man. I did that in 3 years. 5,000 hits.
I'm not on psychedelics right now, but I have been awake for 3 days, just like pacing myself, dealing with stuff. But it's like I'm not on any drugs, but I've found that
drugs aren't the answer. You know, it's inside us.
And you do it properly, you actually connect your consciousness to the higher level. And
that's what it's about.
And the drugs, it's like it will give you that fractal connection, but you're getting skewed. The drug is not giving you that clarity to source. And if you really,
the drug will never give you the clarity of mind that you need psychically. That's
absolutely,
period.
I agree with that.
It is a gateway, so people that are so stupid and sleeping can wake up.
Well, and it's to keep the sleeping asleep. And
I don't know about that. I've learned a lot of scientific methods that I could not figure out when I was just consciously awake.
So my question is, how often do you guys meditate?
I meditate daily and I pray to God daily.
That's good. That's better than psychedelics.
That's a regimen. It's like food, water. Well, more so water.
Right? Plasma water too. I love my plasma water. So meditation, it's like
I can eat shit water, and with my spirit, that turns it around.
Hey, yeah, right. You got it. The power of
But you need a bridge. Some people need a bridge. We have been so closed off in the Western mind that we need some other alternate collusion to wake us up. And I do believe psychedelics provide that.
It won't really matter here soon once these.
Yeah. No kidding. It's happening fast. We need to. Go
We
on.
can't
Go
say
on,
that word here.
fellas. Go on, fellas. I'm not going to tell you what to say. I don't want to go on at that point.
I hear you.
Bless you. Bless everyone here. I can't believe people are still saying
meditation
past
and
the event.
psychedelics, but you'll actually get there in the full. Where the psychedelics, you will never get your full consciousness.
Psychedelics are an illiterate promulgation, just like anything that is negative written.
It's for Mickey Mouse. It's for high schoolers.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
but
the
it will
synthetics,
open you
especially.
to understanding the power that you have inside your mind.
Absolutely.
And if everyone is that stupid, if they can't find it, try it.
There you go. That's a good quote. I like that.
Right, and it's that the synthetic drugs are what will fracture you and steal your soul, and put the body snatchers will come in and take your consciousness. Your consciousness will get scattered into these other dimensions, and you will be forever lost. That's how the cycle happens.
No. It's very much similar.
Well, there's the
go
spirit
ahead.
of the actual plant that the shamans used, and that connection is the purest that you will get out of any psychedelic drug. And then you are using the
Morning glory
essential spirit of that being, of that life force that is connecting you over to the source dimension, to the spirit realm. But it's meditation, it's mastering yourself that will get you there in the fullest, and be able to bring back the most information from source consciousness, from your other realms of your other lives and dream states.
Absolutely, Bernai. And the most powerful, there's redundancy, build redundancy, build redundancy. That's what we see in all of these over unity, whatever you want to call it, projects. The same goes for the mind. It's always been that way. And when we conceive of that, we will ascend higher and higher. I don't have need for any masters or any of this unsubsequent remorse for like what has been going on historically on the planet Earth. But I do, especially after my NDE experience.
Did you say planet Earth or Earth plane?
I am talking about the universe and of all the planets out there. I am saying that there's a power that is beyond us, and if you can through some people say astral projection. I will say
in harmony with
lucid dream levity. And I'm not trying to be Lucifer or any of that crap.
No, lucid dreaming, 100%.
Yeah. Now follow me. I went to the sun just to try to figure out all the dynamics of that.
You can't go there. That's 93 million miles away.
And I went right through it. When it was like playing checkers. It was like playing checkers. I went through one dark space in the sun, and I zigzagged to the others inside of it. And I went out the other side, and I was super luminal. And I had speeds that, wow. I don't know if you guys believe in anything like
Well,
in
it's impossible
archangels
to
and
try
people
to.
that protect you.
You can't put
Beings,
into
spiritual beings.
words the experience that you have when you
Yeah,
connect
I'm only
to
trying.
source
Yeah, I'm trying to do
consciousness,
that in English. Yeah, you're right.
right? And it's that you just sound like a crazy person because
I
you
know.
really
I know.
have the
Everybody tells me I
understanding
am.
of the universe, and you're trying to both rationalize it within your third dimensional consciousness and then break it down into a communication to then explain it to other third dimensional consciousnesses, and it's just impossible. You have to be able to become one with yourself, master your own consciousness, and then connect to the universe
Bro,
to be
brother,
able to
yes.
understand it.
Especially
Yes.
on YouTube. These
Yes,
guys
bro.
on YouTube have no idea.
Now, when I went through the sun, zigzagging everything to get around the core and was shot out the other side, do you want to know what I saw inside the sun? There is, and people call me crazy and loony, even everybody like in amongst of all of you that believe in all this electro universe culpability and cosmology. I saw a planet. It was like a sphere inside the sun, and it was inhabited. And those people got nothing on us.
Nothing on us, or we got nothing on them?
No,
A little
they
bit
have.
both, because we're in a different dimension. So
I
they
meant
can't touch us, but they are definitely more evolved than us.
way more. I think they're harboring our consciousness in the not an evolution's sake. However,
I feel you.
That they always shine towards us as spiritual sun beings. However, yet there are other ET extraterrestrial beings attempting to take over our planet, and we cannot commit to the current politics. A libertarian, a libertarian pro-administration is what we need
in general.
to
It's just
succeed
it's
in
divine
freedom
consciousness.
and liberty, or otherwise we're gone.
Hey, quick question. I'm gonna head out, but F Dan, I appreciate your your stories. And as far as this stream goes, can we join in? Like, can I join in next time? Just save the link, or how does that work?
Absolutely. Every time
It's for
it's a
burning. I
different
don't know.
Streamyard link each time, but I will be sharing
I don't
and
want to be
posting
a
them
part of it.
constantly.
He doesn't want to be a part of this.
I don't. I'm sorry. I
It's
have
cool,
to be
man.
exclusive.
It
Man.
says you guys been out for over 6
It's
hours.
not
Have you
because
been
I
out for
work
6
for the
hours,
government.
Dan?
It was just 2 years in the army.
Started
but I
streaming
just don't
Apex
want to
6
be a part
hours
of it.
ago.
Holy cow. I didn't
And
know
we will
this
be
even
going
existed.
probably for another 2 hours once Mike and
Hey.
Ominous join in here.
I'm gonna
If
pop
any
in
of you
on like a
play
con
like
night
string
when it's a little more
instruments,
settled.
woodwinds, brass, and all that, I am building a studio, and I love it. So if you all could help me out, I'm a crippled dude that just got smashed in an auto accident about 10 years ago. Went through 10 years of surgeries, and you know what? I'm not gonna ever forgive myself for exceeding and trying better.
No, you're doing good, man.
Right?
I'm doing
Exactly.
great, brother.
And we're all coming together and sharing the knowledge, sharing.
We're all here for a reason.
That's right. I understood that for a long time. Thank you.
And one thing I can tell you, it's definitely not a coincidence.
No, it's not some like haphazard. God has a plan.
Well, hey, you guys take it easy. Nice to meet you, Dan. And I'll check out the stream next time. Thanks
Science
for having me.
And too. Thank you.
Take it easy.
You as well. If you don't take it easy, you're never gonna figure out anything because you're so wired on trying to find the difficulties of everything. And you know what? If you're gonna be an experimentalist in that type of mind, just like the universities expel and profound to everyone, it's bullshit. You need to calmly look at the evidence. The evidence is clear. Thank you, brother.
All right, now you can hear me because I was just talking to myself apparently. Sorry about that, guys. I just there's Mike. Hey, you gonna join in here, brother? I'm guessing home by now.
I'm a new guy. So.
Hello, can't be defeated.
Yeah, brother, I've been keeping an eye on the whole chaos of things going on. It's almost it's all something, man. We're definitely all syncing up. Like, it's nuts. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord, man. This
Synchronicity. It's how the universe works. It's when you know things are going right and you are doing the right things. And
yeah, it's true.
Chaos is also an inevitable thing, and it's riding the wave of chaos. I learned that by watching Trump become president of the US, and it was like, how can someone be such a shit show and be in charge of the biggest shit show in the world? And it's just riding the wave of chaos and staying slightly ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey, Faraday. I like your research, Faraday. About I have some questions regarding your DC impulse generator.
Sure.
So, is it like two waves of 180 degrees going at each other, and it's not deconstructive in snap? I think it's like it's interference, but it's not like deconstructive. They don't collapse, right? It's like
no, I think it's like an oscillating wave. Now I haven't
like
actually. Yeah, it's an ion generator. That's what they classify it as. It's a negative ion generator.
So, well, what I'm trying to say is I'm thinking in waves. So, like,
Right.
I try to throw out the atom model out the window, basically.
Right.
So, or is it just like, is it just basically a resonator? You're just trying to. Is it because like the impedance value, like the resistances that you're trying to avoid, like you're
Well,
measuring?
it is oscillating. Like it's classified around, I believe it's 42 kilocycles. So it is an oscillating wave. Now, I actually haven't hooked it up to an oscilloscope to actually see what that waveform is. My
Okay.
prediction is it is an impulse, but
Yes.
it's pulsating at 43 kilocycles a second. So
I haven't studied pulsing aspects at all yet. I'm still in the as far as like oscillation studies for
right.
like just straight up harmonic resonance. Like now, I've heard of standing waves reflect off of exact refractory indexes that are lower value than the initial wave, which is a lower value than the reflective surface of a higher value will bounce off, and
Right.
then once it bounces off, it will actually double. Well, that's what they say, it doubles. But it does make sense. Things overheat if too much of a higher value goes over the reflective value value, and that's why the energy will burn whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Because like when I work with this one here, my stuff doesn't get hot. Like I could run a spark gap and have it like hitting each other about, I would say like
Yeah.
almost an inch away. You would think it's generating a lot of heat, but I'd shut it off and put my finger right on
I
the end.
wonder. Yeah, I wonder if there's
There's
a
no heat.
value somewhere. If it's lower than the. I'm thinking that there's no heat because it's a lower wave value than whatever it's hitting on a that has a higher value. So that's why it's bouncing off, and maybe that's why it's not producing any heat. That's my
It could be.
analysis.
You could be very right. The thing is, I just don't have the equipment to test that.
Yeah, test.
Because
I'm more of a, I'm a math buff in a way. I'm more of a math guy. I kind of really just
that's not a bad thing. I'm horrible at math. You know,
well,
like
it takes practice. I used to be very crappy at math. Like I used to be so bad. Like I couldn't even.
well,
I
here's the
couldn't.
ironic thing. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not the best at math. Physics, forget about it. And I work in an industry that it's all math. Like I'm an aerospace machinist by trade. So
Yeah.
go figure. You know what I
Go
mean? Like
figure. Well, it's playing the field. You got to find out what you want to do.
well, it started at a young age for me. I just at 3-4 years old, the first thing I learned how to do is build. I had Lego. That's where it all
Yeah.
started with me. Lego, of all
Yeah.
things, and that's where my passion started with Lego. So, yeah, and I'm 49 years later. Here I am.
You're still doing it. Hey.
That's
It's
it.
always to me what all these physicists are trying to aspire to has always just been one thing. Like, what is one thing all in common they've been trying to get out of all these creations?
Prove everybody else wrong.
Well, that too, but you gotta set that aside. It's not. They don't look at the bigger picture. That's not the goal.
Yeah,
Like that shouldn't be the goal.
see,
That
the
shouldn't
problem
be the
is with
goal.
them. The problem with physicists and the regular mainstream academia, what they do is they build borders around themselves. Okay, here are the borders. Nobody's allowed to cross it. And if you try to cross it or try to expand a little bit beyond the border, you're looked at as a kook, right?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The dogmatic attitude's got to change. People got to be a little bit more accepting to the fact that we know absolutely horseshit. And it's true when you think about it. We still, as a species, have a lot to learn. And
Well, to me,
We
I
just
think it's all there. I think everybody has an individual aspect of their own journey. You know, you're right.
yeah,
We're all collective in a way, but when it comes down to it, everybody's got to, you know, do their own thing. I mean, you go and you live alone. You're born alone, or you're born in by yourself. You go to the grave by yourself. You know,
that's
that's
true.
basically, you know, that's
Well,
a
you pick your road you want to go on, right?
yeah, that's what I
You
mean.
know,
You know,
see,
yeah,
everything that went through my life, it led up to this, and it's all these different scenarios that I was involved with throughout my life that led to me where I am now. You know, like
yeah.
I started working with the HHO stuff back in, oh God, 1999.
Ooh, that's a good
So
one.
yeah, I was into this stuff way back then. See, I didn't have the cell phones. I wasn't able to take all the pictures and stuff like we have now available on our phones. You know, just a click of them. You know, yeah.
Yeah,
So I wasn't
yeah,
able to documentate a lot what I was doing back then. I was doing some pretty cool stuff for that day. You know, I was able to increase my fuel mileage in my car by over 40%, and you know, just by looking at videos and stuff like that, seeing some guys modifying their cars. Actually, I had a
yeah.
neighbor I was speaking with about 6 months ago. He said, "Yeah, I made one of those." And I go, "Yeah, so what'd you do with it?" And he goes, "Well, I still got it." I'm like, "Right on. Yeah, can I see it?" And he showed me, right? And I go, "Yeah, that's what I was doing back in '99." And he goes, "Yeah, I took mine for a O2 test, like for the the emissions test." So he whips out the report of his emissions test. Every single thing on there registered zero.
Wow.
The emissions basically went bye bye. They were gone.
That's more like it. Like, and that's
They were
zero energy loss, basically, right? Because all the
yeah.
emissions, the energy dissipation, isn't it?
Well, basically he just basically eliminated the need for a muffler. Well, other
Yeah,
than or the catalytic converter, didn't need it anymore. He did it
yeah.
through
Wait,
the
this wasn't the Joe cell, was it?
no, it was regular, your hydroxy HHO, two
Okay. Well,
plate inside
he
the
must have balanced the Hertzian wave in matter, or to me frequency of the emissions or whatever out to where it get to zero emissions. But that's
Yeah.
my take on it. So
Yeah, it with the AHO, it has to do with it. They were starting to use it was zero emissions, and they were starting to be able to convert pure salt water into the fuel itself, and no longer needed the gasoline, and that's why they could not have it.
Yeah.
So basically, like electrolysis, but like
Yes,
alchemy,
exactly.
spiral.
Yeah.
I seen your
Plasma
podcast,
alchemy,
Bernie.
plasma electrolysis, one and the same.
Yeah. I seen all your podcast, or almost all your Bernie. I watched. What's interesting me what you said about the gravity wave. That's probably gonna ring up somewhere. But the gravity wave has a certain. You said like it was like a million or
2.6 million kilocycles.
Kilocycles. So I guess
Or actually, it would be megacycles. The number that I heard from this
it's
guy
actually kilocycles, megacycles, gigacycles, and then it's teracycles or terahertz, whatever.
So
and
if
then
it's
you
in the
got
millions, it'd be megacycles then.
Well, I'm going by the word categorization, but yes. And then you have your gamma, and you're like your X-ray, and from there, the whole spectrum and beyond. So I think quanta is in the terahertz range, right? Quantum physics is in the terahertz range. Is that right? Yeah, because they call it quantum radar. So
yeah. So as far as from what I was seeing, what this guy was doing, it seemed like he was on the right track. I really feel that there is a frequency, and if you have an apparatus where this frequency gets resonated in, it does cancel out the gravitational effect. Because
like if you attach, I'm not trying to override you or anything. I'm just trying to agree.
No.
Just kind of cut to the point. Like it. So like my question. I have a question about it. I want to ask you. So if you attach that frequency of the gravity wave, which is the 2 million cycles,
right?
You basically cancel out gravity, period, right? Like
Yeah,
just like that.
it basically goes to zero, and the gravity has no effect on you. And it also, gravity and inertia are the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. That's
And it's
the way it
buoyancy.
needs to be stated, Mike.
Yeah.
And it's buoyancy.
See, the best way I
That
could
is another way.
describe I try to come up with an analogy of gravity in the easiest possible way to understand it. And my way of understanding it is, you jump in a swimming pool and you say your deep end's 10 feet. All right. Swim to the bottom of that 10 feet of the pool. Tell me how the pressure feels. Well, it's great. You got all that pressure on top of you. Okay. So picture us right now. We're at the bottom of a 10-foot pool right now. Now you go 120,000 feet in the air, then your gravity disappears because now you're on top of that field, because the field is further away from the large body, like the Earth.
Right, and that has to kind of do with understanding, think in the terms of buoyancy coming into that aspect.
Exactly. That's exactly it. So,
yes. Well, what about, this is the weird part of gravity. Like, one of the guys on the Apec showed like the warp. They actually compressed space. One of the guests they had on there, that the space metric thing, they actually, I guess they built up to the frequency of a gravity thing, but I think they may have made the gravity frequency just a little bit more, millions of cycles, just a little bit more than the start of it.
See, like personally, okay, anti-gravity is great and all, but okay, the anti-gravity device that everybody's been trying to work on, the Holy Grail, okay, that device really doesn't really mean that much when you're already in space. See,
I know, because the frequencies in space are higher, and so it's like a different topology energy you have to deal with next. They say that's the time dimension aspect, possibly.
So what we should be focusing on is not so much anti-gravity. There's ways that we can get to outer space a lot easier, and I think I spoke a few of the. Basically, okay, take a helium balloon. Okay. We design a balloon that can take our spaceship up to, say, 120,000 feet, and then from there, launch from there. Now you've saved yourself a ton of fuel. Your ship can be a lot smaller instead of these, using rockets like Elon Musk is using. Half of them are basically Roman candles ready to go off, right?
I would like to tell you something that's already been done by Augustus Picard back in 1930s or things like that. He got a hot air balloon, and he went up, and well, he went up and up and up, and then couldn't go no more, and he basically found out what that's not really true.
Yeah, it doesn't take that much energy to get to outer space. This is what the big lie is. Like you develop, like, say, a plane that can go to 120,000 feet and launch your spacecraft from that.
Well, and it's like, what is out there and up there, and that you can inversely go through inner space to get to the outer space through the
basically dimension transfer, right?
Yeah,
what you're saying.
Yeah. So personally,
phase in and out.
Yeah, personally, what I think we should be really focused on, other than the Apec guys that might not like this, but is warp drive. That's what we should really be focusing our energy on, because as soon as you get off the planet, okay, you're already in space now. So now you have basically zero resistance in space to push you somewhere. So what we should really focus our time and money into is a warp drive engine. And that's where you're going to be able to get to the planets real fast. So,
and it's that, is outer space actually like a plasma firmament, or like what exactly?
Sure, it is.
That dimension, right? Exactly.
It's the plasma of existence.
Right? Exactly. So it's it's less dense, but it's exponentially more dense at the same time, and that you have to go into the micro to get to the macro.
It's like we're in immersed in this, like, you know, like kinetic sand. You know what I mean? We can move through it, we can move, but when you hit it real hard, it has resistance, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're kind of floating around in this stuff. It's like in water too, right? When you're in a swimming pool and you're trying to walk, there's resistance there. So picture yourself, okay, our bodies has resistance in the water. So that's what it's like when we're going at great velocity.
Yeah.
Right? We get the same
you just
effect.
basically got to get to that frequency of phase where you have no more resistance.
That's right. And that's where Eric Dollar talks about the universal grounding point. If you can find and anchor yourself to the universal grounding point, inertia and all those forces disappear. You can literally go light speed and then stop on a dime.
The wave within a wave within a wave. The gyroscope is three-dimensional. And
it goes for energy too. This is the holy grail of energy, is finding the universal grounding point. Counter
that's
space.
what the aspiration that the physicists have been. I don't know if they kind of have an idea, which they do. But, you know.
It's all theory. It's all theory.
Well,
and that's okay
how
to
things
theorize.
start out.
It's okay to theorize because that's the only way you can explore this. And then what it all boils down to is you got to do hardcore lab work, actually test stuff, do experiments,
or not. You can actually even preconceive the lab work ahead of time if you think logically and reasonably about what the outcomes could more possibly be. It's been done before. I mean, think of Tesla. He thought about these designs way beforehand he built them in his mind, how they work.
That's right.
So, you know, there's a guy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's another realm that nobody's really touched on, and it's kind of pseudoscience. Well, everything I do is pseudoscience.
It could be that the imaginary realm is real. I mean,
science is just words for higher dimensional sciences that have interpreted fully.
What I'm getting into is consciousness. Okay. I had an experience, actually I'm still playing it out right now. Basically I had a time travel experience that actually turned out to actually be true. Certain events in it have actually transpired about almost 20 years later. And I had an experience where I actually had a visit by somebody that was actually myself 25 years in the future.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, was this like
you're destined for greatness, Mike?
No, it was quite shocking, and it kind of messed me up for a couple weeks because I've seen see how I look right now wearing this hat. Okay, this hat was only made, I believe, 4 years ago, and they don't even make the hat anymore. Well, I seen this exact person that looks like me right now back in 2003 with the same hat. This hat didn't even exist.
Well, there's a guy that called Void is Yin Yang. Void is Yin Yang as his YouTube channel. He talks about non-commutative phase geometry, which is not symmetrical, but you know it's asymmetric. So he talks about that. I think it was Pythagoras or Lemaius who had that lyre instrument, which is like a string tabletop board instrument where you pick with a pick and you pluck at strings. And I'm going somewhere.
Yeah, it's like a harp.
Yeah,
but it's like a handheld device.
Like a harp. Yeah, but well, he said he Void and Yin Yang said that Philaeus was playing it in front of people back in Greek back then to demonstrate the harmonic chords and stuff. And you know the music was symmetrical, but the thing is, beforehand, he had turned it around though, and said that he was trying to hide something, and
he turned it upside down. Yeah, so he was using diametric chords instead of perfect thirds and perfect fifths.
Yeah, so like,
to
and
change
that's why
he was
Void
playing
was
the same
saying that it
songs.
was. Yeah, and that's why Void was saying that it was actually trying to hide the fact that it was asymmetric. You know, it was non. You know, like a non-commutative space. But
right, so it was like it was non-Euclidean geometry as opposed to
exactly.
as
And I've
opposed
read
to
that
the
somewhere.
standard, as opposed to a standard approach to music. So it sounded completely unique, completely different, even though he was playing the exact same song. He was playing the same strings in the same order, but he had turned the instrument upside down.
Okay, but it is non-Euclidean, right? Geometry.
Right, yeah, non-computational, non-Euclidean. It's a different take on the same thing. So
Yeah.
like,
Kind of like polynomial polynomial degrees is like crap. I was reading something about the orders of degrees of calculations for faster computation, but it's just actually just is just a subset of the lower ones, you know.
Right.
So so it's okay. I'm a math guy, so I'm just trying to put all this together. Okay. So but anyways, so yeah, he was proving that, and Void was saying that back to it, that time from his work, what his studies have, he says, shows that time is going out, as in like positive, while the negative side, there's a negative frequency, he's saying, that goes in, and it's like reverse time. So it's like two frequencies going into each other, and that creates the time dimension or something like that. And they call it negentropy, instead of like the time that you're seeing right now is the decay state, and that the other state is the negentropy, so it's the reverse. Yes, Bernard?
Mike, why are you wearing a mask?
Oh, I had to come outside for a cigarette here. So I
Yeah.
had to go through the hallway.
But yeah, it's all vibrations, though, basically. I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's all oscillations. So that's where my physics part is like my involvement is just studying just basic oscillations. Like that's what it all comes down to.
See,
so like I try to and you're saying what the I'm not trying to override you. I'm agreeing with you. Like you added more to information about the muffler thing that just proves what I'm saying. Like it's an oscillation issue. And it's basically zero resistance. So
well, look what Tesla talks about all the time. It's energy, frequency, vibration. Okay, those are the three components. If you can match those three components in your device, you'll either get over unity or resonance or all of it.
Yeah, which over unity is resonance, basically.
Exactly.
Is what he's saying.
It is. It is. Yep.
I think so.
My experience I had there, basically, I saw myself basically, over 20 years in the future. And I came up to myself and I had this vivid dream. I had this vivid dream where I went back and I visited myself, and I basically warned myself that I was going to have problems with my liver. And this was around 2013. I had problems with my liver. So anyways, I remember that day when it was actually at a Shoppers Drug Mart, and I came and approached myself and I said, I know you're going to find this unbelievable, but just bear with me for a second.
Yeah.
I know something. I'm going to tell you something right now. If I tell you, you're going to think I'm crazy, but just take care of your liver. And I looked at myself and I'm going, he looks kind of familiar. You got to understand, this is me, 20 years in the past, right? And I'm seeing myself the way I look now, right? I'm a lot different looking. I'm a little bit heavier set now. I'm a little older, but just overall, I look different. I'm going, I know that guy. Like, he looks familiar. And I go, so I said to him in that the young me says to the old me, they go, okay, like that, kind of like, who are you? You know what I mean? So anyways, no word of a lie, I had some like stomach issues and pain. This around 2013, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I better go see a doctor. Maybe I got a hernia. So I go and get the hernia checked out. I go for the ultrasound. And then I get called back in. And as I'm going to the doctor that day, I go, wouldn't it be crazy if it was my liver? So anyways, I sit in the doctor's office, sit on the chair, and he goes, well, you don't have a hernia or anything. There's a little bit of a tear around your belly button. That's pretty normal for the type of work you do. But you have another problem. And in my head, I'm saying liver. You got fatty liver syndrome. My friggin' jaw almost hit the floor. So
wow.
When that happened, I'm going, that guy at Shoppers Drug Mart. Who the frig was that guy at Shoppers Drug Mart? And I'm going home. I'm losing my mind. I'm going, who the hell was that? How could this person know way back then that I was going to have a problem with my liver? Because the memories were coming back, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going, who is this guy? So anyways, it was basically 2019, just prior to the pandemic. I decided to have a cat nap before work on the couch. And that's when I had the dream. I was in my car. I built some device. I flipped it on. I went back to that time, and that's where that encounter happened with my past. I woke up from that dream. And I go, oh my God, you're freaking kidding me, right? So I'm losing my mind again. I'm going, no. This cannot be right. And this is all at the time I was doing a lot of the experiments with the pulse motor. And I was getting some really weird effects happening. So I decided, okay, I got to go outside for a cigarette. After that, I'm going to get my stuff ready to go. You know, I'm trying to get my mind back on track again. And I'm losing my mind. And I go, no, this could not have happened. So anyways, I said, okay, I'm going to just flip on YouTube, see what comes up. Comes up time travel paradoxes. Are you freaking kidding me? When I saw that show up on YouTube, I'm like, I went right back outside again for another cigarette. I'm like, no way. How would YouTube pick that? Like the very first video came up, time travel paradox. I'm like,
brother,
what?
We simulate Matrix.
So that was the Twilight Zone for me.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that way, man. It happens a lot for everyone. Synchronicities are no joke.
So, anyways, here's it goes on.
Yeah.
A week later after that happens, well, that dream I had pretty much changed my life, right there. And the next week, I had not the same scenario, but basically saw what happened with this coronavirus. I seen it happen 3 months before it happened. So,
what date do you mean? Like
it was early. Yeah, it was early January, and we went into lockdown here it was March 13th.
Okay.
And things start closing up. So 3 months before.
Right. I knew about it in
It's
December.
essentially like the astral projection or the remote viewers, right? It's no different than lucid dreaming or the astral projection or like it's consciousness through space-time. It's 4 or 5 consciousness.
So basically what I'm saying is time travel is consciousness. We can do it. Everybody has it. Everybody can learn it.
Yes.
Okay. I've been studying Russell Targ for the last while.
Yes.
And he was part of the SRI project for remote viewing and all that. And it's incredible stuff. You really got to check it out. It's called Third Eye Spies.
I actually read the book.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime right now. So you could actually watch that video if you got Prime. Third Eye Spies. So it's
I have a physical copy, so I'm old fashioned.
Yeah.
I'm old fashioned, man. But yeah, no. It's real. I guess, like I said, frequency is basically proportional to energy. So that whatever number you have, that's the amount of joules of energy it exactly is.
Yeah.
So
right.
And I was making sure that you read over a bunch of stuff that there's no discrepancies. Information itself is actually, if you think about it, is energy, and information can be processed as frequencies. As ones and zeros switch on and off can produce a hertz. Thus, is the clock like in a computer.
And that's why I got
it's
it.
the same
That's why,
thing.
yeah, that's why I got into the structured water, because it all works the same. It's a plasma. It retains history. It retains information.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what my
so
machine is designed to do is remove the old energies within to neutralize the water. Right.
Well, it's all a self-organizing process. It does it on its own. It's a continuous spiral. There have been known biological transmutations that have happened, done experiments back in the 19 or 1800s. Yeah, 1800s. Well, quote unquote, if history is real, as they say. Go ahead, Bernard.
I was just agreeing with you with Walter Russell's experiments.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the guy's a genius. And he got struck by lightning and his mind woken up. Thus, the power of information proving a frequency amplified is information, which frequency is information, proving that is power and all, I'm on this, I understand what you're talking about, Bernard. That's probably why you got so much of the instant download.
Hey,
but yes.
Hey, maybe that's a good thing that I get electrocuted by my experiments. Maybe.
Well, this is where the value of impedance comes in. You have to be careful, because you can also, if it goes over your resistance level, you are going to get damaged. So be careful, though.
Yeah.
Unless you can condense the power enough within you to make sure it doesn't harm you mentally. I mean, if you have your mind or will strong enough to stop the electric barbecuing, then you could probably transform your cells with that. So
yeah, well, I was
be careful.
I was doing experiments last night, and had the new spark generator going, and it was running incredible. And I think I charged a lot of the ions in the room, because I had an electrical I had an electrical arc go from my ear to my hair.
Oh, be careful.
I thought somebody bit me. I'm like, what the heck was that?
Well, they say they always say light doesn't have mass, which is bull. Then how does electric have mass and you felt the touch? I think electricity's got mass, so light has mass. So energy has mass. Well, quote unquote, sort of, I guess, the momentum. I mean, speed, you can feel like a gust of air hit you. That's got a bit of a physical feeling. So, but anyways, I'm getting off topic. But yeah, if the ions were filling up in the air, to me that the waves of the ions were hitting maybe the back off the walls or something. I guess it built up.
Yeah, it was reflecting built off my body. My body started to retain, I guess, that static energy, and an air cap in between my hair and my ear. So I thought something bit me. It was like you know how you get a mosquito bite?
Yeah.
Like that. It was like, what the heck was that? There's no bugs in the house.
Were you in a very enclosed room though? Like
like we live in an apartment, so it's all.
Oh yes,
in,
then yeah, it's going to. It's also probably reflecting off the walls, possibly. So I'm just saying the radiation wave. So there's a guy that did a huge antenna somewhere before, and you can actually see he was generating a lot of power in this thing of hertz, and it wasn't electric; it's just oscillations. And this thing was actually creating these weird image distortions in the air.
Yeah, like heat. Like you. Yeah.
It was pressure. It was weird. Well, it wasn't even heat. It was like this pressure. It was not heat. It was weird. I don't remember. It was somewhere in the United States.
Electrostatic pressure waves of Nassim Haramein talks about that with a couple of his experiments.
Yes. I'm not very well versed in Haramein. I've heard of him, but I don't know much.
Well, what I would say to you is, you seem to have quite a bit of knowledge yourself. Don't cut yourself short. I don't have a doctorate. I don't have a degree.
Oh, neither do I. I don't have actually.
But I really suggest you start doing experiments.
Well, I before I do any experiments, I think I've been just seeing what other people go about doing their things.
Yeah, well, that's what I did too.
I decided to get a turn on possibly instead of just reading more, because that's always helped me more, is just getting more information. because
Yeah,
actually
absolutely.
that seemed to cut a lot of the bulk of stuff experiments I don't even need to do because people
Right.
have already proven it. And
No, like you'll hear
yeah,
people even from Apec and on Alien Scientists talk about how getting a degree in physics will not help you with theoretical physics.
yeah, Alien Science has got a good. I like his channel, man. It's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I have 2 degrees and neither of them are in physics. And
Right?
I understand theoretical physics better than anybody that I talk to on a regular basis that's outside of these YouTube channels or Apec.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I went to university. I did 3 stints of a year and a half in general sciences. And it's like I could only ever make it 3 semesters before getting so fed up with how indoctrinated and closed-minded they were that it's like no matter how much evidence you would show, you'd put forward, they'd be like, no, that's impossible. It's like, how is it impossible when it's right in front of your freaking eyes?
Right.
And like your theories are showing that you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
I feel your pain, brother. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and it's like it's energy box. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I took oh, go ahead.
It's the dogma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I took a semester of just basic physics because I needed it for my computer science degree, and then I just went and got a job. But I kept reading about theoretical physics. I ended up working at the university in the IT department. So I actually did the tech support for the physics department. And I installed like their phones and I supported their Wi-Fi and all the stuff. I ended up knowing the professors. And I used to go in there and talk to them about theoretical physics because it's what I was reading about. And I understood it conceptually better than any of their master's degree students did.
Right?
So it really is about understanding it conceptually. Like you don't necessarily need to understand the hard numbers and the equations. If you can read the basic equations and be like, okay, I kind of get it, and then understand it conceptually, you've pretty much got it. And that's exactly what what was that guy's name? Yin Yang?
Yeah, void is yin yang. But
Void
it's
is
what
yin
I
yang.
said. Yeah, but I was going a little higher. You already stated something higher than what he said is the information itself was even a frequency. So in the math, if you like say you get the math down, you pretty much got the experiment already figured out beforehand. Just, I mean, depending on the varying levels, right?
Right.
So
yeah, no, I used to go into the physics, the head of the physics department's office and talk to him about theoretical physics. And like, I was on the same level as he was, and he had had a PhD in physics for over 20 years. And I was asking him questions about like, how do you map out a field and what does that mean? And like, what is a field versus the frequency and how do these things interact with each other?
And I'm going to add something to that. You know who's big on fields? And is a good guy. He's cool. His name is Kent. I think you heard of him, Kent Wheeler.
Ken Wheeler. Yeah, Ken Wheeler. Yep.
Yeah, he says no one's properly well, according to his words, his quotation, nobody has properly ascertained what a field is to define a field
that he knows about. Keshi has done that. Keshi explains the fields perfectly, and it's all
I'm just going to reiterating what he said. So yeah,
but Wheeler 100% is he has a better understanding than 99% of all of academia out there.
That's funny. But yeah.
Okay, Mike, I have a question.
Sure.
I was just reading today, and this pertains to your experience with time travel. I was just reading today. You mentioned work field theory. Yeah, math proofs the science. I was just reading today that tic tacs, right? Tic tacs that move in all sorts. That move in all sorts of directions that seem not to be possible. In some of the recently released documents and information by the United States government, some of the reports suggest that some of the Air Force pilots that got close enough to these tic tacs that they got radiation burns experienced time dilation, where they actually spent about 5 minutes worth of fuel and time from what they could perceive in about 30 minutes. So, and in addition to that, my experience, like what I read and some of the theoretical physics that I talked to the math department or the physics department about was the spooky field and how and wormholes and how it sort of should at least transcend time because it's space-time. So if you have two quantumly entangled spooky fields at different points in time, they should still transcend time because they're two different points in space. So what are your thoughts on that subject?
Well, I replicated Bruce De Palma's N machine. So when you get a rotating magnetic field, that will create time dilation. And I've done several experiments where I've actually experienced time dilation while it's on and hitting the N machine with high voltage. And that seems to actually amplify that effect even more. Now, Bruce De Palma back in 1979, when he was building his first, not the actual N machine, it was another machine, it's like a rotating gyroscopic box with two rotating masses inside. And when he sped it up to about 60,000 RPM, they put at that time, they put an analog clock near the axis. And when they did this, there was time dilation.
Wait, how many RPMs?
60,000. It cost
60,000.
Yeah.
60,000 RPMs and time dilation.
Yeah, started to happen. Now that's with
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that added to my see, and they say information is not viable enough just to do physical experiments like over level.
See, like my N machine only weighed about 25 pounds. His was about, I believe it was around 900 pounds.
Okay, so there is a weight negate effect, isn't it? A mass cancellation, a higher frequency, right?
Yeah, well, the amount of magnets he was using was way more than what I was using. I made a very, very small scale model of what he did, but I was still getting time dilation with not even close to that RPM. I was only at 3,000 RPM, but when I was hitting it with over 1,000 volts, I was getting time dilation. So that energy went from basically the axis point of the rotating magnet. And if you know how the N machine works, when you spin a magnet, the current travels from the center axis to the leading edge. And that's where you tap the power off. So if I'm throwing 1,000 volts in there and all the electrons are congregating on the leading edge of the outer diameter of the magnet, it is spraying that energy in like a spiral off the magnet and creates this rotational magnetic field. Now, John Hutchison, which I actually personally know.
Me too, in a way.
I interviewed him twice back in the mid-2000s, and he was dealing with rotational magnetic fields. His created anti-gravity effects. Now, he never tested time dilation. From what I know, if he had a couple of clocks set up, he would probably have the same effect. Similar to the Philadelphia experiment, right?
Yes.
So
and I know quite a bit about that Philadelphia experiment, and so for so-called follow projects just by reading the kooky stuff that was out. But if you put the physics together with it actually makes sense. So who's this? I believe it happened. But
I wish I could get together with John again, because this guy is just unfreaking believable. This guy just blows my mind every time I talk to him.
But also if you really want to get an in-depth thing, check out his works that he did. Look into what he did. That is you get also into that as well.
You best believe we are going to have John Hutchinson back, and that is a top priority.
Know who else I've actually interviewed? Take a guess. Probably won't believe me if I told you.
Yourself from the future.
No, Jim Mars. Remember Jim Mars?
Nice.
Yeah. He's one of the nicest guys you'd ever want to meet. I interviewed him twice as well. So yeah, and also interviewed what's his name, William Henry, the guy that talks about the harp. He lives up in Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh yeah, the heart thing.
Yeah,
They got like I heard they had like 8, 9 of those set up in Australia or something.
No, they're all over now.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, it's not. It don't matter particularly. I mean, it matters, but like trying to say concentrate on one is not going to.
Know what I think harp is? It is basically what Tesla was working on with his Tesla coil that I was setting up in Long Island there. Wardenclyffe Tower.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what they were doing, trying to do transmission of power through the ionosphere. A lot of people think they were using it to heat it up and do weather manipulation. That's possible. But I think that's possible, but I actually think what they were trying to do is transmit electricity through the air.
Yeah.
They were doing the same.
Through the ionosphere into the higher dimensional outer dimensions. It seemed to spike in usage when there was they were timing it, as well as the time the CERN as well with the sun flares.
Yep. Yeah, we had a bad flare in 2012, just north of Montreal, and it actually took out the entire town's electrical grid.
Yeah,
and
for like more than wasn't it more than a day?
Oh, it was over a week
like
by the time.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was
over
like
a week. At least 3 days.
Yeah. From what I remember, it was about a week before they got things back online again. That solar flare basically fried their entire electrical grid. So that just goes to show, if something like that were to say hit central United States or even Canada, like look what happened when we had that giant blackout in 2003. That took out the whole eastern seaboard, right from basically Georgia all the way up to Toronto and Quebec and all the maritime provinces. Everybody was in the dark. I was part of that. And so a scenario like that is very possible. But Carrington event like in 1890, that would put us back to the Stone Age. But you got one other problem, and this is probably the biggest problem of that scenario. How many nuclear power plants are in the U.S.?
Boom.
Okay, so basically, if you got say 100, you got 100 Fukushimas. That would be catastrophic to the planet.
Yeah, especially since it's like a enclosed system. Hint, hint. But here's the thing: is that to add on, if you want to know that flying craft are around, the UFO, they always being seen to go where there's a lot of high energy for some reason. They're always around that. I bet
they're gravitated to nuclear. Yep.
Yeah. I bet money that you can know that they're there.
See, where I live, we have one big nuclear power plant. It's called the Pickering Nuclear Power Plant. That's about 45-minute drive from where I live. And there's another small nuclear reactor at the McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario. I live about 30 minutes away from there. So I'm in between two nuclear reactors. So I've seen quite a bit of UFO activity in the southern Ontario region where I live. And I think it's because of the nuclear plants. They're attracted to this nuclear energy.
I have a question about that. So one of the things that I've always thought, and this is sort of me going off on my own and thinking about UFOs and basically just lights in the sky, I've always also been interested in ball lightning. So I've always wondered if some of the atmospheric events that people see with lights in the sky are actually naturally occurring weather phenomena in the form of plasma forming in the sky because of the extra radiation in those areas.
Well, we live, yeah, exactly, because we live on a giant capacitor.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a magnetic field, and the lights zigzag back and forth in seemingly unpredictable ways. could it just be following the shifting magnetic lines of force in the Earth's magnetic field?
Sure, you can't rule it out because it does happen. You know, depending on the conditions, and when the conditions get just right, you get lightning, or you get ball lightning, or you get this other phenomena, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Which means that some of the lights in the sky could be the same thing as ground level ball lightning. It's just happening at different levels of the atmosphere for slightly different reasons.
I don't think. I think most of the UFO sightings are our stuff.
Yeah.
Personally.
Mm-hmm. That with ghosts and fairies and mythical creatures and phenomenon, time travel, conscious, all of it's real, to be honest with you. Fictional, imaginary realm, as you probably remember. I bet even a cartoon is real if you think about it. But that's probably out in the realm that nobody's ready to accept yet. But despite that, and that can be proven actually, because of hologramic projections have been known to be solidified if amped up to enough to another solidarity, because like they had that hologram display that happened in with the rap singer, Tupac. I guess if you solidified him, if like made the light hard enough, he'd be solid. So I think holograms are definitely a physical medium, just like everything else is. So that's just throw out there. Go ahead.
I think that's going to be a very big emerging technology in the next 50 years is holographic imagery. And,
well, it's probably already here. They're just hoarding it and other things.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I think it's funny when people say something like the universe is a hologram, and I'm like, well, a hologram is made of light, and you only see the light, and you can't can't touch the hologram. And you look at your friend from across the room, and the only thing you see is light. So yes, the universe is a hologram in that sense.
Then you wonder why.
I'm gonna drop some major info on you guys. Like this is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah. Before you do that, I just want to add one little.
Go ahead.
Here.
No, always.
Why do you think they curated the movie The Matrix? I think The Matrix is not too far from the truth in certain aspects. It sounds.
Yeah, I mean, there are entire books on the subject of how the Matrix represents reality, and that it's all about perception. And what a lot of people never
go ahead.
particularly accept is that the ideas and the opinions that they have in their head and reality is outside of them. So in the sense, they've got themselves in their own matrix.
That's interesting. That's what I bring back to the individual aspect is what I mentioned. So that you pretty much probably answered that. Just like it's weird, like if you wanted to add about books, not Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings had the fourth book called the Simulacron.
The Similarian?
I think it's a Similarian, but they also call it Simulacron. There was a book called that too. Unless that was the Mandela effect. Explain the Mandela effects. I mean, that's got to prove something about a matrix of some sort. Unless crap is being intentionally changed. That's more of what I think, because there's meaning behind the changes of the effects. So it just ain't random. That's BS. But what I was gonna go ahead.
Yeah, what I was gonna add to this is I think what we have to really do is realize that time is really a human construct where time doesn't actually exist.
Well, time exists. It's a physical medium. Actually, it does. I mean, there's time dilation, but you're right, as in the sense of what you're saying is still true.
Right. Yeah. We perceive time in a very singular way. And we think about time in a very singular way. But and the way time exists outside of us may not be exactly the way we perceive it.
Right. It's like here on planet Earth, we're at a certain time. So say we go to another planet, we are at another place in time in a different world.
Exactly. I think you create your reality, literally.
Yes.
Physically.
Yes.
I really think that's basically what it boils down to.
Time is a perception of the rate of change in the universe.
That's right.
And
there
the theory of relativity states that, and this has been measured, that time will dilate based on the speed at which you're moving. So we're moving at a specific rate throughout the universe based on the planet that we're on, based on the surface of the planet.
And I'm going to add an equation to that. E equals M. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
energy equals mass times the speed.
Right. Now, what is the universal grounding point? There has to be a reference point of start.
Right.
Yes, Mike, and it's right. It's the perspective of the localized consciousness. The conscious density dictates where that point will be, if that makes sense. It has to do with the relativity.
So I think that's, where is the beginning?
Maybe the math topology might help if.
So for that, you have to understand Nassim Haramein's work with the Schwarzschild proton, and it's essentially that inside every atom is a black hole that connects into itself. Thus, the what do you call it? The 0 point, but the oh god, can't think of the word, but the starting point or whatnot.
That's right. The universal starting. Right. The universal starting point of existence.
And it's at the center of everything, right? And the Schwarzschild proton paper that Nassim did, he lays out the mathematics and the physics that show that the holographic universe, the center is within the center of everything. Within the center of a sun is a black hole. Within the center of the earth is a black hole. Within the center of the person, within the consciousness, within the atom, everything.
Yeah, just like a piece. I want to add to that. Just like a piece of a as a piece of a hologram shows the the whole structure of the piece of what it is. Yeah,
you got it right. So that's a key point of it too, is that through that the hologram that connects, that all information in the entire universe is connecting into itself, into that infinite density that is that 0 point, that is that starting point within everything, and that from there, just the tiniest amount of energy going through that piece of information that contains everything. You have the fractal geometry of all information at any point within the universe.
Collective consciousness.
Exactly.
I know more about the fractals. Like I'm starting to get into them about the study of using fractals as measurement tools and all that. Actually, that's already been done about the 1960s and all that, which I could add something to that. Could your mind be a fractal matrix, like using fractals to map?
Yes, I like that right there.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of freaky stuff that's out there already about that. It's that everybody's mind map of fractals might be another. I guess you want to say quantum. Quantum reality everybody generates.
A quantum
it's
antenna.
The higher dimension, right? The fourth dimension.
And it's all entangled. It's like if they want to say particle, I hate the atom model, but
as do I.
Yeah, I know, but like if you want to say atoms, I think it's just the illusion of reality. So, but
the 0 point, or what the hell is the term? I can't think of. It's like the name of.
I was gonna add
not the
that like they say what's between the. I'm just adding like what's between the crap the wave particle and between the wave, the duality thing. And like, what if it's like all of the Q structured reality mind maps, that you can surf the wave, surf the wave function or whatever they say, But that's like the quantum physics jargon, if you want to talk about it like that, which I don't particularly.
Exactly. Oh God.
Yeah, it really
ether is what it needs to be called. It is connecting.
The ether, yes, yeah. That's one medium. It's one damn medium.
Yeah, exactly.
The medium that surrounds everything. It's
the
in
flow
everything.
Of the universal information and energy.
Yeah, well, Kent was talking about it. He's called it like, and here's my math thing comes in where it's the hysteresis of the ether, and Kent talks about that. So Now, this is not the thing. This is not the knowledge thing I wanted to drop, but this is I wanted to tell you. This is actually proven. There's two things. In the pyramids, basically, they have those chambers of geometric structures of different shapes, and they said that the people who used to be there would sit there, and that the others would echo through the chambers, and they would amplify, and they'd actually each room in the pyramid of Giza or in them healed as a part of a certain organ in the body, and that was actually proven. And so the guy that they said that had now here's where it gets trippy. This is proof. Well, supposedly it's a story, but it makes sense about the biological transmutation and no other types of outside influences. Stuff just like self-organizing itself into like impossible combinations through the alchemy. But here's the thing related to that with the Egyptian thing I'm talking about. Thoth, the guy with the freaking was like I think it was the eagle helmet or whatever.
Yeah.
He said that he manifested out of thought itself, which the thought is a dimensional topology realm, just like everybody's thoughts, into physical reality, that he made the emerald tablets physically manifest. Now you heard of those. Right? They said the composition of that thing cannot be scratched or burned, or it can't be harmed in any way, and that they tried to use bifringence light to test through it enough to see inside what its composition was, and they said it had stuff that wasn't even in our realm as being any of the like elements or alloys or isotopes of any known sort. And that just proves right there that there are other dimensions and other realms, particularly, and
they
go ahead.
A huge part of this, I believe, is that the ancients were in harmony with the resonance of and the oscillation of the universal consciousness, and that is 432 hertz, and that the 440 has intentionally put us and our own consciousness, as well as all conscious thought of our current society, out of harmony with the rest of the universe and nature.
Yeah, we're kind of
right. I think so too.
I think we're kind of in no man's land.
Well, we need to be. So, it's like, might as well. I think like if you like this Schumann resonance is 7.83 hertz, or it could be a little bit lower maybe, because they've been like some deviations between which one's the real Schumann resonance. But they said if you multiply that, would it make it to where it's like 432 hertz, like you said? If you multiplied multiples of octaves? I haven't did the calculation.
It's the octave, you got it, and it's
you gotta get out. Wow.
All of the universe works on that is in harmony with that 432, and
but
the
7.83 would multiply to
out
that,
of that octave, the perfect octave, the perfect resonance or harmony of the spheres, as it was called in Plato and Pythagoras's time, and that is the fractal geometry of dimensional mathematics and universal structure that we have no idea about in this day and age, but actually is the quote-unquote God particle. It's no particle, it is just the shapes of structure.
Shapes define. Now I wonder if shapes define the math functions, because Plato believed numbers were alive, and that's another dimension of power. Numbers are physical constructs. So Plato was way ahead of the game as well on things. What I'm trying to add though is, Walter Russell's geometry here, and
it's
actually
all octave-based as well.
Yes, also those spirals seem to generate power frequency as well, because there was in one of the cells in your body has that same spiral shape, and it actually conducts frequency oscillators to the other cells.
It's conscious energy going through space-time, spiraling through, and that's the shape
exactly
of it, and how it transfers.
Yeah, it's so simple. I wanted to give the thing I wanted to add is to the Thoth Emerald Tablet. There's a guy in 2014 in Britain or the UK who did an experiment where he's using the particle model, just to let you know, took 2 photons, or they called it light quanta. They renamed it, and I'm like, oh my! I think it was subatomic light or something like that. Subatomic photon, whatever bull. But they took 2 photons or 2 light quanta and combined them together, and he was able, just by itself, was able to generate solid matter.
Yes.
In bit form.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget the dude's name, but it was in the UK. There was an experiment, and it proved.
Another thing they were able to do with that was generate solid DNA in water out of putting in the right harmonic frequencies.
And I can add another experiment to that too, is where they took a Faraday cage of the DNA, like you said, in one water glass, and then another water glass was empty, and they vibrated the empty water glass with that same DNA structure from the other glass, and there's a Faraday cage over the DNA of one of the water glasses, but the empty water glass that they were vibrating in, and that one had a Faraday cage over it too, by the way. They vibrated that frequency of that DNA from the other one in the empty glass. The DNA just started appearing out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So that
this all goes back to Tesla. Energy, vibration,
frequency, which is redundancy to just is basically oscillation, because it's energy, it's frequency, and then it's oscillation, or vibration is oscillation.
Right.
Which means vibration is just faster and oscillation is slower, but still oscillation is still vibration, because you can use
it was just, it's coming from a person back from the 1890s.
Yes,
so
yeah, but
that
I'm,
was
I'm
their,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Where terminology changes.
Terminology
over time,
changes. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they also talked about there was things like one of the terminologies is they said in the era the village. I can't say it. Phlogiston. Yeah, phlogiston. The phlogiston theory, that where phlogiston, the term, the submatter is, or matter of phlogiston, quote unquote, is in the air or in something, and that's what causes stuff to catch on fire. Thus doing like the spontaneous combustion theory. But that was an old terminology they used back then. So,
so to bring it into a slightly more modern context, it's
oxygen,
energy, power, and waveform.
Yeah, basically, yes. Yeah. Like I'd rather have that use that. That's what I use.
I'm sorry, frequency, power, and waveform. So we're talking about the speed at which it oscillates, how far it oscillates, and then the waveform it creates.
Yes, that's actually the model I use. I've been working on. That's what I use. So you pretty much already got it. Like so. But as far as anything, I think what the real thing that probably needs to be done is just figuring out all the resistances on something, and then once you get zero resistance, you're basically gold. Like you got the infinite power to keep, because when you're doing oscillating an object, like I said, if you have zero resistance, like an undampened oscillator, it will constantly vibrate forever.
That's
and
That's
I think for each time, like it's a timed pulse, like okay, picture a swing. It's going back and forth, and if you time it just right when it goes back, say on the right side where you first pushed them, and you hit that right push again, it'll amplify. So is that what you is that the impulsing?
Yeah, like
aspect?
Best way to describe it would be taking the two tuning forks side by side. You bring one, and that oscillation or vibration or whatever you want to call it will transfer to the other tuning fork, because both forks are made of the same material and are set at the same frequency. So that's where you have your
sympathetic
transfer
harmonization.
power. Right. So
is that the pulsing part though?
It's the pulsation and the vibration. And
okay, so just vibration.
Vibration, and it's able to transfer that power. Now, the best part about it is you don't need energy to do it. There's no physically any energy going into it. So this is what Tesla was about. He was
That's literally That's literally the fractal of the harmonic resonance with that tuning fork that you get by having the resonance of the same material as well as the same frequency. And when you have those two correct, then you're able to take that third frequency, which is the energy that you're trying to use as electricity, and put it through properly without the resistance.
Right. That's the big problem. It goes back to the resistance. The energy systems that we use today have entropy. There's always going to be a resistance. There's always
Resistance
going to
is
be
the entropy, yes.
yes, and that's where you get your losses. So I guess the holy grail is to create an electrical system, create an oscillation with no resistance. Therefore, in theory, that should run forever. So
And it amplifies on its own even higher.
that's right.
So it gets
That's right.
stronger. So
Yeah.
that's basically, it's always been a power issue. I've always known about that.
Yeah. So we have to build. See, back in the day, all these guys got together and they had a meeting one night and said, you know what, we feel, we're just not we're not too far off making a rotating mechanical apparatus that could produce energy without a prime mover. So that means, like spin, and that's what I'm working on right now, where I spin the wheel.
Here's an extra project just for you if you really want to get super old fashioned. As a side project, just for a note, I'm not going to do this project because I'll let somebody else, but is gears. Get proportionally different size, larger gears to each, ratios of, equal proportions in a way to the frequency, and the size of the gear determines the frequency as well as the notches and like indentions on the gear, basically. And they said that when you rotate it, it actually generates a kinetic frequency. Thus, frequency equals power equals proportion of energy. So you're actually generating power like electricity just by rotating gears.
Yep.
So if you ever want to experiment with that,
yeah, that's why I'm working on the flywheel generator, because you work with kinetic energy. Bodies in motion tend to stay in motion. So when you get a mass that say weighs, for sake of argument, say 20 pounds, okay, you get that spinning up to 3,000 RPM, provided that you got a good shaft, good bearings, and all that, where there's very little losses. It will now take very, very little energy to maintain that speed, if not even go faster.
Well, I'm actually saying you don't need to have something going at an RPM rate. You can actually, what I'm saying is that the big gears, it's that the material itself is part of the RPM. Like, say, split the RPM up into segments instead. Okay. And like one chunk is bigger than the other. This is very hypothetical, but say that one of the bigger chunks is one of the bigger gears of the RPM.
Right.
So what if the turning of one of this is very out there. I don't know if this will work or not, but it's just an idea I've been juggling with. That one of the bigger gears is turning because of the, I guess, of the smaller proportional gears. This is maybe more reverse. Maybe it should be the bigger turning than to the smaller, but you get the idea. And that the bigger gears would actually generate the power itself without having to go so fast because of the different proportions. So you see what I'm saying? That the gear itself is the energy.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of engineering for that.
Yeah, but it would solve. You wouldn't have to have something go so fast. It's very simple, but it is a lot of engineering.
See, when you're using kinetic or inertial type energy, and it's got mass to it. Okay,
yes.
It takes a lot of energy to stop it. Okay, that's why they call it a mechanical battery. Right? If you got a weighted flywheel that weighs 20 pounds, you spin it up to 3,000 RPM. There's a tremendous amount of kinetic energy now in that wheel.
Yeah. So the bigger the mass, the more, even if it's like a slow turning gear, and say the gear is like a 500 pounds and it's barely rolling, it's still generating a lot of energy, right?
Well, it has energy within the kinetic energy that's
but the energy's high, right? So achieves a frequency moving, a high frequency moving
right,
slowly.
because like if you look
Okay.
at a lot of Tesla's old experiments, like the Tesla turbine and all that, they all worked at a horrible velocity of speed. Okay, and that's
Yeah,
because
slow.
he's
Yeah.
taking advantage of the kinetic energy stored within the mass.
Yes, that's
Okay.
cool. Okay.
So that's why I'm working on this flywheel generator. Basically, for every 360 degrees, I give the wheel a little push. Okay. So if you have a wheel that weighs 20 or 30 pounds going at 3,000 RPM, the amount of power you need to give it a little nudge is very, very small.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So
where the
what's
resonance thing comes in.
So now you have that wheel hooked up to a generator. Okay, so the generator is
Yeah.
generating electricity. So for that one instant when that magnet that goes around and trips the reed switch now turns that generator into a motor for a nanosecond and gives it a push. Okay, so the rest of 360 degrees, it's charging the system. And I've always talked about on Bernie's show, if you're making an over unity device, it has to have the ability to retain energy. Okay.
Well, I got
If
an
you-
idea for you that can have retain energy, and just a side project you could probably work on if ever. Besides the gear one too, though, since
right.
If you want, like I said, resonance means zero resistance. So I guess is to create a resonant circuit.
Right.
You could also wrap, which is what Bernard has been doing in a way, wrap certain different conductor metals together in such a configuration that it actually starts to generate power through itself without moving parts. And that can actually happen if you just get the compositions right. But you can combine. Yes?
Yeah, John Hutchison was working on this. He was working on these batteries. And basically, he was adding these elements together, making kind of like a paste out of it and putting it into a form. And then he was putting them in artillery shells and putting an anode and a cathode. And he would heat it up on the stove to about 300 degrees for about 10 minutes. And then after he did that initial heating, the battery was on forever. Now, the question is, why is it running forever? Well, he figures that the composition of the materials and the minerals that he was using in it was basically merging with I guess you could say, like the Casimir effect.
Yes. Basically, the resonance was matching up, linking. So, the frequency was linking with the other materials. So you got to match the values exactly, and then it'll couple. But you don't even have to heat it up. If you get the right frequencies lined up from the materials themselves, it'll start to just generate power on its own. It'll pick up.
Yeah.
But that's just the thought. So, I mean.
And those batteries that he have are still working today.
Oh, yeah. So that's infinite. If you wanted to, you could just probably use copper wire to wrap around stones or other metals. And just, if you know your configuration, you could just build up the frequency in the material itself, and you don't have to heat up with the stove. So that's just an idea, just to throw out there. So
yeah, there's so many different ways you can go, but like my focus right now is doing the flywheel generator.
Oh, good. Yes. No.
So,
stay on task. Yes.
Yeah.
So about that, I was reading. I've read it several times in the last couple of years about a company that's based in I want to say Las Vegas, that's making flywheel generators, and they said something about extracting energy from the tangential force of the flywheel. Does that have anything to do with what you're doing? Yes. Does that make sense?
In a way.
I think what they're talking about is there's a slight wobble.
Okay.
That wobble is probably what they're referring to. Don't quote me on that. I'm not too familiar with that.
So, like, would they
company.
attach a wire to the base of the swinging flywheel, and then the power from the flywheel is generating through the current wire, right?
I don't exactly know. They were somehow using it to turn a generator.
That's what it sounds like. That's how you have a conductor.
Yeah. See, when you spin a mass like that on a generator, it's going to generate electricity for a certain amount of time, but eventually it's going to slow down. And what those guys are not doing, what I'm going to do, is I pulse a very small pulse of power of torque into it every 360 degrees. So therefore, that degradation of the RPM never happens.
Okay.
You're basically timing it with the resonance frequency, right?
Well, yeah, because for 360 degrees, I'm charging the circuit, and I'm only using 1% of that power every 360 degrees to give it a push. And because of that,
which effectively is pushing more power into it, each time.
you're adding power into it. In all theory, when I know it's working properly is when it goes on a steady increasing of speed. If it constantly increases speed, I know I got it. So when that happens, then what I have to do is I have to put a governor in there. So I have to add a little bit of a time dilation to it to keep it under control. Because I could very well go way over 3,000 RPM to the point where the wheel's going to fly off and go through the wall.
Right.
So I have to be
but
able
at
to
that point,
control
you can extract a small amount of energy on that time
amount,
right?
Oh, you can.
Now,
not a small.
It's not right. Okay.
Not small.
But, let's say
large.
measured, not necessarily small. A measured amount of energy from the mechanical force that you're creating.
Huge amount.
So, like, would it radiate? Like, would it radiate out like ions, or not ions, but ionized. Let's just say ionization in the air. Like, would you be able to like it's like an air medium, but is something's radiating out where you can...
I'm so glad you used the word ionization, and that's what everyone is hung up on. And when you look at what is ionized gas, that's plasma. That is monoatomic plasma state matter. And once people start understanding what that plasma is, we will have the breakthrough between this dimension and the higher ones.
Yeah. There's one thing I do know about any over unity or perpetual motion device. For it to be successful, the device must have the ability to store power. Okay? As long as you can store power within the device, then you can let portions of that stored energy out to do work. So,
now,
whether it's using
stored
capacitors,
energy that would decrease the initial energy of the source,
of the startup, yes.
Okay, so it's still value dependent.
Right, and that's where the kinetic energy comes into effect. Look at the Earth. The Earth is a perfect example of this. We're floating in basically the ether space. There's no resistance. The planet's been spinning for over 4.7 billion years. Okay, so you can imagine.
I have to disagree with the no resistance in that there's huge resistance against the inertia of where we are currently in motion in alignment with the rest of the galaxy and universe.
I do have to agree with Bernard on that. Sorry.
Yeah, but don't forget too. You have to realize the mass of
as long as we're moving in harmony with the universe, that is the key. And it's that man conceptually right now goes against it in every way we do. So we have to start building from the ground up. Thus, like nuclear power, we have to take every single atom within the space of all atoms and fill it with as much pressure, heat, and energy as possible to literally it's insanity, instead of cold fusion or nature, which just uses one atom of one size of 1 joule that is interconnected with every other scalability of dimension within the universe. And
that's the impedance value, basically. They're going over the impedance value.
But don't forget, the Earth too is also a giant end machine like Bruce De Palma made.
Yeah.
We're on a giant rotating magnetic capacitor. So that's what's making our world alive. The kinetic energy of the spin, the magnetic field of the planet as far as magnetic.
And also resonance, right?
And also the effect that we have on the planet as a capacitor. Okay? So you got those 3 things implemented on our planet. If you want to talk about an amazing machine, we're living on one.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, Mike. And the
I
ocean.
got some. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Just the ocean is the largest. Well, the ocean and then connecting to the ionosphere. Those two energy transfers are the largest. It's insane how much energy is in magnetic energy within the motion of the ocean, and then the rain and the electricity and the lightning up into the ionosphere and the transfer between that. And that's why Tesla was using it. That's why the ancients used it, and it's why they have HARP. It's
yes.
And again, everything is in motion. You see how we keep going back to motion? It doesn't matter if it's photons, electrons,
yes, it's
nuclei. It's movement.
Movement. Yes.
Plain and simple.
Which is the hysteresis of the ether.
That's right. That's why if there wasn't any movement of anything, nothing would exist. The second you have movement, things start to happen. Period.
And as it says in the first verse, and thus he said, "Let there be light."
Right. There's
he
movement.
Said.
But first there was sound that spoke words of the light.
It's still
the
movement.
spelling, the casting of the consciousness into matter, which is light.
It's all movement. Whatever medium you want to look at, it's movement.
Now, there was a thing called the Great Vowel Shift that What the Flock TV talks about, Paul and Autodidactic to cover that.
A great example, actually, that was I noticed of it, picked up on it today in Apec at the beginning when the East Indians are talking about, they do the section on the Maharaja, and he opened by doing like the prayer, but just how they spoke, it was in one consistent song. And then it's like when they started using the language of like modern day, it's broken down and you just lose the flow of it. And it's the same with Arabic, like ancient Arabic and Hebrew
flow
and whatnot. It's crazy.
Oscillating music.
Flow.
Right.
That's why they changed
He even said that it wasn't a prayer. It just sounded like a prayer because it
had
it's
such the amount of energy that
that
goes through it.
Right.
It's like it's a full fractal flowing through. It's not shards.
They gave us the wrong configuration, basically.
The full energy going through.
Yeah, it's modulating the frequency at not a very good rate, I guess. Basically.
You're saying it's a universe?
It's chaos instead of structured energy flow.
Yeah,
right. It's like the walls of Jericho. They used oscillating ultrasonic vibration to break down the walls.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much.
You hit the resonant frequency of that rock's gonna move.
Or melt, basically.
Or melt or breaks down or whatever. Yeah.
Or face out of existence. Or face out of existence. Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh, if you hit the resonant frequency of any particular thing, I mean, you can even do this in a room if you have loud enough speakers. If you can, you can find a resonant frequency for the various objects in the room. You can cause things to vibrate. And
that's right.
Yes. Yeah. Even if you find even if like the walls, the resonance of the walls.
Yeah,
right.
That's what
if you find the resonance of the walls, use your voice, it'll pressure out.
That's what Tesla was doing with this earthquake machine. He got the resonant frequency of the building.
Sympathetic harmonics.
And he used a hydraulic piston and he vibrated it, managed to match the resonant frequency.
On the natural frequencies of finding the mass of a building, which that can happen. Or I found a math formula on it. Something I was talking about it, but I don't know if it's accurate or not, or exact.
And you can make a small oscillator and attach it to the side of the building, and it doesn't take that much.
Pretty much, yes. You just got to know the values.
The oscillator is what connects the sound energy into the electrical energy.
Yeah, even Tesla said he can make the whole Earth shake if he knew the values. So that's pretty intense. That's power, man. Oh man.
Well, that's how you have earthquakes, right? It's a resonant frequency of two plates, and when they start resonating, there's pressure there. They're resonating, and there's pressure there. Those plates are going to shift. So,
but yes, I was trying to think of adding anything else. I pretty much went over.
yeah, we kind of went all over the place, didn't we?
Fractal geometry is the key of everything.
But you know what? It all boils down to, it doesn't matter if we're talking about harmonics or oscillations or energy in any way, shape, or form. All of it is connected in some way. There are connections between everything.
Synchronicities.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Fractal geometries.
Now, I'm just starting to get into fractal geometry about the math, and I might be able to create programs with it too. So,
oh yes,
I'm
it's
experiment
of programming.
Stephen Wolfram, the book, A New Kind of Science.
Yeah, that is what I actually bought myself in grade 10. I carried it around with me everywhere. Still have it. Lug this new type of science, and oh my. This is what I learned to understand the universe growing up as the science I taught myself first.
Hey, take that picture down so I can see you.
Cellular automata programming. Yeah, some people are already starting to try to experiment with this.
Have you heard of
here? And then you look what I have on the screen right there with all of Walter Russell's fractal geometry, and it starts to make sense.
There's an experiment you guys could do. It doesn't take a lot. All you need is an old speaker. And what you do is you put a platform on top of the speaker, okay? And then if you have, say, a signal generator or whatever, set a frequency. And what you do is you sprinkle, make the platform black, and then get some salt and sprinkle salt on it while it's vibrating. It'll make the geometrical patterns.
You know, it's interesting. I was just watching a video about constructing speakers using a plate. And they tested, instead of using magnets or like any type of a pistoning action, it was using an exciter that was attached to it. And they did this to plates, and they found that and based on the manufacturer's suggestion, you do it at a third, so a third of the height and a third of the width, and you place the exciter there, so it's not in the middle. Right. And they found that, so if you draw a line at a third from the top and a third from the left side, you get a quadrant. You get 4 kind of non-symmetric quadrants. And then if you draw a third in each quadrant, you place additional exciters in there, you actually get a more even form, so you don't end up with dead spots in there. And what's interesting about that is you're placing it at thirds, right? So in music, and when we're talking about harmonizations, it's at thirds and fifths. So you're still doing it at a third.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a physical third, and in terms of harmonization, it's also a third.
Yeah.
And then it removes the dead spots from the plate, so they get when they're changing the frequency on the plate with the salt on it, it would sort of form these different patterns.
Yep.
Like you were saying. If they place these exciters on it in the correct places, it would remove the dead spots and it would excite it even more.
Oh yeah, get right there. That is the cancellation of the standing waves through the sound waves, and
matching out the resistances to be gone, basically.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. And
I wanted to add to that
flow of energy in the universe.
Yeah, the flow. Yes. I wanted to say that you can also get certain. Like a box speaker or like a big wooden speaker without any parts in it. And you can create like these cavities inside these bigger spaces. And if they're proportionally out, you know, each, like, say you have like, I guess 2/3 and then, I don't know, 4 or 3/4 or something, you know, whatever measurements. And if you do like the sound in that speaker, it will actually amplify the sound depending on the, the structure of the
shape, the geometry, and how does geometry increase power? Right there.
Yeah, there's actually applied. They actually made a speaker like this, and it did a very good job. But depending on how you build it, you know, you could also do a poor job if you don't do it right. So.
definitely a lot of experimentation to do.
Well,
so many different directions you can go.
Yeah, yes. Well, I think the most best way is the more novel you go, the more simpler you go, the better off you can actually do something even more better. Than,
Well, that's why that's why my system, my Don Smith system that I'm working on now, based on more of the spark gap technology that Tesla was working on. It's making my system a lot simpler than a lot of systems out there. It's actually eliminating a lot of the so-called BS part of circuits and making it a lot easier to construct.
Remember, brother, it's power. Power is the goal. The more, more
See,
free flow.
Tesla was more on the power-based system, not the energy-based system.
Mechanical, right? We're talking the
power-based.
Kinetic is power, and that is such key, and that is geometry. It is the shape in motion. That is your energy that is harnessed in nature, and that we are ignorant to in our modern.
See, we run everything on an energy-based system, and that's why you always have losses.
Yes.
All right. If we change to Tesla's way, which he was getting into in his later years, to the power-based system.
The power.
You're going to get a lot more gains that way. You have to run at a higher frequency, higher voltages, higher RPM, higher everything.
But make sure all the resistances are out first. That's
well,
where
you're eliminating resistance with the flow of the shape of the motion.
Yes. And here's the thing I wanted to add. What can help you with your project is if you do the signal to noise ratio calculations, that can probably ease some of the work. Cut it down some more.
Yeah. Well, the new spark gap that I've made, I've got a couple of videos there showing the new spark gap.
I think I checked it out before.
One very big thing that I've noticed right away is the amount of noise that is now gone. Like a lot of the noise is gone.
That's the key, is the noise. Yes.
Yeah.
No longer streaming to Facebook. They could not handle it.
It is very, very quiet. Now, when I record it on the phone for my videos for the YouTube channel, it sounds like hell.
Oh, it's because it's that's why.
But to my ear, while I'm doing it right in front of me, it's almost non-existent now. The sound is completely gone compared to what it used to be.
Yes.
If you increase
the bandwidth transfer through the phone must be larger noise than what the signal coming from your noise generator into the phone must be. The signal must be smaller while the noise is larger in the phone. So just thinking in terms of the frequency.
It's like when you drive by, say, hydro poles in your car and you got the radio on, and say you got the AM radio band going. The amount of dirt
and someone's outside.
It's the dirty energy. It's all the hydro poles are not tuned.
Exactly.
They were tuned. Yeah, if they tuned those high voltage power lines,
what is tuning? Harmonization.
Well, it's the harmonization. It's the frequency in which that power is traveling through a line.
It's the shape of the geometry of motion.
Right.
Exactly. And that's why you can't have 14 megabytes per second speed on your internet, basically.
Well, that's why you got the heat. That's why when you increase the magnetic field,
the flow of the universe.
When you put power through a wire, okay, it's going to create electromagnetic field automatically. Okay, the way the power lines are designed today, with the high voltage that they have going in at the wrong frequency, that's why you got the heat problem. And you got the expansion and contraction of the wires. Every now and then you get a runaway where it cannot take that pressure anymore, and you get a lightning bolt shooting out the side of the wire.
Exactly.
This also happens in modern day transformers at the substation. Okay. If it was in resonant frequency from the transformer substation to the power lines, it would take less power to run the system. It would never heat up, and you would never have any.
Well, because they don't tune the
And you wouldn't have
transformers to the
generate
wire
all of
conductors.
that power
That's
burning oil and coal.
Exactly.
and
They don't
wasting
tune it.
It's the entropy of the system.
ridiculous,
Hysteresis.
Yes.
inefficient the
Yes.
current system
It's that easy. And no, Bernard's right. They don't. The geometry is not correct.
That's
So,
right,
but
and that's why.
the value.
And that's why you
you're
get.
wasting it, spending it, burning oil, harvesting the oil, making nuclear energy. And it's like all of that does not even need to be like done. Like it's just so pathetic. And then they're charging us for it too. It's like we are literally enslaving ourselves with this energy system that we've created.
It's just it's the overall hysteresis of the system.
Yes.
Right. It's pushing
destroying
energy by brute force instead of
Exactly.
focusing on the harmonic resonance.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that's why things get damaged.
Yep.
So it's that simple. I wanted to add though. Shoot. Oh, okay. One guy was talking about in a class he was doing about SNR signaling equations, and he said that if you could get the correct signal despite all the noise, like you can get all of the noise, basically the right signal, like you're incorporating all noise, the whole Gaussian spectrum, like all of it. Yeah, what Bernard's saying, the whole enchilada, all of it, you can get all of that energy in a single
That's
antenna.
what the spark gap is doing, and into Mike's systems there, and you're taking the sound energy, the heat
Everything.
energy,
Everything.
the kinetic energy.
Everything. I'm talking about everything, brother.
You're transforming
Consciousness,
into that electric,
everything.
What do you think the spark gap is?
Oh wow, okay. Well, he's talking about if you get the signal just right, you can get all the power of everything in a single antenna just being on your desk, and you can power everything.
What do you think the human mind and body is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, pretty much. All right.
Why do you think a lot of my research is based around the spark gap now?
Well,
I can see why now. Shoot.
And Mike, I gotta play the video of when you put that spark gap.
Oh yes.
Electrolysis that I'm doing, and then you literally have yourself the Star Trek matter generator.
Antimatter. Yeah.
Well, I was just adding what I knew in, and I'm like I said, I'm a math guy.
That's great.
The math cuts out all the BS, extra trial and error, and burn down, cut, and like you said. So
see, this is the beauty of the internet, where you can collaborate ideas and information. Okay. See what we've done See what we've done tonight is totally obliterated dogma.
Yes, dogma.
Okay. We've destroyed it. Okay. And this is why great ideas, when everybody gets together and throws their 2 cents in, and everybody's going to learn something. Everybody's going to find a little piece of that puzzle of whatever they're working on by collaboration with other people. And sometimes that's it. That's
if
the
you
key
really
to
want
innovation.
to, here's something you can do if the spark gap thing is not going as fast enough. And
hold on, guys. Hold on.
Okay.
We gotta just pause those thoughts and. Stupid. No, this is not the.
Do you have that video clip of Dollard? Remember the clip that I sent you? It's at 49 minutes in. Play it from there. I want him to listen to us.
Hold on, though, Mike. First, let's
sure,
quickly.
Go.
Today we're going to make something truly special.
All right, I'll be on mute.
Called cold fusion. Now, it's very
Can you guys hear it, or?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Is said not to exist, or it is said not to be possible, or at least the experiment can't be replicated.
Well, I'm going to at least prove one of those myths wrong. We're going to replicate the experiment. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to take our trusty tube that we used last week. But different things are going to
Good
go
old
on.
plasma tube.
Let me show you.
Vacuum tube is a plasma tube. Right? Plasma within that tube in the right flow.
Oh, I think I've seen this.
Holding some stainless perf. One insulated with plastic coating. And these little porcelain insulators, you may recognize them. They are fuses. I took the end caps off, hollowed them out, slid them over our tungsten carbide rod for a little heat protection. I don't know if it's going to do much, but we have to do what we can because the process inside here is going to be very, very violent and hot. Now, you can see that this is just the top of the water filter. Here we're going to have our thermometer, our negative and positive connections. Yes, they're just tubes, but there are connections. So now, let's put this puppy together.
Okay. Now, we're going to put some water in our little tank. Yes, you guessed it. It's going to be distilled water, not tap water, not spring water. It has to be distilled. So we're going to pour that in. Okay, we don't want to fill it up all the way. Just halfway would be fine. Then we're going to put our anode and cathode array back inside. And that's basically how it sits. Now, we still have to put in our electrolyte, which is KOH. But first, I'm going to talk about the process a little more. Now, what happens in this chamber thermometer, it's going to make a plasma arc. It's also going to make hydrogen. What's going to happen when the plasma arc hits the hydrogen? You guessed it. It's going to burn the hydrogen. That's how this process works. The plasma arc and the current make hydrogen and burn hydrogen at the same time. That's why some people say that we can make over unity by using a little energy to excite the hydrogen to make more energy. This is what the big controversy is all about. I don't really care about the controversy. I just care that there is a process going on here. We're going to get to experience it. Okay. Now we're going to add some KOH. Again, nasty stuff. We're going to put on some safety gear. My trusty yellow glasses and some nice gloves. Again, I cannot stress safety. KOH, again, was used for drain cleaner. It's nasty stuff. You do not want it on your skin, and especially you do not want it in your eyes. So we have to be very careful with this stuff, okay? All right, we're going to start adding the KOH. Now I'm going to put in a little at a time so we don't put in too much. Again, if we get too much current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. If we don't get enough current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. So what we're going to
And that's how everything gets debunked if you intentionally want to debunk a science experiment when you're proving it or disproving it.
Yeah, you just intentionally screw it up by a little bit so nobody notices.
And that's what modern academia, aka the Energy Board, has been doing for generations.
And now we're going to screw it together.
Although I liked Jeremiah's point in Apec earlier this evening when he was trying to replicate things, and he was like, well, I used, my power supply and my equipment and I couldn't replicate it. And then he sent me the power supply that he built by hand, which was apparently built incorrectly, and then it worked.
Right?
Well,
because his equipment was too perfect.
You can actually just use a crystal and it will stay connected to frequency constantly, since frequency is equal to proportional to energy. So, I mean, you can get time energy in just a crystal.
Crystal.
Yeah, it'll be constantly connected. That's what the Hutchinson's battery is. So it's forever power. Now, deducting the value, like if you transfer the power, will the power from the crystal get lowered though? That's what my question is.
In my geometric dimensional theory, crystal is the sixth state of matter, and it turns back into a solid state of crystal within itself after the fourth state of plasma and the fifth state of the ether.
Oh, okay. I get it now. Oh, that's good. Okay.
That is also how you get the holographic Earth and universe and everything else, and then the crystalline plasmas and plasmoids, and then potentially higher dimensional life forms that could be within them, within the centers of planets, sun, stars, whatever.
So even if you take it on our dimensional level, like you take some energy from the crystal, it's still not subtracted. It's still just moved down.
You're just, it's a fractal of the full higher dimension that it's coming out of.
Okay, so it just stays constant. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. That's good. That solves the subtraction issue. That's good.
That's why we have to heat the water to the right temperature to give it the right resistance.
But that's something you could try, Bernard, if you want to, just get it one crystal, whatever. Try it.
It's how they are able to freeze light within crystal and information and all of that.
Yeah.
And it's also how the holographic universe, the information unfolds within itself, coming out of and into the systems of solid waves and the crystallization and the multiplication into solid out of like just a shard. It's having the code of a shard essentially being your code, your harmonic frequency. Okay, so see in here, there's the spark gap. You have the plasma now, and once you have that plasma, you have nuclear reactions, I guess, happening, but also the connection into that higher dimension. And that's how the form out of it, how you get the energy flow between solid gas.
Yeah.
So this might actually qualify as a low energy nuclear reaction because it's under
exactly
5.
what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's under 5,000 degrees Celsius.
Now, I wonder if the temperature of that one project, the luminescence project, where they punched light through the water and create a micro star, I guess.
Exactly, and it's on the monoatomic level.
But that's
having to take all the energy of everything in that area and put it all the pressure and all the heat and all the electricity. No, it's just like in that one little localized spot.
Well, that's what Dollard was working on. The cosmic induction generator.
Yeah, condensing. But that little star that they created, the little light in the jar, does that have more power than what's going on here?
It's essentially the same in that one in the area of the plasmas. It's the ionized gas. Ionized gas is plasma. It's a monoatomic particle in your plasma state, which is then it's connecting to your higher dimensional ether crystallization and whatnot. So it's that hitting that what is the freaking word called? Trying to think of it the whole time.
I hope it's not burnout, right?
God, there's like a little, it's gonna drive me crazy. I'll think of it eventually.
Losing an insulator.
Information overload.
When you get to that one little spot there, anything is possible.
Yeah, basically.
It's the transfer over, and it's how light, solid, liquid, sound, magnetism all come in and out of space-time.
Yeah.
And we're producing
the unfolding of everything into itself.
Yeah, it looks like heat is escaping the energy is escaping the deal, so it's getting too much for the container to hold. So it's okay, that makes sense. So
there it is.
But as far as the time energy aspect, time frequency, look at Marcel Vogel, and he will explain.
Very good work.
Marcel Vogel. Something happened actually to that guy or similar dude. They did an experiment in the 80s, and he achieved the time frequency, and apparently he had people show up his door immediately. So they are definitely always watching. Just let you know that.
Right, and well, if you look at every movie that actually, or TV series that is involved with serious time travel technology or time lines, where there's no paradoxing. There's always a time police force that keeps it in check.
Yes.
So it's like the Men in Black that, hey, you're fucking around with time. Well, people are gonna the force that controls time is probably gonna show up on time. That you
Well, put it to put it to you this way. I haven't really told anybody this, but I've been taken off the road twice in the last month and a half.
Well, you be careful.
On the
Mike.
on the
That is why we need our flying vehicles already. God damn.
Yeah, no, you got time. Did you have time loss? That's how you could tell.
When?
If you got picked up.
No. I got taken off the road. I've been somebody deliberately tried to do a
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Still in the space of under the constraints of time. Okay, you were just run off the road regular. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were. That they swooped up and got you.
No, none of that.
No, not the higher dimensional time. They're trying to erase it from this timeline.
Somebody tried to take me out twice. Same vehicle on the same road.
Yeah, that makes sense. Program crap and all. Trust me, it's
two different time frames. Both incidents happened 2 different days of the week and different times.
Yes. Now, when you're going and when your body is achieving that higher rate of frequency, everything actually starts to slow down. I hear.
Oh yeah, big time. Oh yeah.
So that's how proof of time is a dimension.
Yeah, exactly. And you're connecting your consciousness in this third dimension to your higher fifth dimensional soul self consciousness.
Yes. Which is called the light body that the Buddhists attain.
Well, you see your life flash before your eyes.
Pretty much in the flash of a minute. What's that song? There's a song. I live. It's a rock and roll song. Now you know why they play it. You live your double vision. You live your life in 1 minute. There's no coincidence, you know.
Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences.
No, you should. But I'm just throwing that out there, you know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Coincidence, you will never achieve time travel because, you just got to read how the universe works. And
yes, well, we already figured it out, man. Just get a higher frequency. Harmonization. That's how you do it.
People have elevated thoughts. You gotta operate on a higher frequency, and that is why they try to suppress.
Now, I want to give a little piece out where you can,
which is a second degree emotional consciousness. You're not using your third dimensional choice, your free will, which is the third dimension, to then be fourth dimensional of thinking of others, thinking of the future, thus having your consciousness thinking over time, and then connecting to the higher dimensional realm. And
they're not, and nobody goes the right motion they should go to where there's no resistance, but they always go the resistance route, which is why things tend to go
steamrolled.
Yeah, basically, steam boulderized. So,
you know what? Like Bruce Lee had a very good saying. He says, "You got to be like water."
Yeah, I remember that.
When you pour water in a cup, it becomes the cup. If you pour water in a teacup, it becomes the teapot. Water can
you're adding mass.
Water can fall or it can crash.
Yes, and you're adding mass to it, and that lowers the frequency of the whole object. So that's a key actually to understanding the resistance values and material, the energy values, the mass. I think. I mean, other factors come in when measuring resistance, but here's where you could achieve light body is if like one of the ways is like raising your frequency of your body, make sure all the cells are in resonance with each other, is that you can basically microtubules are supposedly, they say, where the photons, well, that's the atomic model, but where the light waves actually
atomic model is somewhat scalable. It's oh god.
I'm going to tell you, the microtubules are
either.
But the microtubules are half the wavelength, not half the wavelength, but are a smaller wavelength than the light itself, the light wave itself, or the photon, quote unquote. Just to throw that out there. and it's able to catch it. So if you can keep vibrating those microtubules at their resonance frequency, the light will consistently build up, and then that will then self-similarize itself into other needed materials you need in your body to restore your body back to whatever it needs to be, and you just keep it going, and then your frequency of your whole body will soon align, and you'll keep rising up, and then you'll get powers basically, and then you'll get light.
That's why I'm
then you
working
get
on
outta
this.
here.
That's why I'm working on the structured water. I'm gonna use a signal generator to pump these frequencies in it and
Well, you
basically
just gotta find the right tuning. You gotta find the right tuning.
Well,
That's
it's
all you gotta do.
528 and 423 hertz. So I'm gonna pump
Some of
those
this
two
is arpeggio.
frequencies in the water.
Okay. Well, hey, factor in the signal to noise ratioing equations, but most definitely try to measure out the resistances as much as you can to get zero. That's basically the key. So when you're doing that, that's just a throw in there to help you, to get and keep that idea. So
I got an apparatus that I'm gonna build for this structured water machine.
That's gonna be interesting. I want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
I'm doing things a little differently. I'm just reading more to get more novel and more simpler without having to need material to try to do experiments. Since it's all pure frequency, I'm going to experiment with virtual items.
Yeah. The thing is, you'll never get a better example than seeing something in front of you. Okay.
Yeah.
When you see
mechanics. Yes.
See, when you see it in front of you actually working, it becomes more of a reality to you, and then you expand off that.
Yes. I'm loving these comments. These are exactly what my analogy is all about. Burn your body away from the BS. Use Qigong mechanics. That's actually what I do. I read Qigong a lot about infrasonic. Some of these guys that practice produce infrasonic waves or ultrasound waves, and they're able to make objects go phase in through other objects, like the Philadelphia experiment. It's been proven. And they actually shown
apparently
documentation
that's
journals.
what John Hutchinson was actually working on recently, was reproducing the
that's what he did. I've
You
seen
can
the
just
stuff he did.
practice reflecting the waves in your body to build up the resistances in your body to upgrade its resistance value higher, which is the higher frequency, and then you can just do it with your body, and you get the sense of it. It's kind of like how they say you could see the energy lines of stress values in a person's body if you're at that higher state, and you can cure somebody because you feel it, and you can just focus that energy like a laser, and they say the heat sensation on the person is a pleasant feeling, and then they are healed. The liver could be cured from the deal or whatever,
Well, they have Dollard's got the machine out called the NWO machine.
Dollards up, and the Roy Rife frequency.
Yes, that's one of the main guys. Roy Rife is amazing.
Well, that's the frequencies I'm using. The right frequencies in my water. That's what I'm going to be making. Yeah.
Yes. But I hope this information is helpful. So.
Yeah, like everything is helpful. Everything is helpful.
This is groundbreaking, my friends, and it's like that's why we are streaming to so many channels, and what we're keeping it going, and it's only going to advance. We are starting momentum.
I'm gonna have to head out soon here, Bernie. I gotta get on the bench here. I got some stuff I have to build. I gotta build a Faraday cage tonight, and get a few
slow,
things done.
just make your way.
For sure. And sadly, Ominous tried connecting a couple of times, but for some reason, both his phone and the laptop did not let him come in with sound. So next time, I will either have him in studio or go over there.
Bernie, are we going to do a show again tomorrow night, or what's the deal?
Yeah, sure, we can definitely.
All right, yeah, because I want to get on the bench tonight. It's already almost 12:30 here, so.
I'm gonna continue reading, but not yet. I mean, I can still talk. So
yeah, I'm absolutely, and I'll play a couple more videos here. We will go over some of Ed Leet Scallan's flywheel work.
Play that video of Dollard
yes.
that I gave you.
Yeah,
play that. It's very important. But I'm gonna head out, Bernie. We'll touch base before tomorrow night.
100%, brother. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Okay, man.
Much love.
Take it easy, everybody, and have a good night.
Bye, Mike. I'm
Take
gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna listen
Mike,
in on
you
these
stay
videos.
safe, brother. Like, stop shocking yourself and stop getting driven off the motherfucking road.
Yeah, stop. Don't let the
Keep
vibrations of death
talking to
kill you.
yourself from the future, though. That one is allowed. That one's a great.
Yes, I do believe in that. To be careful.
Yeah. All right, man. Take care.
Much love.
Bye.
So also, what I will finally set up here on the second camera is the electrolysis process of breaking down the metal into the monoatomic white plasma metal that is a single atom of your solid, pure metal elements. And then it's no different than when you're rotating it, you're exciting it in absolute zero. Or you're aligning it in these nanotube structures, resonating it. It's the connection of the pure energy of solid state matter into the higher dimensional matter.
It basically like the Walter Russell, like it's just transforming into the other higher elements.
100%. Walter Russell is a key part of it, all of his information. And where I also connect it to is through David Hudson's work, Mehran Keshi and the Keshi Foundation's work, and most importantly, Sir Isaac Newton's alchemy writings and the reproducing of the 6 states of chemical transmutation, and him stating that all metals can be broken down into their mercurial and their molecular white state and their mercury red state, as well as the yellow sulfuric state and the blue-green oxidized state. And those are when it's not the pure plasma, but it's particlized into, bonded with another element,
Is it a slow process when it keeps turning into the other elements, or can it be
it's very
accelerated?
quick, and it's through, you have the current and the electricity in it, and it's instantaneous, and it happens to all the matter simultaneously at once. It's absolutely.
But does the rock start, like, is the element or the matter of, like, say the rock, does it start to glow when it's pumping, or
that's when you're getting into the higher states, and that has to do with like the spark gap there too. But for the natural transmutation, you get into the 6 crystalline state of the matter.
Oh, okay.
And then it happens at the regular.
But it's not glowing though. But it looks different.
It reflects light. It's crystalline. It's actually pretty crazy. But if you can get it into the red state as well, and then you're having the heat transfer of pressure and more energy as well into it.
Well, there was a guy who
the localized position of layers within the metal as it's connecting the electricity to the rest of the electrolysis process.
Okay. Well, no, there was a guy who was he had like a spiral coil, and it had a like strong magnetic force that it was pulsating, and he put this metal, I think it was iron or something, but the magnetic field was able to keep it floating above the spiral, and he started to rotate it, and I don't know if he was put over excess too much energy, and it started to glow purple light. So I don't know if he was putting, I don't know if it was the
purple, blue, and it's your colors are dimension too, right? It's fractal geometry.
Okay, but was too much energy going into it though? Like, was it destroying it?
Well, it's the plasma reaction of the ionization, or the breaking down to the monatomic plasma level, and that's light coming out.
But I want to make sure he was doing it right though, and it wasn't getting too hot.
That's cold. That's your cold fusion energy.
Oh, so it's cold.
Your yellow, red, orange. That's your hot fusion energy. And it's the difference between being the infrared spectrum of light and wave and the UV, ultraviolet.
So the metal was glowing, but you could touch it, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And
oh wow, that okay.
but
So
not
if
when
it's
it's red.
cold,
It's when it's like blue or stuff. Well, it depends on it, right? Yeah.
yeah, that's what you got to be careful. That's what I'm saying though. Like if it's okay, if you can touch it, then you're doing it right. But if it's hot, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, and well, different processes go into different ways with it. But yeah, essentially with what you just said, absolutely. Like overall, if the experiment's going all red
correctly, yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. I mean, that's where the values go in, and
destroying it, you're not in harmony. And yeah, it's the neg entropy of the blue purple plasmas that are then happening in harmony of the cold fusion of the light going in and out. And that's why in that one video we showed earlier, it was in that air spectrum. And it's also why like jet fighters, the highest ones now coming out, you don't have this red push out of flame. It's blue purple plasma coming out. It's the cold fusion plasma. And that is
I get it now. Okay.
Energy.
So the different lights are just the different higher levels that it's going through.
Spectrum of energy, of color, of transfer of matter going
there you
through.
go. Yes.
And yeah, it's the cold colors of energy and light and the hot colors of energy and light.
And that's why you have radiation burns.
More physical radiation, more heat energy in the red yellow spectrum of it. And see, with our electricity, we are putting the red energy through instead of the blue purple. And if the blue purple, we're operating on that little wavelength, then we don't have to make everything red.
Yes, that's the reflective surfaces of the other resistances. Yes, that's exactly. And this explains flash burns, where flashes can burn you. Yes, where flashes burn you. Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. One person I saw was working, and he the flash was so bad, the reflectivity of the light, it burned the dude. So, and it was just a quick. So that makes sense. So it's resistive surfaces reflecting. So
and it's dimensions. It's understanding the fractal geometry of the universe, and the ancients knew it very well. That's why they had the colored mandalas. It's literally the fractal geometry of energy transfer into the higher dimensions. And
now I want to give a secret out. There's been a study in the 90s that they've been studying very intense frequency, more lethal than if quantum is the measure of energy in the terahertz range, right? And X-rays is supposedly above the quantum, I guess. Quantum is just the terminology I'm using. I don't.
Right. It's the fourth. It's breaking down into the ether, the higher dimension, right? Like quantum is like the consciousness going into space time, the information traveling throughout localized.
I'm saying as the measurement system, at least that we're using, it's the terahertz section, right? Because the X-rays are in the gamma. Well, I got something to add to this. Mandala pictures, the guys tested in the 90s. They detected low gamma frequency emissions from Mandala pictures.
Right.
Now that's something I was that's why I talked about the novel way, getting more simpler. So that's something you can experiment with, Bernard. You can take an oscilloscope and you can test it. So, dude, this is getting pretty wild. But it's a thing. You could try it.
Solids, and it's understanding color and shape, and the fractal geometry of energy coming in and out of it. And what is fiber optic information? It is light, color, fractal geometry, and
exactly.
It's
and frequency is proportional to energy. So there you go.
It is Walter Russell's shape.
I really think so. Yes,
charts. It is the Platonic solids of the ancients, Pythagoras and Plato, the harmony of the spheres. It is the octave system. That is the fractal geometry of harmony of creation.
And the fractal geometry is probably governed by the numbers, which are also probably a higher dimension.
Another dimension of that fractal geometry.
Yes, but the higher precedence than that fractal geometry, I think, because they're numbers,
each equally important to their own they are their own dimension of existence and reality and dictatorship of the operation of the universe.
Yes, the operation. Yes, because the numbers will form the geometry of the fractals extending out forever, right? So I just think they would have a higher precedence, correct? And then the
They're
numbers
all equally as
themselves.
important in the universal unified theory.
Oh yeah, it's all one thing, but I'm saying as in the layers of the structure we're talking about, the one structure.
Absolutely,
And
numbers don't lie.
yes, and the numbers are solid in their dimension, but they probably are what make up the fractals spreading out. But my thing is, well, then what makes up the numbers if it's shapes, but then the shapes of the fractals? So I don't know if the numbers are higher or lower than the fractals. So there is a math thing where that you can a kilogon is like 1,000-sided shape, and to picture that in your mind is just near. I mean, they said even computers can't do it. I think I might be wrong about that. So that's just them throwing it out there. But nobody else wants to come in, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go on mute if you want to play anything. I'm gonna set everything. All right. Oh, but not. I hope you're not upset or anything. Except for burnout or nothing. All right. I guess a short intermission. So, all right.
Hello. Sorry about that. You guys still there? No?
Yeah, I think I'm the only one here.
All right. That was my girlfriend. She is back in town from the funeral, so I am going to have to go get her now. So
that's good.
We will continue this, I guess, tomorrow. I will set up the actual. I'll go over it quickly here before we leave, but tomorrow I will set up the live demonstration. But in the if you see in the I guess I should make it visible before I start describing something. So this one right here, this guy. So in the white or the white matter there, in the one bottle to the right hand side, that is a mix of silver, zinc, gold, copper, all in one, and that is in the monoatomic single plasma state. And that is the most important state that Sir Isaac Newton talks about. And that is the mana, that is your pure gold. And in this orangey golden one to the left of it, that is pure I guess it'd be triatomic or plasmoidic gold, where it's the smallest single nano gold particle, and it's actually crystallized on the entire outside or inside of the glass there, and that's why it's giving that orangey gold appearance. And there's actually just a very fine, thin layer of that particle gold layering the bottom. Yet in this one to the right, the white, fluffy, pure monoatomic elements that is also known as the ormes or the gans. It is the mana of the past. I guess what the demigods used the monoatomic gold, the legends of, and what some people now have been experimenting with ingesting. I don't recommend taking large amounts. It is extremely powerful energy stuff. And that if you get any that is like blue, green oxidized, you're going to literally poison yourself, and you're going to shred the cells within your body, because it's not this fluffy white monoatomic. It's clumps of the matter that are then too big to flow through, too big. They're not in harmonic frequency to multiply energies within your cells to help you. And they will shred it instead, and they will give you that poisoning.
Too much of a high energy
That's where they would turn blue. You get oxidized. You're getting the wrong particles. You're not getting the pure plasma in. And that is the difference, and that is how you can very easily poison and kill yourself and harm and damage your body very severely in a very short period of time. So unless you know what you're doing, do not try this at home. But if you do know what you're doing, by all means, I rather be a guinea pig and ingest small amounts of pure plasma metal, and then take and get those plasma resonant fields within my living cell structure that is
make sure it's the right amount,
as opposed to getting pure metal injected into you to also repel those field energies. And in this day and age, right, it's I rather figure out how to be a demigod in harmony with the universe and decipher the legends of old and the ancient technology than put in
be
this,
a devil.
This experimental, well, it's all experimental, but it's this fractalized
right way of going about it.
Probably will be a cancerous causing agent in the cell structure, because what is cancer? It is the distortion, the cells when they mass, they break down. They're the exact same thing you're fucking around with by mRNA. So that is a very scary thing. That's and then the heavy metal that you're injecting in with it as well. It's like, well,
you got to match it right amount. It will benefit if you get the right amount your body requires.
Right, and the colloidal silver, the colloidal gold water, the plasma water, that is what I drink. And you harvest the water off the top, you keep refreshing it, and it's this pure plasma energy gets transferred, the field energy into the water from the plasma elements below, and then that is what you're drinking. And so colloidal, right, it's like a couple million parts per million, or parts per million of that plasma energy, and this is 1,000,000 parts per million when you have that pure monoatomic plasma energy. And
it will work. You just got to couple it right.
Yeah, it's as everything in life and the universe. You have to have the right structure, the right frequency that you're operating on, the right energy will easily burn
your bottle there of the monoatomic gold at the bottom layer. I guess that slowly will all that white stuff become gold eventually, or
no. So the white, that's actually, it's combination of, that's actually zinc, copper, silver, and gold in this one. And
Okay.
when they're in the actual plasma, that is usually how they state. And then if they do decay, it usually oxidizes at the bottom, and that's where you will get the purple, or not the purple, the green and blue particle mass of the elements breaking down back out of the plasma states. Where, see, when they're in the plasma state, they don't have any of the physical solid state properties to them. They have these new plasma state, and also the weight essentially is always, especially when rotated, it is described to be reduced, and it's because I think 1/3, 1/4 of the monoatomic, that plasma, maybe even half, is interconnecting to that quantum. So essentially, plasma matter could be quantum matter. To think of it that way, it's your superconducting matter, and that it's since plasma, it's going folding into the etherical state. So one part of its connection, one part of its weight, one part of its structure is actually folding into a higher dimension that it is harnessing and transferring energy over to. That's where you get the superconducting in your nano material. It's one in the same.
Yes.
And
just like that, why certain petroleum or certain stones that are in the very high states have radiation that can harm you just by standing near it.
That's also in the crystal state too, right? So crystal is connecting especially with plasma.
Exactly. Yes, the frequency of the crystals form like these resonant cavities, and they contain the frequency, which is the energy.
Frequency of the energy that comes out of it. Yes, in that.
Yes, and it can harm you. Too much of the energy. Your
too much
resistance
of
is
the
low.
You have to have the right energy, right? And if you have the right energy or the right one, the harmonic frequency that you're putting out, then it's perfect. You get amplitude best ever effects. Or if it's slightly off and you have the wrong, then you're going to start going into the amplitude.
You get hurt. Yeah, your radiation burns and stuff. Yeah, you're screwed.
In a very short period of time. And
yes, depending on the energy proportion radiation going out and your resistance value, you subtract those, and that's how much time you're going to get more suffering. That's the time measurement. How much time you got before you kick the bucket. So that, yes, it's like I don't know if osmosium or osminium, I think it was like, is very highly radioactive. Depending on these states. So, I've been doing some reading, and it makes sense.
Right. So when it's coming out of these, like our forced nuclear decay of, it's not stable, and that's why it's breaking down in the wrong frequencies, putting out all these harmful radiation waves. And then instead, if you have in the purple, the blue, the harmonic frequency of the ether connection or the plasma connection spectrum, then within that short area, you can get a lot of good energy transfer, and it's on a very small level interaction that it's operating on, but it's in a very high yield in that area.
Yes. I'm still like measuring out the values with that. That way I can get a good grip on how it's all formulated. So that's what I've been doing that's why the math has been very important to me.
100%. You are a key connection in helping with understanding it all. And so the craziest ever is the alchemy language. It is the oldest existing language. It's a pictographic language. It has existed in use in the occult and esoteric priestess, higher elitist controlling entities of society since the oldest recording times that we can find throughout all of societies, throughout all of time, up until even today. And when you start looking at the actual the rules, the geometry of it, it's just flow of energy. It's all it is. It's the code of the universe. They get the astral energy, the you have astronomy, but then the astrology is actually, when you think about it from physics, the positioning of the mass of the largest bodies that are existing in our galactic solar universe that acting upon ourselves, in those are the largest forces ever. And it's really interesting, the metals that they connect with each planet, and the sun and the moon, and the energy that comes through with them. And one thing, when I produce monoatomic silver, I have a silver cathode, silver anode, and it puts out just pure of this white monatomic silver stuff. And when the moon is waxing and waning, it puts out a very little amount. And when you have a full moon, it puts out a lot of it. And super moon,
That
it
makes sense.
up the entire canister. And it's a direct correlation that silver, that the alchemists put as the moon, the energy of it, physically, I can prove, directly
Yes.
correlates to the
Yes,
state.
the frequency of the moon's radiation. That's right.
So, you have copper, you have iron as Venus and Mars and Mercury, and it is
Phonon resonance is what they call it, I think, between silver and gold. So
right, and it's these higher energy states of particle packets that we don't know if it's a wave, we don't know if it's particle, we don't know what it is, and but no, it's
yeah.
ancients did, and it's so easy, and it's
well, we've pretty much broken it down to its bare pretty much, so everything that needed to be said.
Absolutely. So I love all of you beautiful souls, and tune in again tomorrow, and tune in every second week for Apec, because it is wonderful what they're doing. Alien scientist, a great guy, Jeremy. He breaks down from the beginning of the 9/11 and how it's impossible, and then breaks down the physics and tracking of the UFO technology and all of the different physics of it, and the cases, and it's great. It's good, and more developments. And Mike is an awesome soul. That he is a next level guy. Like, I've read about the End Machine, I've read about the Don Smith generators, I've watched the videos and the pulse generator, and no, he's built them all himself, has working models of them, and now connecting all three of them to themselves to create one hell of I don't know, flux capacitor, time generating, dilating,
Yes.
God knows what, but it's going to be a good time.
But remember, just in one of your future experiments, try the crystal frequency adaptation. It will constantly resonate at that frequency, and it will produce the exact energy of the dimensional typology that the frequency you put in it. So
right, and that's that's basic 50s, 1950s electrical engineering of the U.S. Navy
radios, man.
Right? And it's like, God, like, oh man, I'm so ignorant. It's hilarious.
It's freaking hilarious, man. It's just a bad joke, but it's true,
And man, so much of humanity just like, they're stuck in the lie of the Matrix. They have to believe it, and they can't not believe it.
Well,
so
they have to meet the resistance that's proper to what they got to do. So that's always like that thing where you say you help somebody who doesn't deserve it, and then basically you end up getting some kind of backlash of something.
You're going to get burnt because you're going against the energy flow
what not should be doing.
Trying to fight the universe, and then you're going to try and help their flow of going against it. You're going to have a static discharge.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a perfect sense. So I've had my own experience of that. I've helped somebody.
Oh, haven't we all? Right?
Yeah. Well, you got to go, I guess, and I'm going to go ahead and log out, and I'll probably do more reading. I need to.
Absolutely. First, here we will end it with Vinny St. Vincent. Actually, no, I can't. I can't spell word shit. That's why.
Yeah, been going 9 hours straight. Pretty
Right.
much. Well, sort of. I guess.
Pretty much. Oh, actually, no. We're just gonna end it in exactly 9 hours. So,
Okay.
to everyone that has been here and joined in, it is a pleasure to be in these fractal experience streams of discussion and higher dimensional thoughts. And until we meet again in the Matrix, it was always a pleasure. And
remember, kiddies, always increase your metabolic rate as much as you can.
All right. It's the inertia of vibrating on that higher frequency and just building the progression of inertia of your fractal geometry of your projection of reality. And know that you have the power of creation, and only you can change and build your own reality. And together we are building the better reality of the world that we want to live in.
Remember, you have the power.
Exactly. And on that note, until we meet again.